Chapter 1205. After confirming that Zhu Yi would not bother him during this period of time, Yi Qinghan sat down quietly. His divine sense began to scan the entire fire god's mystic realm. Once the Grand Elder died, Zhu Yi's subordinates led a group of venerables to sweep through the entire fire god's mystic realm. With several ninth-grade war gods leading the team and a group of venerables, who would dare to resist? Within a few days, Zhu Li and his men swept through the entire fire god's mystic realm. Hundreds of thousands of islands had declared their allegiance to Zhu Yi. Only the fire god island stood alone in the west, its protective shield shining with red light. Zhu Yi said that the protective shield can only be broken after 3,000 years. Could it be some kind of trick? 3,000 years is enough to arrange many things. Could it be that she wants to get rid of me and the fire god tribe's patriarch? Yi Qinghan pondered silently. He still suspected that Zhu Yi was wrong when she said 3,000 years, but he did not dare to attack the protective shield. Without Zhu Yi's help, he could not break it alone. Furthermore, if there was really a killing array, his life would be over. He guessed that Zhu Yi definitely had some kind of arrangement, but he did not dare to probe her unscrupulously. Now, he could only continue to cultivate and increase his strength. He wanted the 10 God Slayer spears to be able to revolve. If he could make a breakthrough in the spatial combination and comprehend the Tao, he would become a venerable. That would be perfect. Ignoring Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan entered the War Emperor Palace. He summoned the Slaughter God Blade and found that Xiao He had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan was delighted. Xiao He had devoured so many ninth-grade experts. If he could really evolve, that would be great. At this moment, Blackie could easily swallow a lower-rank 9 martial artist. If it could fight an upper-rank 9 martial artist head-on after its evolution, that would be awesome. In 3,000 years, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely be able to turn all 10 God Slayer spears. By then, with the evolved Xiao He, even if Zhu Yi had any tricks up her sleeves, he could use his powerful strength to kill her. At that moment, Yi Qinghan was energized. He waved his hand, and 2 God Slayer spears appeared in the air. He started cultivating with all his might. Your Majesty, is there really a killing array in Fire God Island's barrier? Within Zhu Yi's pavilion, her personal maidservant asked suspiciously. Zhu Yi had not told her about this before. Of course not. This king was lying to that bastard. Zhu Yi sneered again and again. When she recalled how Yi Qinghan played with her body just now, her expression became unnatural again. The pretty maid was even more puzzled as she asked, then why didn't we attack together earlier and break through Fire God Island? Wouldn't that solve all problems once and for all? There are so many of us. If we work together to kill Yi Qinghan, he definitely won't be our match. Do you think he can fly away? First of all, this shield is indeed very difficult to break. Don't forget about Zhu Shui. If he counterattacks before his death, Yi Qinghan and I may be fine, but you guys will be in trouble. Zhu Yi sighed helplessly. She leaned on the pretty maid with a tired expression and said faintly, most importantly, I still can't see through Yi Qinghan. I think he is still hiding his strength or some other killer move. I wanted to test him just now, but I didn't expect him to take advantage of me. This is really infuriating. After 3,000 years, Zhu Shui will completely lose his sharpness. At that time, we can easily kill him. Furthermore, I need to use 3,000 years to set up the formation properly. At that time, we can kill Yi Qinghan as well. This king is determined to get the Fire God armor. If I don't turn Yi Qinghan's bones into ashes, I won't be able to endure this anger. I want to cripple him and torture him to death. The pretty maid's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. She hugged Zhu Yi and her face turned gentle again. She said softly, Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhu Li and the other two's joint attack formation will be completed after 3,000 years. At that time, when the three of them work together, they will definitely have the strength of upper 9th grade. If we join hands and ambush him, Yi Qinghan will die for sure. I will help you vent your anger. Your Majesty, don't think about these annoying things. Let me serve you well. Zhu Yi moaned. Her lust had been aroused by Yi Qinghan, and now, her beloved concubine was teasing her. She felt her entire body heating up. The two of them fell on the jade bed and started to have sex with each other. For the time being, the room was filled with the fragrance of spring, which they didn't want to share with anyone else. In the endless void outside the fire god's secret domain, a 9-story pagoda was slowly flying around the fire god's secret domain. It had been more than 100 years. On the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, people were sitting in a room. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were sitting in the main hall, with Night Emperor's group of 4 sitting next to them. All of them wore a faint worried countenance. Although they were talking about the strange things happening in different places, the atmosphere was a little heavy. Lord Devour was still cultivating in seclusion, but Mo Xiaoxiao was still in the small hall, looking at the endless void and cultivating. There was a green jade talisman in the middle of the hall, which was Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip. Once Yi Qinghan died, this jade slip would explode. It had been more than 100 years. Theoretically, if Yi Qinghan could get the fire god's heart, he would have gotten it long ago. If he couldn't get it, it meant that there was a super expert in the fire god's secret domain. Either Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move, or Yi Qinghan was trapped or captured. No matter what the result was, people were so worried. As Yi Qinghan didn't come out, they had to wait outside the fire god's secret domain. If Yi Qinghan came out, they couldn't return to the reincarnation secret domain. Although Lord Devour was strong, he wasn't much stronger than Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan couldn't handle it, even if she brought this group of people in, it would be suicide. The atmosphere here was oppressive. In contrast, the divine world was full of peace. More than 10 years ago, Shintu Xiong came out of seclusion, and what accompanied him was a divine decree. The contents of the divine decree were made public in the divine world, and the divine world was in an uproar. The divine decree stated that Shintu Xiong was the lord of the divine world. Perhaps ordinary warriors didn't know what the divine decree represented. But those who reached the venerable level understood a little. The divine decree was automatically sent down by heaven and earth. Some said it represented the will of heaven and earth, some said it represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor, and some said it represented the will of the Supreme Realm. But the level 9 experts all knew that the divine decree represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor. The experts of the Divine Emperor Supreme Realm had never seen it, but many sovereigns knew that the Supreme God Emperor existed. No one knew how strong the Supreme God Emperor was, but no one could resist the will of the Supreme God Emperor. For example, in the planar war, once the divine decree was sent down, one had to participate, or else the God punishment would come. There was only one type of God punishment, and that was the destruction of the world. The most important thing was that Shintu Xiong became the lord of the divine world. He was definitely bestowed with will, which meant that he could control more space power. Originally, the space power that Shintu Xiong could control was already as big as the star ocean. Now, Qing Shan and Ice Queen estimated that he could control half of the divine world space power. And the space power that Qing Shan and Ice Queen could control was only as much as the Misty Continent. Shintu Xiong's strength had definitely reached the peak of level 9 Supreme Realm. And he was comparable to the strongest level 9 Supreme Realm experts in the ancient times, like the first chief of Fire God, Zhurong. The second day after the divine decree was made public, Qing Shan brought the Blood Knight Monarch to Supreme Island. After seeing Shintu Xiong and feeling his aura, he completely submitted. Then, Ice Queen brought the Wind Moon Monarch and rushed over, showing that they were willing to submit. Monarch Yanran, Mo Shanghuang, and the others had no choice but to rush to Supreme Island. The divine world was officially unified by Shintu Xiong. Under his orders, no one dared to go against him. After Shintu Xiong came out of seclusion, he gave out his first order. The entire divine world became busy. Find the place where Shi Diao Wu and Yi Qinghan are hiding. Find them at all costs. The order was within everyone's expectations. Shi Diao Wu and Yi Qinghan had always been a thorn in Shintu Xiong's throat. After Shintu Xiong's strength increased, the first thing he did was to remove this thorn. The Wind Moon Monarch was the other supreme artifact refiner in the divine world. Shintu Xiong gave her a death order to create a god artifact that could travel through space like the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the entire divine world was filled with countless spies, trying their best to find out where Yi Qinghan and Lord Shi were hiding. The trillions of martial artists in the divine world felt Shintu Xiong's rage. A storm was brewing. Chapter 1206. Inside the War Emperor Palace. A green figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had a leisurely expression on his face. 6 silver spears that emitted a suffocating aura were flying rapidly in the air beside him. Their speed was extremely fast, like a loach in the mud, incomparably nimble. All of a sudden, the 6 spears spun rapidly at the same time like 6 huge whirlpools on the surface of the sea. As the God Slayer spears spun, 6 cracks were torn in the air. It was like the dark night had been torn apart by lightning. It was a shocking sight. At the same time, the restrictions in the War Emperor Palace lit up. The restrictions emitted a suppressive aura that seemed to freeze the entire space in the hole. The 6 spears spun for exactly the same amount of time, only 3 seconds. Then, they collapsed at the same time. The space returned to normal, the cracks disappeared, and the restrictions in the hall disappeared. The oppressive aura in the hall disappeared, and peace was restored. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes tiredly. Controlling the 6 spears spun at the same time had exhausted his mental strength. However, he was very excited that he managed to make the 6 spears spin perfectly. He grinned and fell asleep on the ground. 1,000 years had passed. Zhu Yi never came to find him again. He seemed to have forgotten that he was still in the Fire God Mystery Realm. In the past 1,000 years, he didn't cultivate laws and focused on increasing the power of the God Slayer spears. He was very clear that even if he comprehended the spatial combination, or if he went one step further and comprehended the Tao, even if he broke through to the Supremacy Realm, his strength wouldn't increase too much. However, the God Slayer spears were different. As long as he could control the 10 spears to spin at the same time, he believed that even if he couldn't defeat Zhu Yi, he would still have the strength to fight her. As long as he could stall Zhu Yi for a while, he could leave the endless void. He had his greatest trump card. Zhu Yi thought that he couldn't open the teleportation formation without her, so she thought that he was a monkey that couldn't jump out of her palm. Zhu Yi didn't stop Yi Qinghan from obtaining the Grand Doyen Pseudo-Chaos Divine Crystal, nor did she ask for it. Therefore, Yi Qinghan reckoned that even if he took the Fire God's heart first, Zhu Yi wouldn't stop him. Instead, they would secretly prepare to kill him. Hence, Yi Qinghan cultivated in the War Imperial Palace with peace of mind, waiting for the great battle that would take place 3,000 years later. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights in the main hall, Yi Qinghan woke up feeling refreshed. After continuously cultivating for 1,000 years, although with his current strength, there was no difference between cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 or 10,000 years, cultivating the God Slayer spear was extremely taxing on his mental energy. It still made him extremely tired. Lying on the ground with his eyes half open, Yi Qinghan rested for a moment. Only then did he sit cross-legged and begin his routine examination of his physical condition. In the end, 1,000 years had passed, and the soul space had once again undergone a significant change. His soul space has already expanded to millions of miles. It was almost the size of a small plane. This rate of growth was too terrifying. The amount of origin energy he had increased by dozens of times. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to use it all in his lifetime. Ha! That's not right. Yi Qinghan muttered. Suddenly, his eyes opened abruptly. Then, he immediately closed his eyes and looked inside himself. After a moment, when he opened his eyes again, his face was filled with bewilderment. My soul space is still growing, but why has my soul sea stopped growing? If my soul sea is not growing, isn't it the same as before? Under the lightning's tempering, it will slowly shrink. How strange. What's going on with this soul space? Right now, Yi Qinghan's soul space was like an egg. The soul sea inside was like an egg yolk that floated in the soul space. Originally, when the egg was continuously growing, the egg yolk also followed suit. Right now, the egg was continuously growing, but the egg yolk had stopped growing. Furthermore, under the continuous tempering of the lightning, it had started to shrink. Yi Qinghan was confused. In the past, he had imagined that his soul space might evolve into a plane. The soul sea was the plane's continent. The soul space surrounded by the origin energy was the plane space. Right now, this plane space was continuously growing, but the continent was continuously shrinking. This, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a plane at all. I am a monster. Change, and it'll be best if I explode in the end. Yi Qinghan gloomily withdrew his divine sense. It was useless to care about it, so he might as well ignore it. This soul space had always been like a ticking time bomb, causing him to constantly tremble, as if he was walking on thin ice. He always had a sense of crisis, afraid that he would accidentally die. Therefore, he cherished every moment he had with his loved ones. Therefore, he liked to live a comfortable and peaceful life. It was just that Xiao Hei's current appearance was the greatest guilt he had ever felt in his life. If he could not help Xiao Hei reconstruct his true body, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. That was why he was working so hard. He hoped that he could finish everything before this time bomb exploded in his mind. So that he would not have any regrets in this trip to the other world. Forget it, I have wine today, I will drink today, I will worry tomorrow. I will think about it after I explode. Now, I should properly deal with Zhu Yi's bamboo leaf grass. Yi Qinghan decided that there were still 2,000 years left. In the future, he would not look into his soul and focus on cultivating. He did not care what the soul space would evolve into, or whether it would explode. Otherwise, his heart would be in a mess, and he would not be able to cultivate. Not to mention anything else, he would not be able to get past Zhu Yi 3,000 years later. Immediately, he threw away all his thoughts and immersed himself in cultivation. In the hall, the God Slayer spear began to dance again. Fire God Mystic Realm. As expected, the protective shield of Fire God Island was constantly weakening. The light on it was much dimmer than 1,000 years ago. Fire God had been entrenched, but the martial artists on Fire God Island were all anxious and restless. Zhu Yi became the supreme ruler of Fire God Mystic Realm. Thousands of islands submitted to her, and there were no more wars. No one dared to oppose her directly. Although some martial artists from the Great General King's faction started to bully the martial artists from the other two factions. But under Zhu Yi's strict ban, a few troublemakers were killed, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. On the surface, Fire God Island became peaceful and harmonious. Recently, Zhu Yi rarely appeared in public. However, the people on Fire King Island had started to migrate. Clearly, Fire King Island would become Zhu Yi's sole residence in the future, and it would become the sacred land of Fire God Mystic Realm. In the Great General King's residence, in the backyard garden, the scenery was beautiful. Zhu Yi was lazily lying on a recliner, enjoying the warm sunlight and the gentle breeze. She was very satisfied, and her eyes were half closed. Her thin clothes were sticking to her voluptuous body, and it was tempting to commit a crime. Boz. There was a fluctuation in the space, and that pretty servant teleported over. She twisted her waist and half knelt beside Zhu Yi. Her jade-like hands gently massaged Zhu Yi's body as she whispered into Zhu Yi's ear, "Your Majesty, Zhu Shui's subordinate, Zhu Dan, has escaped. He has already arrived at Fire King Island and submitted to you. At least he knows how to adapt to the circumstances." Zhu Yi didn't move, but she arched her waist slightly to make her lying position more comfortable. She asked, "Did you ask? Since he can escape, can he bring us in?" "It's very difficult." The pretty servant shook her head and said, "He said that the restriction on the island is completely controlled by Zhu Shui. It's easy to escape, but to enter, we can only attack." "Oh." Zhu Yi closed her eyes again, and her curved eyelashes trembled slightly. She waved her hand lightly and said, "Then we'll wait for another 2,000 years. Let Zhu Shui live for another 2,000 years. Of course, let that bastard Yi Qinghan live for another 2,000 years too." The pretty servant's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent filled the air. She said faintly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. After 2,000 years, Yi Qinghan will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of our hands." Chapter 1207. Divine World, Supreme Island. There was still a golden palace floating above the island. This was Shintu Xiong's residence. Those who could enter the palace in the god realm were all famous figures. Recently, Shintu Xiong had been in a bad mood. Monarch Wind Moon had been refining for 1,000 years, but he still hadn't made a treasure like the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, Shintu Xiong didn't ask him to make it big or fast. As long as it could resist the turbulent space current, it was fine. But Monarch Wind Moon still said that he needed more time. The entire divine world was on the move. Anyone related to Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour, or even those that had been in contact with them, was captured and interrogated on Supreme Island, hoping to get some clues. But they still couldn't get any information about where Yi Qinghan and the others were hiding. Yi Qinghan had sneaked back to the divine world several times. Shintu Xiong was sure that Yi Qinghan and the others were hiding in a plane that belonged to the divine world, or in a secret domain near the divine world. Lei Kuang was captured, and Venerable Li Quan's clansmen who were hiding in the divine world were discovered. Fire Dragon City's traitor Grand Elder was captured, a Rain Butterfly clan's Grand Elder was captured, and even the Blue Rain clan's Patriarch was captured. The War God Pavilion was spread all over the divine world. There were billions of war gods in every city. Moreover, all the sovereigns of the divine world had submitted. Besides the Fire God, Beast God, and Water God's secret domains, the rest of the divine world had been searched. However, only a few people knew about the reincarnation secret domain. Later, Yi Qinghan brought his people away, and they found out about it. Even if they beat Lei Kuang and the others to death, they wouldn't get any information. Yi Qinghan had the secret domain that could change, hide, and travel in the endless void. These mysterious abilities made Shintu Xiong feel like he had a knot in his heart. Yi Qinghan could easily enter the divine world, kill people when he had nothing to do, and then leave casually. Shintu Xiong couldn't accept it. He had never been toyed with like this. Thus, he told himself that he must kill Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. He must find them. Xiao. A figure suddenly teleported over from Supreme Island. The guards in the city quickly scanned over with their divine senses. When they saw who it was, they quickly knelt down on one knee in mid-air and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Master Wuxia." Shintu Wuxia. Shintu Xiong's second son, the new Misty Monarch. Shintu Wuxia didn't even look at the guard who was kneeling in mid-air, and flew towards the eternal palace with an air of arrogance. Just looking at her bearing, it was obvious that she couldn't compare to Shinto Wuhan, who was killed by Yi Qinghan. No wonder Shinto Xiong's favorite child was Shinto Wuhan, no wonder Qinghan hated him so much. Shinto Wuxia walked into the palace, ignoring the row of maids kneeling in the palace, and walked towards the back of the palace. He knew that his father liked to stay in the back of the palace alone. The rear hall was about the same size as the front hall. The interior of the hall was divided into 2 levels. On one side, there was a flight of stairs that rose slowly. On top of the stairs, there was a huge throne, and a golden-haired man was lying on it. Behind him, there were 2 beautiful maids massaging him, and 2 maids were kneeling on the ground, gently massaging his calves. The maids wore thin clothes, and their figures were enchanting. Shinto Xiong's eyes were tightly shut, and he had an aquiline nose. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel a faint majesty from him. Father. Shinto Wuxia knelt down on one knee and looked at Shinto Xiong with admiration. Shinto Xiong didn't open his eyes, and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Wuxia has a way to find devour Diao Wu and Yi Qinghan. Shinto Wuxia said excitedly. He knew that in Shinto Xiong's eyes, he couldn't compare to Shinto Wuhan, so he had been trying his best to please Shinto Xiong. He knew that if he succeeded, his position as the Misty Monarch would definitely be secured. As expected, Shinto Xiong opened his eyes, and a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand to dismiss the maids beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Stand up and speak." "Yes." Shinto Wuxia became even more excited. His handsome face was full of vigor, and he spoke frankly with assurance, "Child, I found a clan called the Wood Spirit Clan. The people of this clan can completely conceal their aura, and they look no different from a dead object. Then, I secretly sent 10 of the Wood Spirit Clan's experts to the Fire Dragon continent, and I found a great thing. As soon as I received the news, I immediately came to report. Get to the point." Shinto Xiong's face revealed a trace of anger. This was what he didn't like about Shinto Wuxia. If it was Shinto Wuhan, he would have said it briefly, and wouldn't ask for credit, so that he could have a plan. "Yes." Seeing that Shinto Xiong was angry, Shinto Wuxia didn't dare to keep him in suspense anymore, and immediately said, "The Wood Spirit Clan has been hiding for 10 years, and we have confirmed one thing. Right now, Devour Diao Wu is not in the Fire Dragon continent. Is this true?" Shinto Xiong's eyes lit up with a dazzling light, like 2 suns. His aura surged out, and the fake 9th grade Shinto Wuxia couldn't stand steadily, and he directly knelt down. It could be seen how strong he had become. When Shinto Xiong found out, he slightly retracted his aura, and Shinto Wuxia stood up, saying quickly, "According to the information that the Wood Spirit Clan has gathered in Sumtsang City, Yi Qinghan has returned to the Fire Dragon continent several times. More than 1,000 years ago, Yi Qinghan came again, and he only took 1 person with him. But not long after, the Soul Emperor flew back again. He took away Devour Diao Wu and Yi Qinghan's women. However, Yi Qinghan's grandfather still has many relatives, and they are still in the Fire Dragon continent. Did Devour Diao Wu really leave? Or is it Devour Diao Wu's scheme? Does she want me to send some venerables to their deaths?" Shinto Xiong pondered. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack the Fire Dragon continent. After Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had escaped from the Divine World, he had immediately sent several venerables to the Fire Dragon continent, preparing to destroy the Fire Dragon continent to vent his anger. But in the end, they were all killed by Lord Devour. Afterwards, when Shinto Xiong knew that Lord Devour was the Jade Rabbit Divine Beast and had a clone, he didn't have any intention of attacking the Fire Dragon continent. The Fire Dragon continent was a small material plane. If a Grade 9 expert from another plane entered, it would definitely cause the Fire Dragon plane to collapse. If Grade 9 experts couldn't enter, no matter how many venerables went, they would die. Wuya! Suddenly, Shinto Xiong shouted, and a handsome man who looked similar to Shinto Wuxia teleported over. He nodded towards Wuxia, then called out to Shinto Xiong, "Wuya is here, father. What orders do you have? Immediately gather 100 venerables and send them to the Misty Continent. Let Wuxia teleport to the Fire Dragon Plain. Remember, it doesn't matter if Devoured Diao Wu is there or not. As long as you capture Yi Qinghan's relatives, you will have made a great contribution." Following Shinto Xiong's order, the Supreme Island immediately became busy. The 100 venerables secretly scattered and teleported towards the Misty Continent at their fastest speed. A few days later, a teleportation formation in the Misty City soared into the sky. The dazzling light shone on Shinto Wuya and Shinto Wuxia's sinister smiles. The martial artists passing by felt a chill in their hearts. Not long after, the sky of the Fire Dragon Continent lit up. Golden gates tore through the void and teleported the venerables over. How powerful was the aura of 100 venerables? It could be seen from the frightened faces of the people of the Fire Dragon Continent. Chapter 1208. In the endless void outside the Fire God's secret territory, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still flying around slowly. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and Li Shubei were whispering to each other, while the Night Emperor and the others were cultivating. Mo Xiaoxiao had turned into a stone statue, looking at the endless void and thinking about her cultivation path. Oh no! All of a sudden, a scream arose, interrupting their conversation. Then, Lord Devour appeared in the hall, his face frightened. The four of them changed their countenances. Mo Xiaoxiao also moved, turning her head suspiciously. Lord Devour didn't say anything but followed the method the Yao Ji had taught him. He controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to make a beautiful turn in the sky, heading to the Fire Dragon Continent. Yi Qingwu's face was as pale as snow. She opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling. "Lord, what happened?" Lord Devour had never shown such a frightened face in front of others. At this moment, he didn't care about Yi Qinghan anymore, flying directly to the Fire Dragon Plain. Did something happen to the Fire Dragon Plain? As people were watching him nervously, Lord Devour said coldly, "The Fire Dragon Plain has arrived. So many venerables." Ah! Yi Qingwu's body staggered and she fell on the chair behind her. Her body trembled in fear and her tears flowed out. Yi Qingyu also understood what was going on, and her face turned snow-white. Fireworks, Li Shuwei, and Mo Xiaoxiao furrowed their brows, their faces solemn. "Don't rush. Perhaps it's not as bad as we thought." Sigh. Lord Devour heaved a deep sigh. Although his face was calm, the worry in his eyes was thicker. This time, Yi Qinghan wanted to take the Yao Ji away. Only she understood the restrictions. To ensure Yi Qinghan's safety, she had no choice but to leave the Fire Dragon Continent, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to come to the Fire God's secret territory to receive Yi Qinghan. She had originally thought that after so many years, she had killed so many venerables sent by the God World, that the God World would not send any more people. Furthermore, she thought that Yi Qinghan would not take too long to steal the Fire God's heart and would be back soon. She had set up some restrictions in the Dark Castle. If anyone went in to investigate, she would know. He even gave Yi Tianlong and the others a jade talisman. If the Immortal World sent people to investigate, Yi Tianlong and the others could crush the jade talisman as soon as they realized that something was amiss, and they would immediately rush back. The God Realm was not sure whether she was there or not, so they would definitely not send people to their deaths immediately. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianlong and the others had crushed the jade talismans at the same time. According to the agreement, many venerables had come from the God World, and it was a sign that Yi Tianlong and the others were completely unable to contend against them. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew towards the Flame Dragon Plain at the fastest speed possible. The Fire God's Arcane Realm and the Fire Dragon Plain were actually located in the same direction of the Divine Realm. In less than a month, the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly landed outside of Tsang City. When Lord Devourer and Yi Qinggu and the others teleported out and saw the scene in front of them, their faces turned ashen. Yi Qinggu screamed and fainted. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu, and Li Shuwei hurried to hold Yi Qinggu. Night Emperor and the others also looked extremely gloomy. The entire Tsang City, the holy land of the Flame Dragon continent, the biggest city, was now in ruins. Broken bones and broken limbs could be vaguely seen. The entire city was filled with the faint smell of blood and corpses. It was like hell. Swish! There was a fluctuation in the air, and more than 20 figures teleported. Looking at Lord Devourer, whose face was full of murderous aura, they all knelt down and didn't dare to say a word. Big brother Feng Zihua, my grandpa and the others, when Yi Qingyu saw Feng Zi and Hua kneeling down, she left Yi Qingwu and dashed to them. Although Yi Qingyu didn't have any feelings for Yi Tianlong and the others, they were Yi Qinghan's family. Lord, little you, Feng Zi is useless. We're not strong enough. Please punish us. Feng Zi's face was full of pain. She grabbed her hair and cried. Chief Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, Yi Baihu, Yi Chang, and Senior Yi Luyun were captured. The others were all killed. No one escaped from Tsang City. Young Lady Sainan was in Tsang City at that time. She was killed too. The enemies were 100 venerables. After they arrived, they didn't say a word and just teleported to Tsang City. They captured all the God Realm warriors in Tsang City and destroyed the entire city. Then, they left immediately. Hua Chao held back his tears and quickly reported the situation. He and Feng Zi both had daughters who were married to members of the Yi family. After such a long time, they were connected by marriage. It could be said that there were countless relatives in Tsang City. But now, they were all dead. Tens of millions of people in Tsang City, all turned into ashes. Everyone was silent as they stared at the ruins in front of them. Everyone was thinking, if Yi Qinghan came back and saw the tragic scene in front of him, with his personality that valued affection the most, how furious, sorrowful, and how much blood would he shed? It's my fault. I was too careless. Get up. It's not your fault. Lord Devourer closed his eyes, his back facing the others. He didn't look happy or worried, and his voice was indifferent. However, everybody could see that Lord Devourer was shivering. They didn't know how to face Yi Qinghan. Lord Devourer didn't have the face to see Yi Qinghan. Tsang City had tens of millions of people, and the Yi family had at least several million descendants. But, at this moment, they were all buried in Tsang City. Shintu Xiong, I must kill you. I must kill you. I must kill you. The city was dead silent, but the next second, the Night Emperor's roar broke the silence. The Night Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his face bulged. Wind Lord hugged him tightly, and his voice was hysterical and sorrowful. He roared a few times, and then held his head helplessly. He knelt on the ground and cried. His body was curled up like a child who had lost his family. He was the founder of the Yi family. When he and Wind Lord and Moon Queen returned to the Fire Dragon continent, he was the happiest one. Seeing the Yi family full of descendants, he was extremely proud. He didn't look good with words, but his heart was filled with warmth. Now, his dream was shattered. His bloodline had less than 100 descendants. All the descendants of the Yi family in the Fire Dragon Island lived in Tsang City. For the time being, besides Lord Devourer and Nimo Xiao, everybody else shed tears. More and more warriors came to this place. They started to clean up the ruins in the city. Many corpses and bones were dug out, and they were placed in the open space outside the city. The Fire Dragon continent had done its worst massacre. The blood debt with Shintu Xiong was getting deeper and deeper. Lord Devour asked Imo Xiao Xiao to take Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, and the others, who had fainted, to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to rest. She stood alone outside Song City, looking at the new graves. A drop of tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. She had been thinking about a problem. If Yi Qinghan came back, how should she face him? Chapter 1209. Good job, Wuxia. Wuya did a great job this time. Inside the Eternal Palace, Shintu Xiong looked at the dozens of God Realm martial artists in front of him, his face full of excitement. Originally, he was prepared to sacrifice these 100 venerables. He did not expect that Shi Diaowu was really not in the Fire Dragon plane. The 100 venerables successfully captured all the God Realm experts in Song City, and also destroyed Song City, slaughtering all of Yi Qinghan's clansmen. How could Shintu Xiong's heart only be satisfied? Is that Yi Tianlong? Shintu Xiong looked at the group of martial artists in front of him, who were basically refining divine crystals, and sneered. These people were all suppressed by the power of those venerables, and did not even have the chance to attack. With the addition of 100 people, they immediately sealed all the divine crystals and captured them. I am. Who are you? Yi Tianlong was short, and his old-fashioned face was filled with anger. His voice was as cold as ice. Countless disciples of Tsang City had been killed, and all of them were brought to the God Realm and thrown into spatial artifacts. At this moment, they suddenly appeared in this strange place. Who is Yi Qingyu? Shintu Xiong ignored Yi Tianlong, and continued to speak coldly. Yi Qingyu did not have a good temper like Yi Tianlong, and knew how to endure. He roared, "Is it me? What's wrong? Want to kill me? Come on, bastard." As he spoke, Yi Qingyu used one hand to play a finger-guessing game, and rushed towards Shintu Xiong. However, without divine power, he was no different from a heavenly God Realm martial artist with his physical strength. Shintu Wuxia, who was beside him, kicked at him, and Yi Qingyu was sent flying into the wall. Blood flowed from his head, and half of his bones and internal organs were shattered. "Don't move!" Yi Tianlong shouted. He knew that if he was impulsive at this moment, he would die in vain. He was not afraid of death, but if he died for nothing, it would make Yi Qinghan even sadder. "Yi Baihu," Shintu Xiong said calmly as he read out another name. These were all names that Shintu Wuxia had obtained from the wood spirit race. They were all the relatives that Yi Qinghan cared about the most. But this time, no one responded. Yi Baihu had always been a shrewd person. He knew very well that the reason this person had captured them was to threaten Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was confirming everyone's identity one by one. This meant that there was a problem. He was afraid that once this demonic godlike man confirmed everyone's identity, he would leave the important ones behind and kill everyone else. If he did not admit his identity, then everyone would be able to survive. Bang! But he was wrong. Shintu Xiong glanced at Shintu Wuxia. Then, Shintu Wuxia suddenly made a move, grabbing a deity realm martial artist beside him with a claw, directly tearing his head apart. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he died instantly. That was a doyen of the Yi family. Who is Yi Baihu? Shintu Xiong's voice continued to sound. Yi Baihu stood up helplessly, his eyes filled with regret and rage. His body trembled continuously, but he did not act rashly under Yi Tianlong's stern gaze. Yi Chang, Yi Luyun, Yi Shishui, Dragon Bastard, names were read out one by one. Dragon Bastard had been a guest with Long Sainan in Song City and had also been captured. His daughter's tragic death seemed to have aged this little old man by tens of thousands of years. At this moment, if not for Yi Tianlong holding his hand tightly, he would have already charged forward. "All right. Wuxia, I'll leave the rest to you." Shintu Xiong's lips curled into a smile as he turned around and walked towards the back of the palace. Shinto Wuxia ordered people to separate Yi Tianlong and the other important people and began interrogating them. Secret Realm of Reincarnation. Half a month later, the results of the interrogation were out. Yi Tianlong and the others were stubborn, but some of the doyen and descendants of the Yi family were not as stubborn. Especially some of the direct descendants, who enjoyed all the glory and wealth and relied on their status to obtain divine crystals to become gods. Shinto Wuxia used all kinds of torture methods in the god world, and finally someone confessed. The secret realm of reincarnation was exposed. Ha, Yi Qinghan, devouring butterfly dance, let's see how you survive this time. You killed my children and stole my treasures, I'll definitely turn your bones to dust. Shinto Xiong laughed wantonly. Shinto Wuxia and Shinto Wuya looked at each other. Wuxia asked doubtfully, Lord Father, no one knows the location of the secret realm of reincarnation. How can we find them? We don't know, but there's one person who definitely knows. Shinto Xiong smiled and shook his head, you don't need to care about these things. Pass down my orders, get Wind Moon Sovereign to speed up the refining of the spatial treasure. If he can't refine it within 10,000 years, there's no point in keeping him alive. Shinto Wuxia and Shinto Wuya were overjoyed. In the god world, the people who were most afraid of Yi Qinghan were the two of them. Shinto Xiong couldn't kill Yi Qinghan, but if they met Yi Qinghan, they would definitely be killed instantly. During this time, Shinto Wuxia didn't even dare to go to the Misty Continent. Pass down the message, let all the spies be on high alert. I reckon that after Yi Qinghan receives the news, he will most likely come back for revenge. You too, don't go out. Don't kill Yi Qinghan's relatives either. Wait for Yi Qinghan to take the bait. Ha! Shinto Xiong gave a few more orders, then walked towards the back of the hall while laughing. Fire Dragon Continent, the sky was exceptionally gloomy. Although it was spring, the sun was shining brightly, and everything was recovering, millions of people had died. The stench of rotten corpses and blood still lingered in the air. Lord Devourer entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and didn't come out. Yi Qingwu and the others also entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion after paying their respects to the dead and didn't come out. Yi Qingwu was sick, very sick. Not to mention God Realm warriors, even ordinary warriors wouldn't get sick. It was clear that the massacre of Tsang City had hurt Yi Qingwu a lot. Fireworks and Li Shuai were taking care of Yi Qingwu, while Moon Queen was taking care of the Night Emperor, whose eyes were still lifeless. Mo Xiao, Xiao Fengjun, and Marshal Snow were arranging things outside, while Yi Qingyu was following Lord Devour to learn how to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had to go and receive Yi Qinghan, but Lord Devour's body couldn't leave the Fire Dragon Continent. Who knew if the God World would send more people? The next time, it wouldn't just be a massacre, but the entire Fire Dragon Continent would be erased, of course. The most important thing was that Lord Devour didn't dare to see Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingyu had learned restrictions from the Yao Ji for a long time. It wasn't complicated to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She didn't need to arrange any restrictions. She just needed to control it. My lord. Do you think the reincarnation secret realm needs to bring people here? Mo Xiao Xiao entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, asking Lord Devour worriedly. Lord Devour had thought about this problem. He waved his hand and said, the reincarnation secret realm is hidden. It's surrounded by space vortexes. Little Han said that there was no record of the reincarnation secret realm in the beast's secret territory. Even if Shinto Xiong knows about it, it's okay. He can't find the reincarnation secret realm. Moreover, my clone is there. I've set a restriction on the passage to get in. If Shinto Xiong comes, I'll make him fall into the space vortex forever. Yeah, that's good. I won't go out this time. I'll stay with you in the Fire Dragon Continent. Mo Xiao Xiao felt relieved. Then, she looked at Lord Devour worriedly. She was afraid that Lord Devour would have no one to accompany him. Lord Devour waved his hand faintly. You have to go. They're too weak. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion is safe in the void, you've experienced many things. You can make the decision. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed begrudgingly, then left. Several months later, under Yi Qingyu's control and Mo Xiaoxiao's command, the Soul Emperor Pavilion brought people to the Fire Dragon's secret realm. They were ready to bring Yi Qinghan home or wait for the Soul Jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion to explode, which would kill Yi Qinghan. Chapter 12:10. Yi Qinghan knew nothing about what was happening outside. He didn't even know what was happening inside the Fire God Mystery Realm. The control of the God Slayer's spear got harder as it progressed, but its power got stronger. The 10 God Slayer's spears were like 10 poisonous hidden weapons that attacked the enemy from all directions. As long as one of them broke through the defense and attacked the origin energy, there was a high chance of killing the enemy if it suddenly rotated. In the first 1,000 years, Yi Qinghan could rotate 6 God Slayer spears. But in the second 1,000 years, he could only control 9 God Slayer spears to rotate at the same time. It had already been 2,600 years, but he still couldn't make 10 God Slayer spears rotate at the same time. No. I will go crazy if I continue to practice like this. The God Slayer spears in the air exploded bit by bit. The precious origin energy couldn't be kept and dissipated in the air. Yi Qinghan held his head. The veins on his face bulged and his face was filled with pain. He had always wanted to make the 10 God Slayer spears rotate at the same time to reach perfection. He had a feeling that if the 10 God Slayer spears rotated at the same time, it would be extremely powerful. When it reached perfection, it would be even more powerful. That was why he spent 600 years stubbornly, but he still couldn't achieve it. Kneeling on the ground, Yi Qinghan held his head and shook it continuously. He felt like his head was going to explode. He didn't know if there was a problem with his soul, or if his soul wasn't strong enough to control the 10 God Slayer spears to rotate at the same time. But he didn't dare to check his soul space. He could only stubbornly practice it again and again. He was very afraid. 1,600 years ago, he suddenly felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul. He knew that something must have happened. He even thought of disregarding everything and abandoning the Fire God's heart. He wanted to rush out and go home to take a look. But he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and practiced the God Slayer's spear again and again, causing himself to enter a state of madness. With the help of practice, he didn't think too much. He didn't think about those things that he was extremely afraid of. He was very clear that if something really happened, with his impulsive character, he would definitely think of a way to sneak attack Shintu Xiong and kill him. With Shintu Xiong's strength at the pinnacle of 9th grade sovereign realm, there was only one outcome for him, death. Therefore, he told himself that even if he had to go out, he had to obtain the Fire God's heart. All these years of hard work couldn't go to waste. With the Fire God's heart and the activation of the Fire God's battle armor, he could escape. No matter how impulsive he was, he could still preserve his life. Only by preserving his life would he have the chance to kill Shintu Xiong. I will definitely obtain the heart of the Fire God. Zhu Yi, don't force me. Don't force me to attack you. Yi Qinghan growled in a low voice over and over again, trying to forget the swelling pain in his head that felt like it was about to explode, trying to forget the worry and fear deep in his soul. A long time passed. The swelling pain in Yi Qinghan's brain finally disappeared. He fell to the ground weakly, gasping for air, and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Yi Qinghan woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the stone wall above his head. In a trance, he didn't know where he was, who he was, and what he was going to do. His mind started to wake up gradually. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had a strong feeling deep in his soul, as if his soul was sending him a message, asking him to investigate and pay attention. This feeling came very suddenly, and it was very inexplicable. It made Yi Qinghan's entire body break out in cold sweat. Was his soul finally going to undergo another great change? Yi Qinghan knew that what he had been running away from was about to happen. He widened his eyes in horror and looked around, a little at a loss. If he died like this, he really didn't dare to imagine how sad his family, his women, and his children would be. How disappointed would Li Shui, Lord Devourer, and Demon Devourer be? He forced himself not to pay attention to the soul space, but his soul consciousness started to explore it. His eyes opened wider, and the fear on his face grew thicker. He was a level 9 expert, Han Yi Jun, and he was also the #1 genius in the divine world. But he was also a human, and he would be afraid, and he would have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Of course, he would be at a loss, and he would be frightened. After 1,600 years, the soul space had become even stranger. At this moment, the soul space was definitely bigger than an ordinary material plane. However, the soul sea floating in the space had become as big as a fist. The lightning within the origin energy encircling the space continued to strike the fist-like sea of souls from all directions in a tyrannical manner. The soul sea had become a golden sphere, emitting a beautiful halo. At the same time, the soul pressure in it was getting stronger and stronger. Before Yi Qinghan's soul sea had undergone any change, it had been quenched by the lightning and thunder, and it had started to shrink. At this moment, as Yi Qinghan had expected, the soul sea of 1,000,000 miles had been compressed into the size of a fist in the past 1,600 years. Such a huge soul sea had been compressed to such a small size, and the density inside was absolutely high. The absence of an explosion had already exceeded Yi Qinghan's expectations. But at this moment, it was still shrinking. When something was compressed to the limit, there was only one ending, a big explosion. Last time, Yi Qinghan didn't know why he didn't die, and instead formed such a strange new soul space. This time, Yi Qinghan didn't believe that he would have such good luck. Most importantly, the last time his soul had undergone a change, it was because of the collision between the dark force and the light force. This time, the essence was different. When the soul sea was compressed to the limit, it would definitely explode. If the soul sea was torn apart and collapsed, how could he survive? I can't wait. I must get the Heart of Fire God and get out immediately. I must think of all ways to kill Shinto Xiong in a short period of time. I don't have the time to wait, and I can't gamble. The fear of death caused Yi Qinghan to make a decision. He decided to come out of seclusion and force Zhu Yi to kill the fire god. Then, he would leave immediately. With the fire god battle armor, he would think of all ways to kill Shinto Xiong, obtain the secret technique of possession, help Xiao He reconstruct his true body, and allow everyone to return to the deity world. This sphere formed by the soul sea was showing signs of exploding at any moment. He estimated that in at most 500 years, it would definitely be compressed to the limit, and then explode. He had to make one last gamble before he died. After thinking through everything, Yi Qinghan relaxed. When a person knew that he was going to die, he wouldn't be so afraid of death. Swish! 10 God-Slayer spears whizzed out and revolved in the air for a moment. Yi Qinghan began his final experiment. In the end, 9 spears could revolve at the same time, but the 10th spear still revolved for a moment before collapsing and exploding. This also caused the other 9 God-Slayer spears to explode as well. He laughed bitterly. He knew that with his current soul spirit strength, he wouldn't be able to revolve 10 God-Slayer spears at the same time. Yi Qinghan stopped thinking about it. With 9 God-Slayer spears that could revolve, he already had the confidence to deal with Zhu Yi. With one hand, he summoned the God-Slayer spear. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses and realized that Xiao He was still in a deep sleep. He sighed silently. He didn't know if he could see Xiao He wake up and evolve again before he died. In the Battle Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan immediately released his domineering divine senses and scanned the entire Fire God mystic realm. When he saw the Fire God Island's barrier dimming, he was shocked. With the God Slayer's saber in his hand, he locked onto Zhu Yi's figure and flew towards Zhu Yi's back garden. Chapter 12:11. Zhu Yi's back garden was very beautiful. During this period of time, it had undergone extensive remodeling. Many rare flowers and trees had been transplanted. It was currently dusk, and the sunset glow in the distance looked like it was being braised. Between the shadows of the trees, the red light shone on the beautiful green trees, the red flowers, and the blue water. It was a breathtaking scene. Zhu Yi reclined on a jade cushion in a pavilion. There were 4 maids attending to her at the side. The maids were all as beautiful as flowers. However, when they stood beside Zhu Yi, they were like a few green leaves setting off a red flower. Today, Zhu Yi was wearing a pink and white satin dress. This woman was born to wear clothes. The pink and white dress and the red rays of the sun made her skin look like it was white and rosy, bright and alluring. At this moment, she reclined with a lazy posture and a pleasant demeanor. The faint aura of a queen aroused the desire of men to conquer her. Yi Qinghan released his aura and flew towards the back garden without any scruples. This caused the guards and maids in the great general palace to be alarmed. They all rushed towards the back garden. What was Zhu Yi's current status? How could she allow Yi Qinghan to barge around as he pleased? If not for Yi Qinghan's special status and formidable strength, he would have been killed by the guards. Can't wait to obtain the fire god's heart. Hee hee. Zhu Yi glanced at Yi Qinghan's direction and waved her hand to dismiss the maids. She didn't move and continued to pretend to sleep while waiting for Yi Qinghan's arrival. The maids obediently retreated, but the personal maids stayed behind. Previously, Yi Qinghan had taken advantage of Zhu Yi. She wouldn't be at ease to let Zhu Yi face Yi Qinghan alone. The guards in the palace received the personal maid's message and dispersed. Yi Qinghan also flew to the back garden and directly landed. The personal maid activated the barrier of the back garden to prevent the conversation between the 3 of them from being heard by outsiders. Young Master Yi is out of seclusion. Congratulations. Please take a seat. Zhu Yi didn't get up. Her snow-white arm pointed at the jade chair in front of her. Yi Qinghan didn't sit down. He only glanced at the lower 9th rank maid and said, I have something to discuss with Miss Zhu Yi. Let the others wait. Irrelevant people. There was a hint of anger in the maidservant's eyes as she stared directly at Yi Qinghan. As Zhu Yi's beloved concubine, and her strength had reached level 9, she was now above tens of thousands of people in the fire god's secret land. How could Yi Qinghan say that she was a nobody? What, you have a problem with that? Yi Qinghan's tiger-like eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at the serving girl. His killing intent was extremely obvious as he locked onto the serving girl. It seemed like he would kill her in an instant if there was any disagreement. Young Master Yi, you've misunderstood me. She's not my maid. She's one of us. There's no harm in saying anything. Zhu Yi smiled faintly. She dissolved Yi Qinghan's murderous aura. One of us. Humph, they're really a pair of lilies. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He thought to himself, no wonder Zhu Yi was so easily aroused by a casual touch. After so many years, I didn't find out that she had a man. It turns out that she had a woman. Looking at the faint mocking expression on the maid's face, Yi Qinghan's killing intent soared in his eyes. He shouted coldly, this time I'm going to talk about something very important. Miss Zhu Yi, please ask your servant to leave. As soon as Yi Qinghan's words came out, the maid's face suddenly turned livid. Zhu Yi's pretty face also changed slightly. How could Yi Qinghan be so overbearing? Who did he think he was? Where did he think this place was? The killing intent in the maid's eyes soared. The surface of her body had already begun to condense a faint power of origin. Zhu Yi was also angry. Isn't this Yi Qinghan too arrogant? She just thought that she would be able to kill the patriarch of the fire god tribe in a few hundred years. At that time, she could completely torture and kill Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi forcefully suppressed the killing intent in her heart. She waved her hand and said to the maid, "You can leave first." The maid left embarrassedly with a venomous gaze. Zhu Yi opened the shield again. She then sat up and said leisurely, "Young Master Yi, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He thought that if he let Zhu Yi attack the Fire God Island just like that, she might find all kinds of excuses to evade. At that time, if she insisted on not going, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe alone. His eyes turned and he had an idea. He said with a fiery gaze, "Miss Zhu Yi, last time you said that you wanted me to give you some time. Now that more than 2,000 years have passed, isn't that long enough? I'm sincere to you. I hope you won't give me an answer that will disappoint me." This again, Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's incomparably fiery gaze and cursed in her heart. Just now, she asked the maid to come down to prevent Yi Qinghan from making excessive requests. Although Zhu Li and the other two were practicing the joint attack formation, it was actually not very powerful. If it was used to scare people, it could still be useful. If they fought with the patriarch of the Fire God tribe, unless they launched a sneak attack, it was absolutely impossible for them to cooperate with her to kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe. However, the three of them had been exposed last time. Would the patriarch of the Fire God tribe give them a chance to launch a sneak attack? Yi Qinghan was different. Last time, he and Yi Qinghan cooperated perfectly and successfully killed the Grand Elder. With Yi Qinghan around, the Fire God tribe couldn't fly out even if he had wings. She could only smile and say, "Young Master Yi, can you wait until after we kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe? At that time, Zhu Yi will fulfill her wish. I will definitely fly together with you." Humph. Miss Zhu Yi, are you playing with me? What a waste of my infatuation with you. You rejected me because of the maid just now, right? Don't think that I can't see that you are playing with me. It seems that you don't plan to give me the heart of the fire god. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. Yi Qinghan stood up cheerfully. His face was cold, and his words were even more pressing. Then, he flicked his sleeves and turned to fly into the sky. It was the direction of the teleportation formation. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. It didn't seem like he was putting on an act at all. Zhu Yi sneered. Without her, could Yi Qinghan open the teleportation formation? However, after a moment, seeing Yi Qinghan break the shield of the back garden and rush toward the teleportation formation at lightning speed, Zhu Yi was a little flustered. Could it be that he knew about restrictions and could really open the teleportation formation? Immediately, her body turned into a flying feather and flew into the sky. She shouted, "Yi Qinghan, stop right there." In a moment of desperation, Zhu Yi shouted loudly, alarming the entire Fire King Island. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not use the ghost transformation. There was no trace of the Fire God clan's aura on his body. Suddenly, countless divine senses swept over. The entire Fire King Island was alarmed. Countless supremacies teleported out, surrounded by the power of origin and filled with killing intent. At the same time, several martial artists below grade 9 on the island were also alarmed. All of them teleported out and locked onto Yi Qinghan, immediately preparing to attack. "Those who block me will die." Yi Qinghan waved his hand. 10 God Slayer spears revolved around his body. The power of origin surrounded his body. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold, as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. Several martial artists below grade 9 quickly retracted their attacks. They did not recognize Yi Qinghan, but they recognized the God Slayer spears. The Grand Elder was killed by this silver spear. Countless supremacies were even worse off. As soon as Yi Qinghan condensed the power of space, they were immediately pressed down and smashed to the ground, spewing blood. Chapter 12:12. Young Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan was about to make a move, so she transmitted her voice angrily. Her body was also surrounded by the power of source, and the power of space quietly condensed. The pretty maid teleported and appeared beside her, ready to make a move. What is the meaning of this? Yi Qinghan looked back and transmitted his voice coldly. I am sincere to Miss, but Miss has teased me several times. My heart is cold. I will go and see if I can open the teleportation array now. If I can't, I will go to the endless void and try my luck. If I can't return to the immortal world and my power of source is exhausted, I can only blame my bad luck. Why? Miss Zhu Yi wants to keep me here. Do it, and see if Yi Qinghan will even frown. Even if I can't get Miss, dying in your hands is also a kind of joy. After transmitting his voice angrily, Yi Qinghan actually put away the God Slayer spear and the power of source. He stood proudly in the sky and looked at Zhu Yi indifferently. It was as if he was facing death calmly and was willing to sacrifice himself for love. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was about to release the power of space. Although she didn't know if Yi Qinghan was sincere, Yi Qinghan's heroic spirit at this moment still moved her slightly. The anger in her body immediately disappeared, and then she thought that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't be very confident in dealing with the fire god patriarch. She softened and put away the power of source. She pretended to be moved and transmitted her voice. Young Master Yi, can we go back first? We can talk about it when we go back. Zhu Yi is begging you. All go back, young Master Yi is this king's most distinguished guest. Zhu Yi glanced at the 9th grade martial artist in the sky and said coldly. After that, she looked at Yi Qinghan with a pleading expression, as if everything could be discussed when they go back. Alright, I hope Miss won't lie to Yi Qinghan this time. Yi Qinghan was delighted. He had achieved his goal. His expression softened as he followed Zhu Yi back to the back garden. As soon as they returned to the backyard and opened the barrier, Zhu Yi pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and comforted him with soft words. She made him sit on the soft couch and picked up the teacup at the side, pretending to pour tea for Yi Qinghan. However, her mind was spinning quickly. He was thinking about how to fool Yi Qinghan. As long as he could drag it out for another few hundred years, he would have to wait for Zhu Li and the other two to master their battle formation. If they killed the fire god patriarch together, no matter if Yi Qinghan made a fuss or not, he would be dead. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and directly hugged her from behind. He rolled on the jade couch. His hands flew up and down, and her robe turned into rags. Before she could react, she had been stripped naked. Then, Yi Qinghan's body shook, and his robe turned into blue rags. He looked at Zhu Yi, who was twisting her body in anger and about to attack, and said with a firm expression, "If I can't have Miss, I'd rather die. If Miss is not willing, please kill Yi Qinghan." Zhu Yi's beautiful face paled and she was about to retaliate in anger, but she hesitated after hearing Yi Qinghan's words. She hesitated for only half a second, but it was only half a second before her lower body was filled with a fiery heat. Zhu Yi shouted, and her whole body trembled. A feeling that she had never felt before occupied her soul. She thought that when she was having fun with that pretty maid, they could only rely on each other's tongues and cold tools. After being hugged by Yi Qinghan, she was disturbed by his masculine aura. She already had a strange feeling in her heart. At this moment, her lower body felt hot and full, and it was more stimulating than ever. Ah! Yi Qinghan, how dare you! Suddenly, something strange happened. With Yi Qinghan's fierce attack, billions of golden soul threads suddenly began to quietly attack her soul. At the same time, a flow of God power quietly entered her body from Yi Qinghan's lower body, rushing towards her divine crystal like lightning. The thing she was most worried about had happened. She had actually been quietly sealed by Yi Qinghan with her divine crystal. She had always been unwilling to have sex with Yi Qinghan. Besides the fact that she didn't like men, there was another important reason. She was afraid that Yi Qinghan would suddenly attack her when they were having intercourse. As a result, Yi Qinghan had really attacked her. She was frightened, looking at the man with the evil smile on his face. She felt that he was very scary. She suddenly realized that she had understood many things. Today's situation had been planned by Yi Qinghan all along. In other words, she had been tricked by Yi Qinghan all along. Today, Yi Qinghan's first confession had messed up her heart. Then, he had resolutely left, which had enraged her. Then, he had faced death with equanimity, which had softened her heart once again. Finally, he had forcefully entered her body, which had caused her to be even more confused. While her mind was in a mess, he suddenly attacked her soul, which disturbed her soul. Since her soul was in a mess, she naturally couldn't control the power source that protected the divine crystal in her body. Thus, her divine crystal had been easily sealed by Yi Qinghan. The divine crystal was the foundation of a martial artist. Without God power, not to mention condensing the power of space, they couldn't even open the space ring and send messages. Be good, don't move. Your soul skill isn't even worth mentioning in front of me. I forgot to tell you, the strength of my soul has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Yi Qinghan smiled evilly and continued to enjoy Zhu Yi's beautiful body. However, his gaze was incomparably deep as he looked into Zhu Yi's eyes, as if he could tell what she was thinking. Zhu Yi's body turned cold, and she didn't dare to move anymore. She looked at the man in front of her, who could only be considered delicate and handsome. This was the first time she felt that he was so scary. She believed that she was smarter than others and always liked to play others in the palm of her hand. She didn't expect that at this moment, she would be played by Yi Qinghan, and in the most humiliating way. She had lost. She had been utterly defeated. Yi Qinghan didn't care about Zhu Yi's resentful gaze. He happily vented the evil fire and grievances that he had suppressed for many years. His divine sense was locked onto Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's soul was only at the honorable realm. She was no match for him in terms of soul skills. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to fail miserably. Wasn't Zhu Yi, who was in pain and happiness under his body, just because she was careless? Oh, finally, after a long time, along with Yi Qinghan's wolf howl, millions of offspring sprayed on Zhu Yi's beautiful face. Only then did he lazily stand up and take out a robe. After putting it on, he poured himself a cup of tea and looked coldly at Zhu Yi. Miss Zhu Yi, give me your soul fire, or I'll send you, your woman, and everyone from Fire King Island to the Netherworld realm. Zhu Yi sat up coldly. She grabbed a rag beside her and wiped the white liquid off her face. She looked at Yi Qinghan with incomparable resentment and said, Yi Qinghan, you're really ruthless. You want me to be your soul slave? Dream on. Humph, kill me if you have the guts. Do you think you can still live after killing me? Without me, you definitely can't open the transportation array. Returning to the divine realm through the endless void is even more suicidal. Without me, you are no match for Fire God. Therefore, without me, you will definitely die. Ha! Zhu Yi, you stupid woman. Do you think I don't know that you have been feigning civility with me since the beginning? Do you think I don't know that you have always wanted to kill me? Do you think I don't know that you want to obtain my fire god's battle armor? Do you really think that I can't return to the divine realm without you? Let me tell you, forget about returning to the divine realm. Even if I fly for tens of thousands of years in the endless void, I don't need to worry about not having enough origin energy. Look carefully. Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. Immediately, surging origin energy surged out from his body. The origin energy surrounded Yi Qinghan's body in circles. Only after it had surrounded Yi Qinghan a few hundred times did he retract his origin energy. Zhu Yi's face turned completely pale. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Qinghan had always been so unscrupulous. It turned out that he had been hiding such a trump card. With so much origin energy, he could escape from the endless void and return to the divine realm at any time. She didn't lose unjustly. Chapter 12-13. Supreme Divine Emperor, I, Yi Qinghan, swear that as long as Zhu Yi helps me kill the patriarch of the Fire God tribe and obtain the heart of the Fire God, I will return the heart of soul to her and never step into the Fire God's secret realm again. If I break this oath, please punish me and kill me. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan raised one hand and swore to the sky with a solemn expression. Zhu Yi was astonished, then her eyes brightened. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, Zhu Yi, if you had cooperated with me from the beginning, I would not have done such a beastly thing today. Give me the flame of soul. Otherwise, I will have to destroy you. Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's handsome face, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. After a moment, she sighed deeply, and a white flame floated out from between her eyebrows. It entered Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was gambling. His sea of soul could explode in 500 years, so he had to gamble. He wanted to obtain the heart of the fire god in the shortest time possible, then return to the realm of gods and find a way to kill Shintu Xiong. If Zhu Yi was not subdued, firstly, he might be plotted against by Zhu Yi. Secondly, without Zhu Yi, he did not have the ability to kill the patriarch of the fire god tribe and obtain the heart of the fire god. Therefore, today, he had no choice but to use despicable means to ambush Zhu Yi and seal her divine crystal. However, after obtaining Zhu Yi's flame of soul, Yi Qinghan's guilt towards Zhu Yi completely disappeared. The flame of soul was the source of the soul. It contained Zhu Yi's memories, so Yi Qinghan easily knew what Zhu Yi was thinking. She was truly a bamboo leaf snake. Her mind was filled with countless schemes, all aimed at him. One of them was to secretly poison Yi Qinghan. This poison was colorless and odorless. It could be spread in the air, and people would be poisoned unknowingly. The three traitors of the Great Elder, the lower ninth grade war gods, were poisoned by this poison and had no choice but to betray him. If it weren't for his good luck today, he would have died after killing the fire god patriarch. In Zhu Yi's memory, she had never had sex with a man. Her people were all killed when she was very young, and the women in her clan were raped. Zhu Yi did not lie to him about this. Zhu Yi hated men very much. She had always been doing things with that made with fake phoenixes. No wonder when she was violated by him a few times, she was a little flustered and aroused. This time, when he forced himself on her, it made her even more confused for a second, which was why it was so easy to control her this time. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. When a martial artist reached their level, there would be a warning in the depths of their soul. If Yi Qinghan wanted to kill them, Zhu Yi would be even more vigilant. However, Yi Qinghan had no intention of killing her at all. He only wanted to seal her, which was why Zhu Yi's heart did not react, and he was lucky enough to capture her. Looking at Zhu Yi's gloomy face, her beautiful naked body sitting on the jade chair, she did not even wipe off the remaining bodily fluids on her hair. Yi Qinghan's heart softened again, and he said softly, "Zhu Yi, don't blame me. Since you want to kill me, it's only natural for me to deal with you and even kill you. I have sworn the Divine Emperor blood oath to enter the Fire God mystic realm. I only want to obtain the heart of the Fire God, not to enslave the Fire God tribe. Once I obtain the heart of the Fire God, I will naturally return your flame of spirit and leave immediately. If you still hate me, you can find me, Yi Qinghan, for revenge. If you have the ability to kill me, Yi Qinghan will definitely not blame you." Zhu Yi sighed faintly and looked at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression. Sigh. I, Zhu Yi, have been scheming my entire life. I never expected to be schemed against by you today. I admit defeat. Yi Qinghan, you are a great person. Zhu Yi falling into your hands is not embarrassing. Put on your clothes. I will violate your beautiful body again. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and glanced at Zhu Yi's twin peaks and the mysterious zone. Zhu Yi's face turned green and red immediately. She took out a dress and put it on. Yi Qinghan drank his tea and looked at the beauty putting on her clothes. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He had been in the Fire God mystic realm for so many years, but today was the best day. It felt great to be in control of everything. It was a pity that such days would come to an end when he returned to the divine world. When can we attack the Fire God Island? Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Qinghan began to talk about serious matters. Zhu Yi's life was in Yi Qinghan's hands. In addition, she knew that as long as the Fire God tribe leader was killed, her bitter days would come to an end. She quickly said, "Anytime. Zhu Li and the other two are almost done with their combined battle formation. With the three of them and the two of us, Zhu Shui will definitely die." "That's good." Yi Qinghan grinned and said excitedly, "Rest for 3 days and think about the pros and cons. 3 days later, we will go to the Fire God Island. Don't think of any tricks to deal with me. Your soul flame is in my hands. With my powerful soul force, I know exactly what you are thinking. Let's cooperate well. Go out and calm your subordinates' emotions first." Zhu Yi was very clear about it. She sighed inwardly that Yi Qinghan's methods were much stronger than hers. Yi Qinghan made a divine emperor blood oath that he would leave immediately after obtaining the Fire God's heart and return her soul flame. Just based on this, Zhu Yi didn't dare to have any other thoughts. If Yi Qinghan didn't make this blood oath, Zhu Yi felt that she wouldn't be able to live anymore. It was very likely that she would perish together with Yi Qinghan. As soon as the barrier opened, a pretty maid immediately teleported in. Seeing the torn clothes on the jade table and the lingering scent of their bodily fluids in the air, her expression immediately changed. Her killing intent soared as she glared at Yi Qinghan and shouted, "You, swish." Yi Qinghan glanced over and activated the soul extinguisher. He then condensed a palm with the power of space and slapped forward. Boom! The maid was only a lower 9th grade. Yi Qinghan's soul extinguisher attack was strange. She was hit and flew backward while spurting out blood. Zhu Yi wanted to move, but her expression only changed. She didn't move. Instead, she looked at Yi Qinghan and begged, "Beloved, don't be impulsive. Young Master Yi, please show mercy." Yi Qinghan picked up the cup of tea and leisurely took a sip. He looked at Zhu Yi and said, "If I don't show mercy, would she still be alive? And next time, don't blame me for not giving you face." Zhu Yi quickly nodded and flashed over. She carried the maid and immediately left the backyard. The maid's eyes were filled with hatred, but she could only slowly heal her body. The two of them flashed and went to Zhu Yi's private room. "Your Majesty, how could you have an affair with her? How could you?" Yi Qinghan showed mercy. The maid's internal organs were only shaken. After a while, most of them were healed. She immediately looked at the dejected Zhu Yi and roared with a ferocious expression. He was as angry as a man who saw his woman being toyed with. Don't say any more, beloved. I lost. I lost completely. Two streams of tears flowed down from Zhu Yi's eyes. Thinking of the humiliation she had just suffered, especially when Yi Qinghan wantonly played with her body, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? Your Majesty, what happened? The maid felt that something was wrong. When she thought of Yi Qinghan's unscrupulous behavior, she had a bad feeling. My flame of soul was taken by Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi hugged the maid like a helpless child. She cried bitterly and told the maid what had happened. After the maid finished listening, she sat on the ground powerlessly. Her eyes were filled with fear. She lost her voice and murmured, "He is not from the bloodline of the beast god. He is a devil from the devil realm. He is too terrifying. Even your Majesty was tricked by him." Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locked onto Zhu Yi. She had given Zhu Yi 3 days to let her vent her emotions. After 3 days, she would be able to stabilize her emotions and use her full strength to kill the fire god patriarch in one fell swoop. In the current situation, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. 3 days later, Zhu Yi indeed stabilized her emotions. Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit was soaring. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. As if he was the king of the fire god mystery realm, he took Zhu Yi and all the 9th grade war gods and flew toward the fire god island. Chapter 12-14. Done. Good. Good. Inside the Eternal Palace, Shintu Xiong had just received a message. He scanned it with his divine sense and immediately became excited. He pushed away the maids beside him and walked outside. Wuxia, Wuya. Follow me to the Wind-Moon continent. Shintu Xiong's shout immediately startled Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya, who were in the side chamber. They teleported over and saw Shintu Xiong's excited face. They hurriedly asked with joy, "Father, is there a joyous occasion?" Just follow me." Shintu Xiong did not say much and teleported with the two of them. The Eternal Palace disappeared from Supreme Island and the three of them teleported towards the north. Shintu Xiong's strength could be seen from the distance he teleported. In just 3 or 4 teleportations, he appeared in the valley where the Wind-Moon Monarch was at. The Wind-Moon Monarch had already guessed that Shintu Xiong would come and was waiting respectfully outside. "Where is it?" Shintu Xiong's eyes were burning as he stared at the Wind-Moon Monarch. He thought it would take a few thousand years to build the city. He did not expect it to be completed in just 1,000 years. The Wind-Moon Monarch's face was also filled with excitement as he said to Shintu Xiong, "Lord, follow me." The few teleported to the back of the valley. There was a huge door on the wall. The Wind-Moon Monarch waved his god power and the door opened, revealing a bright passage. The few of them walked in. The passage became wider and wider until they reached a huge underground plaza. The walls around the plaza shone with light, making it look like daytime inside. A huge black bird-shaped strange divine tool was placed on the ground. The Wind-Moon Monarch pointed at the black bird and said, "I call this Flying Phoenix. I designed it based on the celestial bird. Its speed is 10 times faster than a celestial bird, comparable to a lower 9th grade war god, and it can fly in the sky. Of course, the prerequisite is that it needs a martial artist of the venerable rank and above to constantly inject origin energy. Without the infusion of origin energy, one hit by the space-shattering blade current will immediately turn it into ashes." "All right. That's it. Wuya, summon 100 venerables. I want to give it a try immediately. If it is really as you say, Wind-Moon Monarch, this sovereign will greatly reward you." Shintu Xiong nodded his head. He was already very satisfied with this design. The most important thing was the energy supply. Only venerables were needed to fly in the void. What he was most afraid of was not having enough origin energy. If his origin energy was exhausted, then even if he was extremely powerful, he would still die. In Shinta Xiong's eyes, a venerable was no different from an ordinary martial artist. In the immortal realm, 9th-grade war gods were rare, but with so many martial artists, there would be someone breaking through to become a venerable every once in a while. Shinta Xiong wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache even if the quintessence energy of these 100 exalts were completely exhausted this time, or even if all of them died. Half a day later, 100 supremacies teleported over. Shinta Xiong immediately said to Elders Feng and Yu, "Keep this flying phoenix in your spatial artifact. Let's go to the endless void and test it out." Not long after, Shinta Xiong brought Shinta Wuxia, and 100 venerables to the endless void. Monarch Feng and Yu took out the metal lump bird from their spatial artifact. This flying phoenix was 100 meters long, and looked similar to a celestial phoenix. Under the control of Monarch Feng and Yu, its entire body emitted a green light. At its waist, a huge door opened, like the mouth of a monster. Everyone entered the flying phoenix. It was very spacious inside, and just like the celestial phoenix, it was divided into a front hall, a middle hall, and a back hall. Monarch Feng and Yu brought 100 venerables to the back hall. Not long after, the flying phoenix's body trembled, and a faint origin energy slowly revolved around its body. It began to rapidly fly around the surface of the immortal realm. "Lord, this flying phoenix requires 10 venerables to control at the same time. 10 venerables will pour their origin energy into it." Based on the origin energy in an ordinary venerable's body, under normal circumstances, the origin energy of 10 venerables can fly for half a year. Of course, if they continuously encounter the space-shattering blade stream, they will lose too much origin energy, so the time will be shorter. Monarch Feng and Yu proudly teleported over. They opened the restriction inside, allowing Shinta Xiong and his sons to see the endless void outside, and began to explain. "Half a year. That's enough." A cold light flashed in Shinta Xiong's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Fly around the immortal realm for a year, and encounter a few more space-shattering blade streams to test if there will be any problems." Monarch Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. This Shinta Xiong clearly did not believe him, and was afraid that he would harm him. However, due to Shinta Xiong's strength, Monarch Feng did not dare to say anything, and obediently went to the back hall to control it. Shinta Wuxia thought of a question and asked, "Father, this divine tool that can cross the void is almost done. But how do we confirm the reincarnation plane that Yi Qing Han and the rest are hiding in? Also, will they leave in advance? Return to the Flame Dragon continent or other planes?" Shinta Xiong coldly snorted and said, "The Flame Dragon plane is impossible, and the material planes are also impossible. The material planes are too small, and they are afraid that I will casually sacrifice a 9th-grade war god, and use my divine might to collapse the space of the material planes. As for the medium-sized planes, there are not many subsidiary medium-sized planes in the immortal realm. Once I get the plane map, where can they run to?" "Plane map? Father, where can I find a detailed plane map of the immortal realm?" Shinta Wuya asked doubtfully. Shinta Xiong stood up, and his gaze passed through the phoenix, looking at the void in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "The Supreme Being Divine Emperor has it. You have forgotten, Father is now the Lord of the immortal realm. I have the right to go to Mount Pan, and ask for the plane map of the immortal realm. Who else knows this plane better than the Supreme Being Divine Emperor? The Supreme Being Divine Emperor." Shinta Wuxia and Shinta Wuya were filled with deep veneration, and their gazes followed Shinta Xiong, looking at the endless void, and their hearts were filled with longing. It was as if they could see the center of the plain battlefield, the lofty Mount Pan that stood above the countless plains and warriors. Gray City, Yanran Little House. Monarch Yanran was wearing a light green dress, her graceful figure sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. Both of her hands were playing the zither, and her eyes were looking at the slowly flowing river in front of her. The lonely tinkling sound of the river blended perfectly with the desolate zither music, and the entire Yenran little house was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. Although the zither music was beautiful, Monarch Yenran was even more beautiful. However, on her oval face, her pearl-like eyes had a faint trace of sorrow, and her two thin eyebrows were slightly furrowed, which made people feel sorry for her. Clang! All of a sudden, the zither music stopped. Monarch Yenran looked at the broken strings in her hands, and the worry on her face deepened. Yi Qinghan, why haven't you found Yenran yet? Don't you know that your situation is very dangerous? Monarch Yenran sighed, mumbling softly. Her voice was so soft that it was incomparably pleasant to the ears. Monarch Yenran didn't know many of Shintu Xiong's plans. In fact, even the South Mountain Monarch and Qing Shan, who were close to her, didn't know. However, Monarch Yenran knew that Shintu Xiong was secretly planning to deal with Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. Moreover, she had a feeling that Shintu Xiong was about to succeed. Sigh. Yi Qinghan, if you die, Yenran can only submit to Shintu Wuxia. Shintu Wuxia has promised me that he will take revenge for me, no matter who it is. Father, mother, no matter what, I will take revenge for you. A sorrowful sigh rang out in the room, causing the atmosphere in the room to become even more bleak and lonely. Chapter 12:15. The Fire God's Mystery Land was in chaos. Countless Emperor God martial artists flew towards the Fire God Island, ready to witness the final peak battle in the Fire God's Mystery Land. All the level 9 experts on Zhu Yi's side flew towards the Fire God Island without any scruples. Their purpose was self-evident. The powerful shield left by the level 9 supreme martial artist on the Fire God Island was still shining with a fiery red light, but it was much dimmer than it was 2,000 years ago. The people on the islands near the Fire God Island had long evacuated. They all knew that Zhu Yi would come to kill the Fire God clan patriarch sooner or later. There would definitely be a great battle here. By then, the aftermath of the battle could kill the ordinary martial artists on the island. An hour later, the vicinity of the Fire God Island was filled with countless Emperor God martial artists. They were all hiding in the sea and on the deserted island. They looked at the sky fervently, waiting for the arrival of Zhu Yi and the others. Not long after, 10 figures tore through the sky from afar and shot over violently. What shocked everyone was that the one at the front was not Zhu Yi. Instead, it was an unfamiliar man in a green robe. Who was he? Many questions popped up in everyone's mind. What shocked them even more was that this person was not from the Fire God clan, and his strength did not seem to be very strong. But why was Zhu Yi following behind the man like a subordinate? And the rest of the level 9 experts did not have any objections. Was the Fire God's Mystery Land going to change again? Yi Qinghan ignored the countless martial artists below. He knew this world too well. Strength was everything, and the strong were respected. Now that he controlled Zhu Yi, he was the strongest person in the Fire God's Mystery Land. If he wanted to, he could wipe out all the lives in the entire Fire God's Mystery Land. Let's do it. Looking at the Fire God Island below, Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with coldness. Zhu Yi nodded and shouted, "Zhu Li, the three of you get ready to attack together. The rest of you, once the shield of the Fire God Island is broken, stand with Zhu Li immediately. I don't ask you to do anything, just protect yourselves together." Everyone nodded. Then, the space power in the sky suddenly flowed. 2/3 of the space power in the entire Fire God Mystery Land surged towards the Fire God Island. 10 rank 9 martial artists began to condense spatial force at the same time. Low-level warriors could not feel the space power, but when 10 level 9 experts condensed the space power at the same time, the whole Fire's secret realm was shrouded in an inexplicable pressure, as if a storm was about to pour down. Billions of people of the Fire God tribe in the Fire's secret realm felt suffocated and their hearts palpitated. Attack! Zhu Yi let out a tender cry, and her spatial force transformed into 1,000 layers of waves that surged towards the Fire God Island. The 10 God Slayer spears around Yi Qinghan emitted a tyrannical aura that pierced through the sky as they pierced towards Fire God Island at the same time. The other 8 experts under level 9 also released their attacks at the same time. The powerful pressure made it feel like the sky was collapsing. The entire Fire God Island seemed to be trembling. Boom! Fire God Island really trembled. The whole Fire God Island shook, and the seawater on all sides suddenly set off huge waves that were thousands of meters high. Then, they turned into terrifying tsunamis that surged in all directions. Countless fish and sea beasts at the bottom of the sea were flipped over and killed directly. An earth-shattering bang resounded through the entire Fire God's secret realm. The martial artists who were hiding around were all pressed down by this great power, and they could not move at all. The fiery red shield on the Fire God Island burst into a dazzling light at this moment, like the most dazzling demonic sun. At the same time, it released an inexplicable pressure that shook the nearby space, causing cracks to appear. However, this dazzling light only flashed for a moment, and then it immediately weakened. The shield swayed as if it was about to explode. 8 of you, attack again together. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan glanced at each other. Zhu Yi ordered the 8 martial arts practitioners below level 9. Shi and Yi Qinghan revolved their power of origin and condensed their power of space. They were prepared to work together to suppress Zhu Shui, the patriarch of the Fire God clan. Zhu Li and the other 7 people condensed the power of space again and smashed it against the shield. Then, they immediately huddled together and used the power of origin to protect themselves. At the same time, Zhu Li and the other 2 launched their joint attack formation, raising their chi power to the upper level 9. The 8 of them prepared to join forces to protect themselves. Boom! The shield of the Fire God Island finally burst, revealing countless martial artists below in horror. However, the Fire God clan patriarch Zhu Shui was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qinghan fully opened up his divine consciousness. While guarding against the sneak attack of the people around Zhu Yi, he also searched for Zhu Shui's figure. There he is. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan immediately locked on to Zhu Shui's figure. On the top of a mountain peak on the Fire God Island, Zhu Shui's face was full of a hideous and insidious smile. He looked at the people in the air, and a diamond-shaped red gem in his hand was emitting a soul-stirring light. Heart of the Fire God. Kill! Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He locked on to Zhu Shui with the God Slayer's spear and shouted at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer waves also smashed down. "Ha, you want to kill me? Dream on." Zhu Shui laughed wildly, but his figure disappeared from the top of the mountain peak. The God Slayer's spear and 1,000-layer waves smashed down, completely erasing the entire mountain peak. The Fire God Island shook again. The martial artists on the island felt as if the end of the world had come, and they fled in all directions in fear. Zhu Shui, where can you escape to? The heart of the Fire God can only be used for 3 months at most. When the time comes, you won't be able to teleport anymore. Won't you still die? Zhu Yi shouted and disappeared from the top of the Fire God Island with Yi Qinghan at the same time, teleporting to the north. At this moment, Zhu Shui's figure was constantly teleporting to the north. The chase had begun. Zhu Shui was very clear that his strength was definitely not a match for Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's combined forces. Even the Grand Doyen had been instantly killed by Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi. He was very clear that he was not stronger than the Grand Doyen. Therefore, Zhu Shui did not stop and teleported all the way to the north. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had been locking on to Zhu Shui and then immediately releasing the soul extermination art. But the moment he locked on to Zhu Shui, he immediately teleported. He could only chase after Zhu Shui with Zhu Yi. After Zhu Shui teleported to the north, he did not stop and teleported to the east. You want to destroy my royal residence? Zhu Shui, you can try. Zhu Yi saw Zhu Shui teleporting all the way to the Fire King Island, and her face was filled with anger. If Zhu Shui crossed the Fire King Island and casually patted it, the great general royal residence would be razed to the ground. All the people in the residence would die. He won't destroy your royal residence. He wants to go to the teleportation array. You go to the teleportation array as fast as possible. Yi Qinghan guessed Zhu Shui's thoughts and transmitted his voice to Zhu Yi. Zhu Shui was very clear that he and Zhu Yi both had soul skills. Once they stopped, they would immediately be attacked. Of course, he would not foolishly do such a stupid thing just to vent his anger. He escaped from the north and turned to the east. His purpose was self-evident. He wanted to go to the teleportation array. As long as he teleported to the divine realm, it would be difficult for Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi to kill him. Zhu Yi came to her senses and did not chase after Zhu Shui. She teleported straight in the direction of the teleportation array. She and Yi Qinghan both had the ability to fight with Zhu Shui. Once Zhu Shui chose to fight with one of them, as long as he could not kill the other instantly, he would be attacked by both of them. He would definitely die. Want to kill me? Follow me if you have the guts. Zhu Shui realized that his attempt had been discovered. His face became even more ferocious. This time, he did not teleport to the east. Instead, he teleported directly to the sky. He was actually trying to escape through the endless void. Ha, you brought this upon yourself. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Looking at Zhu Shui who was constantly teleporting to the sky, he had the urge to hold his belly and laugh. Go to the endless void. Who else in this world was more unafraid of the endless void than him? Zhu Yi was also stunned. She shook her head and sneered. Perhaps even a 9th grade supreme martial artist did not have as much source energy as Yi Qinghan, right? Zhu Shui wanted to perish together with Yi Qinghan in the endless void. What a great joke. Chapter 12-16. Outside the fire mystic realm, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still flying around slowly. Yi Qingyu was controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinggu, Fireworks, Moon Queen, and the Night Emperor were there. Mo Xiaoxiao was the strongest and had experienced the most. Lord Devour had asked her to take charge. Yi Qinggu and the Night Emperor had recovered their composure. The women were sitting in the hall, chatting. The Night Emperor went to cultivate, while Mo Xiaoxiao was still standing by the hall, looking at the endless void. No one knew if she was thinking or cultivating. What? All of a sudden, Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. She was surprised, making a nasal sound. Yi Qinggu, Fireworks, and the others in the hall were startled. They all turned to look at her. Xiao Yu. Fly at full speed. Get out of here first. Mo Xiaoxiao shouted. Yi Qingyu was bewildered. She didn't hesitate, controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly at full speed. Everybody was startled. They released their divine consciousness and looked at Mo Xiaoxiao, waiting for her explanation. Look! Someone is coming out of the fire mystic realm. He's at least at level 9. Mo Xiaoxiao pointed at a place far away, her face solemn. Everybody turned to look and saw a fiery red figure with the power of the origin. He got out of the fire mystic realm and flew away. Look! That's, all of a sudden, 2 more figures appeared where the fiery red figure had come from. One of them was a green figure with a cold face. He was flying fast in the void, dashing toward the fiery red figure. Little Han. It's little Han. The green robe, the familiar weak figure, and the familiar handsome face. Everybody shivered. Then, they were thrilled. Yi Qingwu and the others were so excited that they had tears in their eyes. They had waited for more than 2,000 years. They had been worried for more than 2,000 years. Today, he finally appeared. Yi Qinghan had come out. Go after him. Mo Xiao shouted. Yi Qingyu hurried to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to turn into a shooting star, flying toward Yi Qinghan's group. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan's body was shooting towards Zhu Shui, his divine sense was wide open and he discovered the rapidly approaching Soul Emperor Pavilion. He was overjoyed and quickly transmitted a message, Zhu Yi, don't resist. Follow me into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Zhu Yi also noticed the strange pagoda. Her soul flame was controlled by Yi Qinghan. She did not dare to resist and nodded obediently. Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qingyu felt it and immediately opened the barrier, allowing Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense to seep in. Little Yu. Pull the two of us in and bring us to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Although Yi Qinghan was skeptical as to why it wasn't Lord Devour controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he didn't think much about it. He asked Yi Qingyu to transport them to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Then, he told Zhu Yi something and teleported them to the 9th floor. Little Han. Brother. Qinghan. As soon as he reached the 9th floor, 3 fiery figures pounced on him, all of them crying in a daze. Yi Qinghan was so happy as he hugged them. After a while, he pulled himself together and shouted, don't talk. Little Yu, control the Soul Emperor Pavilion at full speed. Catch up with that man. He has the fire god's heart. Seeing Yi Qinghan's stern face, they didn't dare to say more. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew at its maximum speed, which could be compared to Zhu Shui's. Zhu Shui also found this strange pagoda. She was surprised to see Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappear into the pagoda. However, what could she do at this moment? She could only grit her teeth and fly towards the divine world. The space-shattering saber flows that filled the sky howled and smashed into Zhu Shui's body. As metal clanged, countless strands of origin energy drifted far away with the space-shattering saber flows. Zhu Shui, hand over the fire god's heart and I'll spare your life. Yi Qinghan's voice was amplified by the Soul Emperor Pavilion spells, echoing through the endless void. Zhu Shui turned her head, a ferocious smile on her face. She angrily shouted, how can the fire god clan's treasure fall into the hands of outsiders? Zhu Yi, you despicable slut, you dare to ally with outsiders to deal with your clansmen. If you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death. At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion wasn't too far from Zhu Shui. In addition, Yi Qinghan's voice was muffled. Zhu Yi heard Zhu Shui's curses and her face filled with anger. She remembered, she was once ridden by Yi Qinghan. She immediately felt ashamed. She spread out her divine sense and locked onto Yi Qinghan's figure. She sent a sound transmission, let me out, I want to tear this bastard apart. No rush. Let him consume some of his source strength. I'll teleport you out in a bit. Yi Qinghan coldly sent a sound transmission and continued to have Yi Qingyu chase after Zhu Shui. His divine sense locked onto Zhu Shui, not saying a word to anyone else. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and Zhu Shui's speed was about the same, but the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a bit larger. Just now, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had used the space-shattering saber current to attack, so its speed was a bit slower. The distance between Zhu Shui and it had increased to hundreds of thousands of miles. One person and one pagoda turned into 2 meteors streaking across the void. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed millions of miles. The fire god mystic realm wasn't too far from the divine world. But with Zhu Shui and the Soul Emperor Pavilion speed, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. And Zhu Shui's source strength absolutely couldn't last that long. Half a month later, Zhu Shui's body suddenly stopped in midair. She no longer flew. Instead, she turned around, holding the fire god's heart in one hand. She grinned and shouted, "Stop. If you dare to chase, no one will get the fire god's heart. Little you, stop. Send me and that woman from the first floor out." Yi Qinghan's eyes were dignified and worried. Zhu Yi had said that the fire god's heart was as hard as a transcendent grade divine artifact. It absolutely couldn't be crushed. But at this time, where Zhu Shui was standing, there was a spatial whirlpool nearby. If Zhu Shui threw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then all their efforts of thousands of years would be wasted. "Zhu Shui, what do you want?" Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi teleported out and had the Soul Emperor Pavilion retreat. The two of them didn't dare to move recklessly. At this time, they were 100,000 miles away from Zhu Shui. Although soul skills could be used to attack, if Zhu Shui were to immediately throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. "What do I want?" "Kill this cheap woman and make a divine emperor blood oath to let me go. Then the fire god's heart will be yours." Zhu Shui fiendishly grinned as he looked at Zhu Yi. His eyes were filled with madness. He didn't have much source strength left. If this continued, he would die sooner or later. He could only give it his all. Zhu Yi's complexion changed. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan wanted to kill her, then she really couldn't resist. Although Yi Qinghan had made a divine emperor blood oath, this sort of oath didn't seem very reliable. Humph. How could Yi Qinghan not understand that this was Zhu Shui's plan to drive a wedge between them? Moreover, he had made a divine emperor blood oath that he wouldn't kill Zhu Yi. He was afraid that a bolt of divine thunder would fall from the void and destroy him. It had to be known that this world really did have divine emperors. Yi Qinghan felt a headache coming on. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat. If the fire god's heart was thrown into the spatial whirlpool, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. For a moment, the three of them were in a deadlock. At this time, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt the restrictions of the Battle Emperor Palace move. He hurriedly sent a strand of his divine sense in. Suddenly, his mind jolted as an illusory figure emerged from the slaughter god blade and stood in the main hall. Xiao He had woken up. Chapter 12-17. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change, as if he was troubled and thinking about the pros and cons. But in his mind, he was communicating with Xiao He in the War Imperial Palace. After a while, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. He raised his head and pretended to have an answer. He used his divine power and said loudly, "Zhu Shui, I have an agreement with Zhu Yi. I won't kill her. Plus, she's stronger than me, so I can't kill her. Change the conditions. For example, we can both make a divine emperor blood oath to protect you and send you to the divine realm. How about that?" "No." Zhu Shui shook his head and looked at Zhu Yi with hatred. "I don't trust her. This woman is full of tricks. I won't feel at ease if I don't kill her. There's no room for discussion. I'd rather die together with her." Zhu Yi shouted angrily, "Zhu Shui, do you believe that we don't want the fire god's heart? If you don't come to your senses, you'll be dead. Without the fire god armor, what's the use of the fire god's heart?" "Ha!" Zhu Shui laughed and said, "Beast man, if you don't have the fire god armor, why would you enter the fire god's secret realm? You can't kill Zhu Yi. Who are you kidding? You're not stronger than Zhu Yi. Why would this bitch listen to you? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, I'll throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool. Zhu Shueishue's mouth was cold. The fire god's heart in his hand shone brightly. He raised his hand high as if he was going to throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool. He wasn't stupid. He could see that Zhu Yi was completely obedient to Yi Qinghan's orders. He thought that Yi Qinghan was hiding his true strength and was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Zhu Yi collaborated with outsiders to kill the Grand Doyen. Now, she wanted to kill him. Zhu Shueishue, who had the purest bloodline of the fire god tribe, was furious. Yi Qinghan glanced at the space around Zhu Shueishue and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to Zhu Yi and said shamefully, "Zhu Yi, I'm sorry." 10 God Slayer spears appeared and locked onto Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's expression changed greatly. She didn't understand. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with her, all he had to do was crush her soul fire and she would die immediately. Why would he do this? Zhu Yi, do it. Who would have thought? The 10 God Slayer spears did not shoot towards Zhu Yi. Instead, they turned and shot towards Zhu Shueishue. Zhu Yi came to her senses and immediately activated her soul skill. At the same time, her spatial power condensed into 1,000-layered waves that surged toward Zhu Shueishue. Humph. You want to kill me? The heart of the fire god, no one can even think about getting it. Zhu Shueishue suddenly felt billions of golden soul threads crazily rushing into his sea of consciousness. How could he not know that Yi Qinghan had made his move? Zhu Shueishue immediately made up his mind. He no longer cared about his soul sea. His hand shook with divine power, and the fire god's heart emitted a magnificent fiery red light. He threw it towards the space whirlpool next to him. Hee, even if you don't want it, Lord Xiaohei, want it. La la la. Just as the fire god's heart was about to be thrown into the space whirlpool, a figure suddenly condensed outside the space whirlpool. It was a small beast. It grabbed the fire god's heart and shot far away. It immediately escaped. What kind of monster is this? Zhu Shueishue was shocked. However, countless golden soul threads had already entered his soul sea, and his soul was already in a mess. Then, under his terrified gaze, the 10 God Slayers' spears struck his body like 10 bolts of lightning. The 9 God Slayers' spears revolved at the same time and pierced through his origin energy. 9 holes appeared in his body. The God Slayer's spear that did not revolve struck his head and shattered his chaotic soul sea. Zhu Yi, stop your attack. Yi Qinghan shouted. When his God Slayer's spear approached the origin energy outside Zhu Shueishue's body, he knew that Zhu Shueishue would definitely die. He deliberately controlled the God Slayer's spear to not shatter his divine crystal. This was a pseudo-chaotic divine crystal, which could be used to create fake level 9 experts. Of course, he could not let Zhu Yi shatter it at this moment. Zhu Yi hurriedly withdrew her space power. However, she looked at the small beast that was flying towards her from afar in astonishment. What kind of monster was this? It could actually move stealthily in the hollow. She and Zhu Shueishue had not noticed it. Moreover, she felt that the strength of this small beast was very strong. Yi Qinghan grabbed Zhu Shueishue's divine crystal and flew towards Xiaohei while laughing. He took the fire god's heart from Xiaohei and looked at Xiaohei excitedly. His eyes were filled with love and gratitude. Xiaohei had evolved again. Zhu Yi's exact strength was not clear, but she had just transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. After his evolution, he had obtained a very abnormal ability. He could hide his body in the chi of heaven and earth. A devil monarch could hide his body in the demonic aura. As long as his body was not exposed, he could never be killed by a level 9 supreme martial artist. Xiao He was even more abnormal now. As long as there was qi of heaven and earth, he could hide. As long as he did not expose himself, even a level 9 supreme martial artist might not be able to find him. Swish! The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew over immediately when it saw that the battle had ended. Yi Qinghan was full of smiles. He said to Zhu Yi, whose eyes were flickering with worry, "Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise. Enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I will send you back to the Fire Mystic Realm." Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's sincere eyes and felt slightly relieved. However, the expression in her eyes became even more complicated. This man had too many secrets. Not to mention that strange small beast, just this strange Soul Emperor Pavilion was enough to surprise her. She did not lose unjustly. Flashing into the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan was surrounded by everyone in the Great Hall. Zhu Yi was still arranged to be on the first floor. Zhu Yi was very powerful, and even though Yi Qinghan was holding on to her fire of the soul, he still had to guard against her. If Zhu Yi were to attack Fireworks and the others, he would be in deep trouble. After obtaining the fire god's heart, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he took out the fire god's heart and the fire god battle armor. He placed the fire god's heart into the diamond-shaped gap on the fire god helmet. Buzz! A soft red light lit up. Following that, the entire fire god battle armor automatically floated in the Great Hall. A suffocating aura was released from the fire god battle armor. Yi Qingguo and the others did not dare to breathe. The fire god battle armor had finally been activated. Yi Qinghan looked at the beautiful battle armor floating in the air. He watched as the fire god battle armor released a magnificent light. The countless fire dragons on it slowly swam. The entire battle armor was brimming with a domineering, mysterious, and ancient aura. His heart was burning. This was a supreme spiritual treasure. And it was ranked number 1 in the divine realm. At this moment, it finally belonged to him. Come! Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the fire god battle armor. The fire god battle armor seemed to hear his summons. It flew towards him and finally disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's mind moved. The fire god battle armor immediately appeared outside his body. It tightly wrapped around his body as if it had become a part of him. The domineering aura and the faint light made Yi Qinghan look even more domineering and mighty. It was as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. Oh! I wonder if the defense of this battle armor is as strong as the rumors say. Yi Qinghan reached out his hand to caress the fire god battle armor as if he was caressing his most beloved woman. All of a sudden, his brows arched as if he recalled something. He said suspiciously, "Right. Why didn't Lord Devour come with us? If she were here, we could attack to test its defense." Lord! Everybody's faces darkened. Yi Qingguo and Yi Qingyu's eyes reddened, tears rolling down their cheeks. Half a month ago, because they didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, they chose to keep quiet. But now, they had to tell Yi Qinghan about the destruction of Tsang City. Motherf *Ker. Shintu Xiong, this young master will destroy your entire family. Ah! 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 A moment later, an earth-shattering roar came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The voice was full of grief and indignation. Even Zhu Yi, who was on the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, was frightened. Chapter 12:18. Just as Yi Qinghan exited the Fire God realm and killed the Fire God race's Xu Shui Shui. In the endless space outside the God realm, over 100 martial artists suddenly appeared. The martial artists that could stand in the endless space were at least at the Venerable realm. There were indeed 100 venerables, and of course, there were a few 9th grade war gods. Wuxia, Wuya. When I am not here, you definitely cannot leave the Eternal Hall. Qing Shan, protect Wuxia and Wuya. If Yi Qing Han appears, you can only send one person to chase after him. There must be one person guarding the Eternal Hall. As long as you are guarding Yi Tianlong, Yi Qing Han won't be able to do anything. Do you understand? A suppressive voice rang out. This person had a head full of golden hair, an aquiline nose, a square head, and big ears. Shintu Xiong didn't release any aura, and his voice was extremely calm. However, there was an aura that suppressed everyone present so much that they didn't dare to breathe. Yes, Father. We will follow your orders. The evil-looking Shinto Wuxia and the wooden Shinto Wuya replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Qing Shan and Ice Queen nodded. Only then did Shinto Xiong retract his gaze in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at South Mountain Sovereign Inkue and Wind Moon Sovereign. Let's go. Wind Moon Sovereign didn't waste any time. He waved his hand and a giant metal ball appeared in the air. 100 venerables entered it. Finally, Shinto Xiong, Wind Moon Sovereign, and Inkue entered too. Flying Phoenix's body shook, and a green light lit up on its surface. Then, it was covered by a pure white source energy. With a shio, Flying Phoenix flew through the air and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go back. The moment Shinto Xiong left, Shinto Wuxia became excited. She waved her hands towards everyone and led the way towards the weakest space in the God realm. Shinto Wuya followed closely behind. Qing Shan and Ice Queen looked at one another and followed the two of them helplessly. Shinto Xiong's strength was too strong, so strong that the two of them could not resist. So strong that the two of them, who were at the peak of level 9, could only obediently become the bodyguards of the two Shinto young master. After returning to the divine world, the four of them directly flew towards the Eternal Palace. Shinto Xiong did not bring the Eternal Palace with him, but left it behind to protect Shinto Wuya and Shinto Wuxia. Of course, the most important reason was to lure Yi Qing Han to rescue Yi Tianlong and the others. Before leaving, Shinto Xiong taught Shinto Wuxia and Shinto Wuya how to control the Eternal Palace. If Yi Qing Han rashly came to save them, unless his strength had reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist level, he would definitely die. With the suppression of the Eternal Palace, Yi Qing Han couldn't run even if he wanted to. He could only become a live target and be beaten to death. Queen, where's the present you said you were going to give us brothers? The moment she entered the Eternal Hall, Shinto Wuxia was pumped up. She stared at Ice Queen like she wanted to melt her. Young Master Wuxia, the people of the Ice Snow race are arrogant, please don't humiliate them. Ice Queen was originally ice cold. When she saw the lustful glow in Shinto Wuxia's eyes, her body turned even colder. Seeing that Ice Queen finally agreed, Shinto Wuxia was delighted. Queen, don't worry, Wuxia loves them. Shinto Wuya, who was a little slow, was filled with excitement when he heard that Ice Queen was willing to give them ice snow girls. He rubbed his hands and his neck turned red. Qing Shan saw all of this and sighed. No wonder Shinto Xiong liked Shinto Wuhan, who was killed by Yi Qing Han. One of them was lustful and the other was slow, they were far from comparable to Shinto Wuhan. Half a day later, 4 ice snow girls teleported over after receiving Ice Queen's message. They were all honorables and all of them were top beauties. Seeing how Shinto Wuxia and Shinto Wuya's blood was boiling, Qing Shan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. The two of them flashed to the side hall and closed their eyes to cultivate. Queen, be careful. I think Shinto Wuxia has that kind of feelings for you, Qing Shan glanced at the ashen-faced Ice Queen and reminded her. If he dares, I will rip him apart, scoff. Ice Queen scoffed coldly. She didn't open her eyes, but her expression became more and more impatient. Of course, she knew that Shinto Wuxia's brain was filled with lust. When he looked at her, his gaze was filled with possessiveness. She was also clear that if her strength wasn't peak grade 9, Shinta Wuxia would think of a way to get her. Qing Shan smiled, he doesn't dare. However, that brat Yanran, I think she, scoff. Shinta Xiong is a hero, so how did he give birth to two idiots? Shinta Wuhan is not bad, unfortunately, he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Qing Shan said a few words. Seeing that Ice Queen didn't reply to him, he shut his mouth in embarrassment. His eyes swept towards Ice Queen and he sighed. Such a top beauty, so strong, along with her cold aura, no wonder Shinta Wuxia was tempted. Men were just despicable. The harder it was to get, the more they wanted it. Qing Shan. Follow me out. Half a month later, Qing Shan, who was in secluded meditation, was woken up by a voice transmission. Hearing that it was Shinta Wuxia's voice, Qing Shan sighed helplessly and walked out. Young master, sir told you not to go out. He walked out and saw Shinta Wuxia sitting impatiently in the hall. His eyes were filled with passion as he said, Young master, Ice Queen isn't fun. Why are you going out? What fun? She's cold like a dead person and doesn't know how to suck up to people. Only that blockhead Wuya likes her. Shinta Wuxia said unhappily. Then, she thought of something, and her eyes instantly lit up. Let's go. Accompany me to the Grace mainland. When I think of Miss Yanran's peerless charm, I can't sit still for a moment. Young master, let's wait for sir to come back. If something happens to you, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Qing Shan acted like he was in a tough spot, but in his heart he was laughing coldly. Aren't you here? What can happen? Shinta Wuxia said unhappily. Wait for Shinta Xiong to come back. What would he do when he came back? Although King Yanran was only lower grade 9, how many grade 9 experts did the God world have? If it was like ancient times, not to mention a lower grade 9, even if it was Ice Queen level, he would still be able to play with her. But there were just too few grade 9 experts in the God world. If Shinta Xiong was here and King Yanran messed around, Shinta Xiong would definitely slap him away. The God world had reached its weakest period in history. There were very few grade 9 experts. If they lost the planar war and other planes attacked the God world would definitely be conquered and enslaved. Otherwise, with Shinta Xiong's temper, why would he let Mo Shanghuang and other lower grade 9 experts who were close to Yi Qinghan live? Therefore, Shinta Wuxia was very clear that if he wanted to get his hands on Yanran, it was the best chance for Shinta Xiong to go to the endless void. Yi Qinghan's methods are strange. Although I am not afraid of him, if he hurts young master and sir comes back, I will not be able to escape the blame. Qing Shan said faintly after losing his appetite. A cold light flashed in Shinta Wuxia's eyes. He waved his hand and said, now that father has gone to attack his nest, Yi Qinghan still has the mood to come to the God world. Besides, he hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years, he might be cultivating in seclusion or something. Even if he appears, with your peak grade 9 strength, you can't kill him, but protecting me shouldn't be a problem, right? Qing Shan, as long as you help me get King Yanran this time, I will owe you a huge favor. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for father. Qing Shan's eyes flashed with the light of his plan succeeding, but he pretended to be reluctant and said, okay. Shinta Wuxia's spirit was lifted. He quickly sent a message to Ice Queen, then flew out of the Eternal Palace with Qing Shan and teleported towards Grace Mainland. Chapter 12:19. Zhu Yi, attack me with 3 layers of space power. In the endless void, 2 figures stood proudly in the void. The one on the left was a woman wearing a beige dress. She had an enchanting figure and beautiful facial features. Her expression involuntarily exuded the temperament of a noble queen. She was tempting to commit crimes, but at the same time, she made people feel that they should not be profaned. It was extremely contradictory. In front of her was a black-haired man. He wasn't tall or mighty, and was rather frail. However, he was wearing a fiery red armor, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint glow. There was a magnificent gem on his forehead, and it gave off a heart-palpitating aura. It made people feel as if he was an ancient god of war who had descended, insufferably arrogant. Zhu Yi's hands danced, and the surrounding spatial energy swept towards her. She then pushed her hands forward, and as the ripples in front of her chest surged, formless waves rapidly surged towards Yi Qinghan. One after another, they instantly formed 1,000 layers of waves. Like a tsunami, they enveloped Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's power of origin surrounded the armor. He stood proudly, his eyes cold. He used his body to resist the huge energy attack that was enough to flatten a mountain. Boom! A deafening sound and a light as bright as the sun rang out at the same time. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's eyes also lit up. An energy that was equal to a full blow from a lower level 9 martial artist hit him, and he actually did not retreat even half a step. It is indeed the first supreme spiritual treasure in the divinity realm. Zhu Yi, attack with 6 layers of space power. Yi Qinghan shouted. His chi power became stronger, and his eyes shone with a cold light, looking majestic. Be careful. A trace of sadness flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. Of course, she knew the abnormal defensive power of this fire god armor. She once had a chance to obtain this fire god armor, but one wrong step led to many wrong steps. At this moment, she had fallen to the point of becoming someone's soul slave. The 6 layers of space power turned into stormy waves and covered Yi Qinghan. Except for a loud sound and a dazzling flame, when the waves dissipated, Yi Qinghan's body was still standing in the same place, not retreating even half a step. Attack with all your might. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes grew brighter. Zhu Yi did not hold back anymore. Peak rank 9 was about strength. How powerful would a full-force attack be? At this moment, it was clearly manifested. Along with the formless and silent 1,000-layer wave, the space shook layer by layer and was torn apart layer by layer. White scar-like cracks appeared in the void. It was a ghastly sight. The 1,000-layer waves carried a destructive aura as it surged towards Yi Qinghan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart palpitated, and he almost teleported away. This thing was much more powerful than the spatial shattering blade stream, and its might would definitely be countless times greater. He did not expect to be attacked head-on by a peak rank 9 martial artist with such a shocking momentum. It felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, as if doomsday had arrived. In the end, Yi Qinghan chose to believe in the fire god armor. It was just that the origin energy on the surface of his body, the origin energy that protected his divine crystal and head, had increased slightly. Boom! Yi Qinghan's figure finally flew backward, accompanied by the turbulent 1,000-layer waves, shooting into the distance. But in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. In the next second, he teleported back to his original position. He was not injured at all, just a slight stuffiness. As expected of the Divine Realm's #1 Supreme Spirit Treasure. Good stuff. Yi Qinghan stroked the fiery red armor on his body. Looking at the fire dragon swimming around the armor, his face suddenly lit up with pride. Although he was not sure if this thing could withstand dozens of attacks from a rank 9 supreme martial artist without dying, he knew that as long as this armor was here, a peak rank 9 would not be able to hurt him at all. Swoosh! The Soul Emperor Pavilion floated over from afar. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Full speed ahead. Go to the Fire God's arcane realm first and send Zhu Yi back. Yi Qinghan immediately ordered after teleporting from the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to the 9th floor. Yi Qingyu was very familiar with the surroundings. She immediately controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion and flew quickly. Little Han, this armor is so strong. The Night Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan, the dim light in his eyes brightening. The stronger Yi Qinghan was, the greater the chance of revenge. Everyone's eyes also brightened. At least, Yi Qinghan's chance of survival was higher. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Yi Qinghan secretly smiled bitterly. As long as he was alive, there was indeed hope. But he was very clear that there was a bomb in his mind, a bomb that could blow him up at any time. And this bomb would definitely explode in 500 years. He had to kill Shintu Xiong in 500 years. He had to obtain the secret possession technique, help Xiao He transform, and let everyone return to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan's gaze fell on Xiao He, who was looking at him worriedly. Xiao He had evolved, his strength had increased greatly, and his mystical abilities had become more and more strange. But he was very clear about Yi Qinghan's current mood. He was not as playful as he was in the past. He transformed into his human form and stood silently with Li Shuwei. Because of Yi Qinghan's silence, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward and oppressive. No one spoke. They sat silently and looked at the endless void outside. The massacre of Tsang City was a huge blow to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan heard the news, he only roared angrily. After that, he did not mention this matter again. He also became even less talkative. Fireworks wanted to say a few words of comfort, but in the end, she did not speak. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew silently, like a ghost in the void. This time, they flew in a straight line. In just half a month, they arrived outside the Fire God's arcane realm. Zhu Yi, you are free. A soul fire emerged from between Yi Qinghan's eyebrows and entered between Zhu Yi's eyebrows. Then, he forced a smile and said, I had no choice but to violate you. I'm sorry. If your strength improves in the future and you want to find me for revenge, I welcome you at any time. But I may not live to that day. Goodbye, let's meet again if fate wills it. Yi Qinghan looked deeply at Zhu Yi. The hatred he had for her in the past had disappeared without a trace after she violated him. Now, he felt a little guilty. Originally, they were enemies. You wanted to kill me, I wanted to kill you. It was understandable that they used all kinds of methods. But no matter what, Zhu Yi was a woman. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, women were weak. And not only was she defeated by him, but she was also violated. Zhu Yi watched as Yi Qinghan's figure rapidly flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Her ears were still echoing with Yi Qinghan's sincere words. For a moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with all kinds of complex emotions. Resentment, unwillingness, relief, or something else, but she watched as the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and floated away. After disappearing from her sight, Zhu Yi's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable sense of emptiness. It was as if Yi Qinghan had finished venting and pulled the artifact out of her body that day. After a long time, Zhu Yi faintly sighed and turned to enter the Fire God's mystic realm. She knew that it would be difficult for her to forget this man for the rest of her life. Brother, where are we going now? Back, to the Flame Dragon continent. After Yi Qinghan returned to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he kept looking at Zhu Yi. Everyone knew that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. But Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, and no one asked. In the end, Yi Qingyu cautiously asked. Yi Qinghan shook his head, turned around, and pointed at the huge bright moon-like plain in the distance. His entire body was bursting with killing intent, causing everyone to feel a chill in the depths of their souls. Then, an even colder sentence came out of Yi Qinghan's mouth. Flame Dragon Continent. I have no face to return now. To the God Realm. Shintu Xiong killed my Yi family's disciples and massacred my Tsang city. I will kill his 2 sons, carry his son's head, and offer it to our Yi family's disciples. Chapter 1220. Gray City. Yenron's little building was still as beautiful as before. The sky above the building was still shrouded by a faint sorrowful aura, which made the beautiful scenery seem to be covered by a layer of grey fog. My lady. Go to the endless void and find Child Yi. It will be too late if you don't leave now. In front of the building, Lord Yanran was still playing the zither calmly. However, the sound of the zither was not as melodious as before. Instead, it sounded messy and unpleasant. Yanran wore a bright yellow dress and sat cross-legged on the carpet in front of the building. In front of her, two women knelt down and looked at the calm Lord Yanran anxiously. Clang! After a while, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end as a string broke. Monarch Yanran stared at the broken string in a daze. After a long time, she sighed faintly and said, "What will you do now that I'm gone? What about the revenge of my parents? What about the millions of people in Grey City? Besides, I don't know where Yi Qinghan is. Where can I find him?" One of the two kneeling women was wearing a white dress. Seeing the desolate and confused look on Lady Yenron's face, she became more anxious and said hurriedly, "My lady, you should go to a secret territory and hide for a while." The other woman also said anxiously, "Yes. My lady, I think Qing Shan has already found out that you are from the Black Phoenix clan. He must have encouraged Shinta Wuxia to take your body. You should leave now. Tomorrow is the last day of the 3 months. No need to guess. That's for sure. Hee, I used to fantasize about giving myself to Shinta Wuxia so that he could ask Shinta Xiong to kill Qing Shan. How childish. How laughable." Yanran shook her head helplessly. Her face was full of self-mockery. The desolate look on her face was heart-wrenching. She stretched out her white hand and plucked the strings of the zither. She sighed and said, "You should leave now." "I can't. Shinta Wuxia has locked onto me. They are coming." "What?" The two women's expressions changed dramatically. Both of them were from the Black Phoenix clan, but their bloodline was not as pure as Lord Yenron's. They didn't have her talent either. They could clearly see the determination on Yenron's face. If Yenran died, the Black Phoenix clan would never be able to take revenge. "Go." Monarch Yenron's voice became extremely cold and firm. The two women didn't move at all. The woman in white smiled sadly and said, "Since that's the case, let Yan Hong and Yan Lu go with Miss Boz." At this moment, space trembled, and an incomparably evil youth and a tall, burly man who looked like a demon god appeared outside the pavilion. The evil-looking man bowed elegantly, and the smile on his face was enough to move a girl's heart. "Miss Yenran, have you thought it through? Wuxia is willing to protect Miss forever." Monarch Yenran stood up gracefully and waved her hand for the two women to stand behind her. She then looked at Shinta Wuxia and said lightly, "Mr. Wuxia, Yenran would like to speak with you in private." Shinta Wuxia was overjoyed, and she was just about to agree when Qing Shan spoke first. "I'm sorry, the Lord has ordered that I'm not allowed to take half a step away from young master." Shinta Wuxia was startled. He immediately recalled that Yanran was much stronger than him, and did not speak. Shinta Xiong was not here, and if he was killed, it would be in vain. Monarch Yanran laughed mockingly, and looked at Shinta Wuxia indifferently. "Mr. Wuxia, is this all you've got? When you sleep with Yanran, do you want Qing Shan to be by your side to protect you?" Shinta Wuxia was embarrassed. It was not a good feeling to be despised, and to be despised by a goddess that he dreamed of. It almost drove him crazy. "Young master, you can invite her to the Eternal Palace. Your safety is guaranteed there." Just as Shinta Wuxia ordered Qing Shan to leave, Qing Shan's voice came. Shinta Wuxia was overjoyed, and he quickly said, "Miss, please follow me back to the Eternal Palace. As long as we reach the Eternal Palace, no matter what you want, I can promise you anything." Shinto Wuxia swears that if I betray Miss Yanran in this life, I will be punished by the Supreme God Emperor, and I will be killed, and I will fall into the 9 hells forever. Yanran looked at the cold sneer on Qing Shan's face, and she knew that her plan had been seen through. She sighed helplessly, and leisurely walked towards the pavilion, and said coldly, "Mister, please go back. You can't even satisfy a small request of mine, how can I believe your words?" Shinto Wuxia was provoked, and his face darkened. He turned to Qing Shan and said coldly, "Qing Shan, you leave first." Qing Shan cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to teleport away. He did not teleport too far, but hid in a mountain range in the Grace mainland, and used his divine sense to explore. If Shinto Wuxia was killed, although Shinto Xiong would not kill him, the trust he had built with Shinto Xiong would immediately collapse. "Miss Yanran, do you believe Wuxia's sincerity now?" Shinto Wuxia's face recovered instantly. His handsome face, evil smile, and the fact that he was the strongest person in the god realm, he indeed had the ability to make women fall in love. "You go first, I will have a chat with Mr. Wuxia." Monarch Yanran smiled faintly, and turned to Yan Hong and the other 2 girls. The 2 women took a deep look at Yanran and left in dejection. "Miss Yanran," Shinto Wuxia took a few steps forward, and held Yanran's small hand. He stared at Yanran with a face full of love, and said softly, "Wuxia has missed you so much. Take off your clothes. After you are done, do one thing for me, and if you can't do it, Yanran will not let you go even if I go to the underworld." However, Miss Yanran gently withdrew her hand, and then said something that made Shinto Wuxia's blood boil. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Monarch Yanran slowly unbuttoning her shirt, revealing a snow-white skin that could make any man in the world suffocate. Shio! Just as Shinto Wuxia was like a bull in heat, tearing apart the clothes on her body, Miss Yanran suddenly stopped taking off her clothes. Her pair of limpid eyes suddenly lit up, and then Shinto Wuxia's eyes suddenly became blank. Monarch Yanran activated her soul skill, and directly stunned the defenseless Shinto Wuxia. "How dare you! Yanran, if you dare to touch Lord Wuxia, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." An angry roar sounded, and a demonic figure appeared out of thin air above Yanran's little building. Qing Shan's face was cold, and his killing intent soared into the sky, enveloping the entire building. He held a black spear in his hand, and it released a suffocating aura. "Ha, Qing Shan, you dog, Shinto Wuxia was killed under your protection. Now that Shinto Wuxia is back, let's see how you explain yourself. Even if I can't kill you, I will make your life miserable." Monarch Yanran sneered. She grabbed Shinto Wuxia's head with one hand, and his waist with the other. Her target was Shinto Wuxia's divine crystal. "How dare you!" Qing Shan's face changed, but he did not dare to move, because no matter how fast he was not as fast as Yanran. If Yanran did not want to live, Shinto Wuxia would have to die with her. "Humph, Qing Shan, you dog, one day you will get what you deserve. Yi Qing Han. Yanran will go first." Yanran smiled miserably, and then her hand suddenly burst forth with divine power. She grabbed at Shinto Wuxia's head, and at the same time, her hand below suddenly grabbed at his back. "You're courting death." Qing Shan was enraged, and the entire pavilion was torn apart by his aura. Flowers, grass, and trees were sent flying. At the same time, he brandished the spear in his hand, and a strange beast's shadow condensed from the power of space roared and rushed towards Yanran. The domineering power made even the tens of millions of warriors in Grey City, 100 miles away, instantly change their expressions. Monarch Yanran was not afraid of the strange beast condensed by Qing Shan's space power. She was very clear that she was absolutely no match for Qing Shan. But at this moment, what made her incomparably terrified was that Shinto Wuxia's body actually moved. He quickly crushed a jade talisman in his hand, and his body actually lit up. Then, a powerful suction force pulled Shinto Wuxia away. Monarch Yanran was pushed back a few steps by an inexplicable force. Qing Shan, don't kill her. Wait for me, I want to torture this bitch to death. Before Shinto Wuxia's body disappeared, a voice transmission sounded in Qing Shan's ear. Qing Shan was overjoyed, and instantly understood that this must be the jade talisman that Shinto Xiong gave to Shinto Wuxia to save his life, and it was probably related to the Eternal Palace. In the past, Lord Devour also created such a jade talisman, and it instantly sucked people into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Immediately, he grinned and slightly retracted part of his space power. With a loud bang, Monarch Yanran was hit, and blood spurted out from her mouth. Bitch, you want to harm me? I want to see with my own eyes how you will be humiliated to death by Shinto Wuxia. Ah. Qing Shan strode downwards, and flew towards Monarch Yanran, who had half of her body smashed into the ground. His hand formed a claw, and he wanted to grab Yanran. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded, and then, under Qing Shan's astonished gaze, a fiery red figure quietly teleported over. On the surface of his body, there were 10 silver spears revolving around his body, and his eyes were cold, as if an ancient god of war had descended. It's you. Yi Qinghan. You are finally here. All of Monarch Yanran's bones and internal organs were shattered, and her face was drained of blood. Her body was in excruciating pain, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Looking at the familiar back, she smiled sweetly. At this moment, she felt that even if she died now, it would be worth it. Yi Qinghan, ah. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into the doorless hell. Die for me. Qing Shan laughed out loud. His hair and robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His long spear turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then, an even bigger beast's shadow smashed towards Yi Qinghan and Yanran. Don't talk. Don't resist, and take care of your wounds. Yi Qinghan looked at the phantom in the sky mockingly, and said gently to Yanran. The moment the phantom beast smashed down, he took Yanran into the War Imperial Palace, and then stood proudly, preparing to resist Qing Shan's attack head-on. Boom! The ground within 100 miles shook, and even Grey City, which was 100 miles away, shook violently. Dust covered the sky, and a huge, deep pit appeared in Yanran's little hut. The explosion resounded in the sky, and even the cities thousands of miles away could hear it. Before the dust had completely settled, Qing Shan's originally ecstatic expression instantly turned ashen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A fiery red figure flew out from the deep pit, carrying Monarch Yanran on his back. He looked at Qing Shan arrogantly and sneered, "Humph. Shinto Xiong is not in the divine world. Who else in the divine world can fight with me? Qing Shan, prepare to die." Chapter 12:21. His strongest attack. Yi Qinghan was completely unscathed. Qing Shan was at a loss. Even an ordinary 9th-grade supreme martial artist would vomit a few mouthfuls of blood after being hit by him. Could it be that Yi Qinghan's strength had reached Shinto Xiong's level? This was simply impossible. No matter how talented Yi Qinghan was, it was still impossible. Moreover, if Yi Qinghan had such strength, he would have been dead the moment they met. Qing Shan was slightly relieved at this thought, but he was still retreating rapidly until he was above Divine Grey City. Only then did he look at Yi Qinghan with a hideous smile. At the same time, he quickly sent a message to Shinto Wuxia, asking him to send the Ice Queen over as soon as possible. Since he had completely surrendered to Yi Qinghan was his mortal enemy. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with Shinto Xiong, he would kill them first. Yi Qinghan did not move. He just stood in the air above Yenran's little hut. He turned his head and stared at Yenran, who was behind him, and sent a message. Just now, Yenran sent a message saying that Shintu Xiong had gone to the endless void and would not be back for a while. This news shocked him greatly. At this moment, he could not care less about killing Qing Shan. He needed to understand the situation first. After a while, Yi Qinghan had completely grasped the situation that Yenran had grasped. His eyes turned and he had a plan. He immediately sent a message to Yenran. Do you have any other important people? Let me bring you to a safe place first. Only Yanhong and the other two are also members of the Black Phoenix tribe. Yenran had a faint smile on her face. Her pale oval face was flushed, and the blood at the corner of her mouth made her look even more alluring. Although her injuries were almost healed by Yi Qinghan's soul ring, she was still entangled with Yi Qinghan like an octopus. She felt that ever since the moment her parents and clansmen were killed, she had never felt as safe and warm as she did now. Yi Qinghan's timely appearance had revived her originally dead heart. His tyrannical strength had also given her hope, and her heart was also intoxicated. Which woman in the immortal world didn't like the strong? Moreover, it was an expert who was loyal and affectionate to him. Yi Qinghan teleported downwards and shouted at the two women who were still stunned, "Don't resist, I'll take you away." After throwing Yenran and her two tribesmen into the War Monarch Palace, Yi Qinghan turned into a dragon and flew up into the sky without even looking at Qing Shan, who had been targeting him. "Leave!" Qing Shan shouted angrily. The black spear in his hand danced, and another strange beast image condensed in the air. A strong pressure suppressed all the cultivators in Divine Grace City who wanted to fly over to watch the show. It's Qing Shan's sovereign. Who is he fighting with? Why does that man in fiery red armor look so familiar? Why is Sovereign Yenran being carried by him? Yi Qinghan, it's Yi Qinghan. How dare he appear in the immortal world so openly? Is Sovereign Yenran being controlled by him? Although it happened abruptly, a few venerables in the city immediately used their divine senses to investigate. As soon as Qing Shan made his move, all the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Countless cultivators flew out from the nearby cities and flew towards Qing Shan. Obviously, no one knew what had happened. However, the name Yi Qinghan alone was enough to cause a sensation in the immortal world. In an instant, countless cultivators from the immortal world teleported to Qing Shan's location. Facing Qing Shan's attack, Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He did not counterattack. Instead, under the shocked gazes of Qing Shan and the countless cultivators, a fiery red rhombus-shaped gem on his forehead flashed with a red light. Then, he disappeared. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's figure appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. When he continued to fly high up in the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. At that time, the phantom of the exotic beast that Qing Shan had condensed with the power of space was only 10,000 meters away from Yi Qinghan. The surrounding space was vibrating because of Qing Shan's attack. How could Yi Qinghan teleport? That was the biggest joke in the world. But the truth was the same as the mistress. Whether you believed it or not, she was there, ignoring all the losers. All she cared about was money. Infertility. When Yi Qinghan's figure turned into a small dot and disappeared in the sky, everyone came to their senses. They all knew that the perverted Yi Qinghan had just returned and now he had left again. But this time, he seemed even more perverted. Qing Shan's mouth opened slightly. His eyes were filled with confusion, fear, and of course, disbelief. The fire god battle armor was an ancient treasure. Very few people in the god world knew about it, much less this fire god battle armor. One couldn't teleport when space was shaking. This was a widely recognized rule in the god world. If space was unstable, how could one use space to teleport? But Yi Qinghan did it. Qing Shan blinked his eyes. He thought about how he was perfectly fine when he attacked him with all his strength. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his soul. Wang. A moment later, when Qing Shan still didn't understand how Yi Qinghan did it, the space above God Grey City started to shake. Then, a few people appeared. Where is Yi Qinghan? Where is that B*tch Yenran? Qing Shan, I am asking you where he is. Where is he? Shinto Wuxia and Ice Queen appeared together. Shinto Wuya was in charge of the Eternal Hole. After he was sucked into the Eternal Hole, Ice Queen teleported him over at the fastest speed possible. Halfway there, he heard that Yi Qinghan had appeared. He was even more anxious. At this moment, he didn't see a single person. He couldn't help but holler in frustration. He ran. Qing Shan said embarrassedly, Yi Qinghan saved the B*tch Yenran. Hua, Blood Knight Monarch, Mo Shanghuang, and the others who had just rushed over were in an uproar when they heard this. Yi Qinghan actually escaped from under Qing Shan's nose and even saved Monarch Yenran. Did Qing Shan turn into a piece of trash? Or did he purposely let her go? Or Yi Qinghan's strength had reached grade 9 supreme martial artist. The last point was obviously impossible. Shinto Wuxia shouted angrily, trash. The moment she said that, Qing Shan and everyone else's expression changed. Qing Shan was at the peak of grade 9. Even Shinto Xiong didn't dare to say that. Qing Shan's face turned green. Just as he was about to explode, a slight movement in the sky attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked. They looked up in disbelief at the red shadow that was getting closer and closer to them. Yi Qinghan actually came back. He actually came back in broad daylight. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. But Qing Shan's expression changed. He remembered what Yi Qinghan said. Shinto Xiong isn't in the God world. Who in the God world can fight me? When Qing Shan thought about the strange things that had happened to Yi Qinghan earlier, a strong sense of danger welled up in his heart, and an indescribable thought surged up in his heart: leave this place immediately, otherwise he would die, and everyone here would die. Chapter 12:22. Yi Qinghan. Kill him. Shinto Wuxia hadn't seen Yi Qinghan before, but he had seen his portrait. No matter where he was, he would hear about this person. Not only was this person the top genius of the God world, but he also had an irreconcilable blood feud with the Shinto family. Although Shinto Wuhan was killed by Yi Qinghan, Shinto Wuxia was actually grateful to Yi Qinghan. However, if he could kill Yi Qinghan now, Shinto Xiong's impression of him would totally change. He shouted out in joy. Only Qing Shan didn't move. Ice Queen didn't move. Tianqi Monarch Mo Shanghuang and Hidden Ruler didn't move. Only the Blood Knight Monarch shot up into the sky furiously. Last time, he was heavily injured by Yi Qinghan in one move, causing his face to hit rock bottom and he couldn't even lift his head up. Now that he had such a chance, why not take it back? Qing Shan saw Blood Knight Monarch charge up and gritted his teeth. In the end, Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang exchanged glances with one another and flew into the sky helplessly. However, it was obvious that their speed was a little slow. Only then did Shinto Wuxia fly up. However, his body was behind Qing Shan and Ice Queen. He didn't want to be insta-killed by Yi Qinghan like Shinto Wuji. Yi Qinghan, die. After Blood Knight Monarch charged out and saw that no one moved, he was terrified. He nearly turned around and fled. At this moment, everyone had their source energy protecting their bodies. Space power was condensed, so they were much more confident and hollered. The axe in his hand turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the sky, burning the air. It was like a comet crashing towards Yi Qinghan with a whistling sound. Qing Shan wasn't willing to give up. He condensed a beast image that roared and charged towards Yi Qinghan. Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang also condensed all sorts of attacks. Especially the bird-like beast that Ice Queen condensed. The moment it appeared, the nearby space froze up. The temperature dropped by hundreds of degrees and even the air started to freeze. However, the three of them did not attack. They were just sitting there. Trash like you. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in the sky, coldly looking down at the Blood Knight monarch. His biting cold killing intent enveloped everyone. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated the soul illusion. Then, the fire god's heart lit up again as his body disappeared from where he was standing. What? Qing Shan didn't tell everyone about his attack on Yi Qinghan and how Yi Qinghan could teleport under the effect of spatial oscillation. When they saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly disappear, they were all shocked. What frightened them more was that the scene in front of them started to change. Everything around them became a vast expanse of whiteness. Grey City and Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Their soul consciousnesses could only reach several hundred miles away, and they couldn't even see Grey City. The Blood Knight monarch was scared half to death. He hurriedly came to a stop and stood guard. His divine sense spread out in all directions, and his origin energy surged out and surrounded his body. Mo Shanghuang and Mo Shanghuang didn't even attack. They were delighted and retracted their space energy. However, they didn't know whether or not Yi Qinghan would attack them because of their past relationship. They started to feel really uneasy. What is that thing? Shinta Wuxia was so terrified that half of her soul dropped. She quickly leaned towards Qing Shan and only relaxed when she was behind him. Ice Queen and Qing Shan were astonished. However, their souls shook and they noticed that the white mist in front of them was slowly fading. They knew that this thing was only useful against grade 9 and didn't affect them at all. They relaxed slightly. Young Master Wuxia, teleport back to Eternal Hall. Yi Qinghan's methods are too weird, I am afraid that I won't be able to protect you. Qing Shan transmitted his voice to Shinta Wuxia as he fled into the distance. On the contrary, Ice Queen didn't move and continued to defend on the spot. Mo Shanghuang, hidden ruler, and Ice Queen understood Yi Qinghan's personality. Although they weren't friends with Yi Qinghan, they weren't enemies either. Yi Qinghan wouldn't attack them. Of course, at this moment. The three of them wouldn't be so dumb as to attack Yi Qinghan. From the start, the three of them didn't plan to attack him. Qing Shan, I can't teleport anymore. I only have one talisman and I used it just now. Qing Shan, bring me along. Qing Shan's speed was very fast, and in just a second, he had already traversed thousands of miles. However, when he heard Shinta Wuxia's voice transmission, his body suddenly stopped in mid-air, and he turned his head to look behind him with a sullen expression. At this moment, Shinta Wuxia was running in the direction that she was at a loss. She was panicking and didn't care about where she was going. F*CKU. Why didn't you find Ice Queen? I can't even protect myself now and you want me to protect you. Qing Shan cursed. Just as he was hesitating whether he should escape or bring Shinta Wuxia along, his eyes suddenly constricted. This was because he saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly appear in front of him. Then, the 10 silver spears on his body danced wildly in the air. In the end, they turned into 10 silver dragons and shot towards him from all directions. Stay where you are and don't move. Qing Shan transmitted his voice. He didn't care about Shinta Wuxia's life anymore. A strange beast with the body of a lion deer roared and appeared. Although Yi Qinghan's methods today were strange and made his hair stand on end. However, Qing Shan didn't believe that Yi Qinghan had already reached the strength of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Especially when Yi Qinghan used the God Slayer spear, he could easily feel that Yi Qinghan's attack strength was only at the lower 9th grade. He was shocked. As expected, the huge strange beast with the body of a lion deer collided with the two god slayer spears. It was like a metal beast colliding with a wooden stick. The two god slayer spears instantly disintegrated. Then, the strange beast surrounded Qing Shan's body and destroyed the god slayer spears one by one. However, the light on his body dimmed a little. Looks like this kid's strength didn't increase by much. Every time he teleported, the red diamond on his helmet would light up. Could it be that his terrifying defense and teleportation ability is due to this battle armor? Could it be that this is the legendary supreme spiritual treasure? Qing Shan's mind worked crazily. Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. No matter how talented others were, it was already amazing that they could break through to the God Emperor stage. Even if Yi Qinghan was lucky enough to comprehend the eternity of space and reach the 9th grade, it was impossible for his strength to improve so quickly. He thought of the legendary supreme spiritual treasure from the ancient times. His eyes suddenly lit up. Other than the supreme spiritual treasure, he didn't believe that any battle armor would have such a heaven-defying ability. His heart was burning with passion. So what if it was a supreme spiritual treasure? The quality of a treasure depended on the person using it, didn't it? Yi Qinghan's strength below the 9th grade was like a child wielding a peerless sword. Now, he was facing off against an adult. Yi Qinghan couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill him for the time being. But, even if he had the supreme spiritual treasure, could his body withstand a few more attacks? Could his soul withstand it? The supreme spiritual treasure is mine. Qing Shan figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. He immediately destroyed all 10 of Yi Qinghan's spears and controlled the strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer to charge at Yi Qinghan while roaring. Even if a child had a sword that could cut through iron like mud, how long could he wield it? Qing Shan's plan was very good. However, Yi Qinghan saw the changes in his expression. With a cold laugh, Yi Qinghan and the other strange beasts attacked him. He immediately teleported, then waved the 10 God Slayer spears and continued to shoot at Qing Shan. As for the Ice Queen, Wuxia, and the others, he didn't even look at them. Shintu Xiong wasn't in the immortal realm. There was really no one in the immortal realm who could kill him. As long as Qing Shan died, could Wuxia fly to the sky? Chapter 1223. Let's see how many times you can teleport. With your strength, the supreme spiritual treasure won't last long, right? Yi Qinghan attacked again. Qing Shan was not angry, but happy. At this moment, he was sure that Yi Qinghan could not hurt him. He only hoped that Yi Qinghan would not run away. He could wait for Yi Qinghan to exhaust his spiritual force after using the supreme spiritual treasure for too long, then he could shatter his divine crystal soul ocean and take the supreme spiritual treasure. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of exhausting his spiritual force after using the fire god armor for too long. In fact, the fire god armor did not consume spiritual force. Once the fire god armor was activated, there was only a time limit. As for the time, it could be used for 3 months at a time. After that, the fire god armor would automatically absorb the essence of the world to replenish its energy. After that, it could be used again. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. He only condensed 2/3 of the space power in each attack, forcing Qing Shan to attack him with all his strength. Boom! The exotic beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer collided with Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear again and again, making earth-shattering noises. The shock waves turned into ripples and radiated in all directions. This caused the people below to exclaim in surprise and exclaim. More and more warriors gathered in Grey City, and the teleportation formation was still flashing, sending more and more experts from the divine world. Everyone was admiring this rare and incomparable battle. Not only were they here to watch the show, but they were also hoping to see if they could comprehend something from the battle between the peak experts. What they did not understand was, why were so many level 9 experts just standing there and watching? Only Emperor Qing Shan and the legendary Yi Qinghan were fighting there. And wasn't it said that Emperor Qing Shan's strength was second only to Shintu Xiong, the Star King? Why did they seem to be evenly matched? Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was already at the peak of level 9. It's almost time. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. He teleported again and pretended to change his expression. His body shook and immediately condensed 10 God Slayer spears. 2 of them shot towards Shinto Wuxia in the distance, 7 shot towards Qing Shan, and 1 shot towards the Blood Knight Sovereign. Humph. You still want to hurt people in front of me? After defeating 3 of Yi Qinghan's attacks, Qing Shan's confidence was greatly boosted. At this moment, when he saw Yi Qinghan's expression change and his body sway slightly, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly condensed another strange beast. It first destroyed the 7 spears that were shot at him, and then it whizzed toward Shinto Wuxia's 2 spears. As for the Blood Knight Monarch, he didn't bother about him. No matter how weak the Blood Knight Monarch was, he should be able to resist the God Slayer's spear, right? But, suddenly, the spear turned around and didn't stab at the Blood Knight Monarch. Instead, it made a circle in the air as if it knew it couldn't kill the Blood Knight Monarch with one strike. Instead, it shot toward Qing Shan. Humph. Qing Shan had destroyed countless of Yi Qinghan's Godslayer spears. Naturally, he was clear that the might of these Godslayer spears was not great. Even if one of the spears hit him, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. At this moment, the strange beast that he condensed with the power of space had already intercepted the 2 Godslayer spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. At this moment, he could only take it head-on. Boom! The strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer easily destroyed the 2 spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. The surface of Qing Shan's body was surrounded by the power of Source, and he was prepared to take the last spear head-on without any fear. Swish! But at this moment, Qing Shan's soul suddenly trembled. The billions of golden soul threads in his mind crazily penetrated into his soul sea. Although Qing Shan's soul trembled, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sneered in his heart. He thought that Yi Qinghan had probably revealed his true intentions at this moment. Tisk! In the next second, Qing Shan's entire body trembled. That seemingly weak Godslayer spear had finally collided with the power of Source outside his body. There wasn't a violent collision as he had imagined. Instead, that Godslayer spear actually spun crazily. Then, it actually caused the power of Source on the surface of Qing Shan's body to spin along with it. It easily penetrated the power of Source on the surface of Qing Shan's body and finally struck his divine crystal, causing it to explode. Then, there was no then. Qing Shan's pair of bell-like eyes opened wide. The corner of his mouth still had a mocking smile as his body fell down powerlessly. Boom! Under the frightened gazes of tens of millions of warriors, Qing Shan's body fell heavily on the square of Grey City. There wasn't even a speck of dust raised. His eyes were still wide open as he looked up at the sky, as if he still couldn't believe that he had died just like that. There were already 30 to 40 million warriors in Grey City. However, at this moment, all of them widened their eyes and looked at the square, at Qing Shan, who had half of his body sunk into the ground, in silence. Only the faint sound of the teleportation formation was heard, which made the situation in the square extremely strange. He actually killed Qing Shan. He has cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he can actually kill an upper-level 9 expert head-on. He really is the #1 peerless genius in the god world. Ice Queen's cold and pretty face suddenly blushed. Her small mouth slightly opened. Her startled expression, along with her peerless beauty, was breathtaking. The others were still in the soul illusion, but they could still vaguely sense Grey City below them. Most importantly, the battle had stopped, but Qing Shan's aura had disappeared. However, Yi Qinghan's aura was still faintly present. Everyone's expression changed, especially the Blood Knight Monarch and Shinto Wuxia. Their bodies trembled, and a feeling of despair surged in their hearts. Yen Ran, I have avenged your clansmen. A cold voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it rang in the ears of the experts in the sky and the tens of millions of warriors below. Shinto Wuxia and the Blood Knight Monarch trembled even more violently. The two of them actually shot in two different directions, escaping crazily. Blood Knight, if you dare to run even half a step, I will slaughter your entire city. A voice that was even colder than before rang out. The Blood Knight Monarch's fleeing body suddenly stopped, as if he hadn't moved at all. This voice suddenly made him understand one thing. Without Shinto Xiong, he would die no matter where he ran, and he would drag his clansmen down. Chi! The Blood Knight Monarch only took half a second to figure it out. He knelt down in midair, and the sound of the wind could be heard as he knelt. With a bitter expression, he continuously kowtowed and howled, Yi Qinghan, Lord Yi, spare my life. Yi Qinghan, you dare to kill me. I will make your grandfather and all your relatives die without a complete corpse. Shinto Wuxia simply stopped running. He stood on the spot and roared angrily. His appearance was ferocious and terrifying, like an injured beast. What answered him was 10 ghost-like god slayer spears. The terrifying aura and murderous aura from the spears made Shinto Wuxia lose his courage. He hugged his head and shouted in the air, Yi Qinghan, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, everything is negotiable. Boom! 9 god slayers' spears returned, and the last one violently slammed into Shinto Wuxia's body. In an instant, his body flew out like a ball. Blood spurted out, and his limbs hung limply. His internal organs and bones were shattered. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's figure teleported and appeared in the middle of Shinto Wuxia's flight. He raised his long legs high and turned into a series of afterimages, smashing down heavily on Shinto Wuxia's waist. Shinto Wuxia turned into a ball again and smashed towards Divine Grey City below. Boom! Beside Qing Shan's corpse, another deep pit appeared. Shinto Wuxia's body was badly mutilated, and more than half of his body was smashed into the deep pit. He was only breathing in, but not out. He was already in a half-dead state. Xiao! Yi Qinghan's figure teleported again, scaring the nearby martial artists into hurriedly retreating. After that, Yi Qinghan half-knelt beside Shinto Wuxia. The soul ring in his hand flashed, helping Shinto Wuxia heal his injuries. After that, when Shinto Wuxia woke up and looked over in surprise, a huge fist was smashing fiercely towards his chest, directly smashing a bloody hole in his chest. The soul ring continued to light up, followed by another punch. Continue to heal, continue to smash, gotta. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground, staining Shinto Wuxia and Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty faces red. Divine Grey City was dead silent. Only, the sound of teeth chattering could be heard. The rumors were not wrong. This Yi Qinghan is indeed a demon in human form. So savage. So violent. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, half kneeling on the square, lifting Shinto Wuxia up again and again, healing him, and then smashing him into the ground again and again. They felt a chill run down their spine from head to toe. After a long while, Yi Qinghan's movements finally stopped. He lifted up the badly mutilated Shinto Wuxia and wiped the blood off his face. He grinned at Shinto Wuxia and said faintly, "My kin, my clansmen, one less. I will make your life more painful than death. Bastard, when I use my methods, even I am afraid of myself. Do you understand?" Chapter 12:24. Shinto Wuxia's body convulsed, and his handsome face was completely deformed. The muscles on his face trembled, and a tearing pain came from all over his body. However, this pain was already numb, and he could not feel it. He struggled to open his eyelids, which were sticky with blood, and looked at Yi Qinghan's slightly hideous face. His soul trembled. How could there be such a cruel person in this world? Shinto Wuxia, who had grown up in the Eternal Palace and had never been humiliated in the slightest, had a strong psychological endurance. At this moment, he almost collapsed. Yong used all his strength and nodded. He opened his mouth and weakly said, "Don't hit me. I'll help you save him. Please don't hit me. I will die." Yi Qinghan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, under Shinto Wuxia's horrified gaze, he threw another punch, smashing Shinto Wuxia into the ground. This time, Shinto Wuxia's entire body was smashed to the point that only her legs were left on the ground, trembling slightly. Hiss, hiss, gasps sounded. When Yi Qinghan stood up, his gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone hurriedly retreated. There were even some who could not bear the cold murderous intent in Yi Qinghan's eyes and fell to the ground in fright. Finally, Yi Qinghan looked at the Blood Knight Sovereign in the sky. His cold and emotionless voice rang out again, "Blood Knight, get down here." Whoosh! The Blood Knight Sovereign felt a chill, but he did not think for long. He immediately flew down and knelt on one knee. His face was flushed, and he pleaded in a low voice, "My lord, Knight, was blinded by the demon blood. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once." "I promise." The crowd in the city sighed again. They had seen people kneel and beg for mercy before. But a ninth-grade war god, a supreme existence of the continent's sovereign, kneeling and begging for mercy, was a first. But thinking about it, if the Blood Knight Sovereign did not beg for mercy, with the hatred between him and Yi Qinghan, and with Yi Qinghan's current level of brutality, it would be normal for Yi Qinghan to crush him to death. Was face or life more important? When a person was faced with a choice, that person's character could be best reflected. It was obvious that Blood Knight Monarch's character wasn't very unyielding. "Yi Qinghan, stop killing. Leave a spark for the divine world. Otherwise, the divine world will suffer a crushing defeat in the next planar war." Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Yi Qinghan looked at the Ice Queen in the air and didn't say anything. He turned around and picked up Shinto Wuxia, teleporting away. Yi Qinghan had left, and the murderous aura that had shrouded the entire Grey City had also disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt excited and scared at the same time. Then, they thought of the battle between Yi Qinghan and Shinto Xiong, which would bring chaos to the entire divine world and blood into rivers. The soul illusion in the sky was removed. Mo Shanghuang and Blood Knight Monarch looked down at Qingshan's corpse and were filled with emotions. Yi Qinghan didn't touch them, which meant that Yi Qinghan was still the same Yi Qinghan. However, his strength made the two of them feel ashamed and regretful. If they had followed him, then they wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation and awkwardness. The Ice Queen didn't have any expression on her face. She stood coldly in the sky and watched as Yi Qinghan teleported towards the star ocean. In the end, she sighed. "Shinto Wuxia, have you heard of a demon beast called the bone-devouring bug? It's said that these bone-devouring bugs can devour human bones slowly, bit by bit. I've never experienced that kind of pain, but I've seen it before in a material plane. If you can't save my family, I'll put 10,000 bone-devouring bugs on you and let you have a taste." "How does that taste?" "You know that I have the soul ring and I definitely won't let you die. Do you understand what I mean?" On the starry sea, Yi Qinghan carried Shinto Wuxia and stood proudly in midair. The barrier of the Supreme Island in the distance had already been activated, and the eternal palace in the sky had already disappeared. Evidently, they had received the news. I know. I will get Wuxia to let them go, but... Sir, can you promise not to kill me? Shinto Wuxia nodded her head obediently, and then asked carefully. It was like she was afraid that if she angered Yi Qinghan, he would punch her a few hundred more times. Yi Qinghan said expressionlessly, "You should know how I am. If your father knows how to be a person, I will let you live." This. Shinto Wuxia felt that Yi Qinghan's words were a little ambiguous and said hesitantly. Scoff. I can kill Qingshan, but you don't believe that I can break Supreme Island's barrier. Eternal Palace was crafted by Battle Emperor, don't you know about my relationship with him? I'll give you one last chance, or else. Yi Qinghan exerted some force in his hand, and suddenly grabbed Shinto Wuxia's neck. With just a little bit of force, Shinto Wuxia felt as though her neck was about to be broken. Immediately after, she saw the source energy on Yi Qinghan's fist start to emerge again. Immediately, she was so frightened that she nodded her head vigorously like a little chick pecking rice. Shinto Xiong's useless son is so different from the son I killed. Yi Qinghan sneered and quickly flew toward Supreme Island. Since Shinto Xiong wasn't in the realm of gods, there was really no one in the realm of gods that could stop him. His divine sense was extremely powerful and he could even vaguely sense the eternal palace in the sky above Supreme Island. Therefore, he was certain that Shinto Xiong wouldn't be hiding in the realm of gods. Otherwise, he would have appeared long ago. Yanran wouldn't lie to him either. Sir, wait, I will send a message to Wuxia. After flying above the Supreme Island, Shinto Wuxia immediately sent a message. But after a while, her face turned bitter. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, Wuxia. Wuxia, there's no reply. Humph. Yi Qinghan snorted and slowly raised his hand. The surrounding power of space surged towards him and a huge palm suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, it slammed towards the void in front of him. Buzz! The huge palm floated towards the distance. However, wherever the palm passed, the space would tremble and turn into ripples. Then, a magnificent golden palace slowly appeared. The eternal palace that was hidden in the parallel space was shaken out. Send a message to Shinto Wuxia. If he doesn't hand over the person, I can only destroy the eternal palace by force. Although the eternal palace's restriction is powerful, I can tell you clearly that I am the successor of the Battle Emperor. I believe you have heard of the Battle Emperor's palace before. It is in my hands right now. Shinto Wuxia believed Yi Qinghan's words a little because they knew a little about the Battle Emperor. Shinto Xiong was the disciple of the Battle Emperor. He was very clear about this. Sealed God Valley was the tomb of the Battle Emperor. He also knew that Yi Qinghan was able to walk out of Sealed God Valley back then. If he said that he had nothing to do with the Battle Emperor, no one would believe it. To give up the eternal palace and his and Wuxia's lives for a few ordinary people? Shinto Wuxia didn't need to consider this option. Therefore, he sent more messages. After a moment, Shinto Wuxia finally sent a message. He stated a condition, release Shinto Wuxia and he will release the person. Release the person first and we can discuss anything. If you don't, you will bear the consequences. Yi Qinghan didn't give in. In the end, Shinto Wuxia's message was cut off again. Shinto Wuxia was so angry that he almost cursed. However, Shinto Wuxia had a dull and inflexible personality. He couldn't do anything about it. You won't repent until you see the coffin. Yi Qinghan snorted. 10 spears whizzed out and stabbed towards the eternal palace. Chapter 12:25. Boom! When the God Slayer's spear touched the eternal palace, it started spinning crazily. Its speed and power reached the limit, and it collided with the eternal palace. The eternal palace suddenly lit up with a golden light that radiated tens of thousands of feet. Then, the entire palace shook violently and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. The light on it also dimmed. I'll send you a message. Do you believe that I can shatter the restriction of the Eternal Palace after 30 attacks? After attacking, Yi Qinghan did not continue to attack, nor did he chase after them. He only said to Shinto Wuxia coldly. He started to feel nervous. In fact, he was not confident that he could break the restriction of the Eternal Palace. If Battle Emperor's remnant soul helped him, it might be possible. He could only try to trick Shinto Wuxia and Yi Qinghan. When Shinto Wuxia saw that a casual strike from Yi Qinghan had actually sent the Eternal Palace flying so far away, coupled with the fact that Qing Shan had died at his hands, she naturally believed it completely. She immediately began to transmit messages. Clearly, Shinto Wuxia was also frightened. Moments later, the Eternal Palace's light shook, and dozens of warriors were teleported out. Lil Han. It's Lil Han. Ha! Clan leader, Lil Han is here to save us. Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingniu, and the others were in the Eternal Palace and did not know what was happening outside. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed and they were teleported out. Yi Qingniu looked around and saw Yi Qinghan on Supreme Island. He immediately widened his eyes and roared. Yi Qinghan was shocked. This was the first time he smiled since coming to the immortal world. His body flashed and he teleported over, immediately bringing everyone into the War Imperial Palace. Then, under Shinto Wuji's shocked expression, he did not stop and sealed Shinto Wuxia's divine crystal. He threw it into the War Imperial Palace and immediately flew towards the Blood Night continent. After Yi Qinghan left, the tens of millions of martial artists on Supreme Island all heaved a sigh of relief. They had received news that Yi Qinghan had killed Qing Shan and was teleporting towards Supreme Island. Everyone was terrified. They all knew that Shintu Xiong had sent people to the Fire Dragon continent to massacre cities. They thought that Yi Qinghan would also massacre the entire Supreme Island. On the Blood Night continent, there was a place called the Poison Dragon Swamp. It was the third most dangerous place in the divine world. Yi Qinghan quickly moved through the swamp, following the route that Yao Ji had taken last time, and easily entered the cave. In a fork in the cave, a beautiful woman was sitting inside, quietly reading a book. Suddenly, her eyebrows twitched and her body tensed up. A moment later, it flew out in ecstasy, directly into a frail body, and hugged it tightly. Little Han, you've finally come out. I was so worried. The enchantress raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately. There was a faint sparkle in her eyes, and her face was a mixture of anger and joy. She was extremely beautiful. Enchantress. Let's talk about this later. Let's leave the immortal world first. Go into the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan caressed Yao Ji's hair and kissed her forehead gently. He kept this woman, who had been guarding this place for thousands of years, into the War Emperor Palace, then flew out of the Poison Dragon Swamp, directly into the sky, and into the boundless void. Outside the boundless void, a 9-story pagoda was flying slowly nearby. When it saw Yi Qinghan coming out, it immediately shot over like a rocket, pulling Yi Qinghan in, and turned into a shooting star, drifting towards the Fire Dragon Plain. Grandpas. Third uncle, old ancestors, elders. Yi Qinghan has caused you to suffer, and caused the deaths of millions of people in Sang City. Yi Qinghan has let you down. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan threw Shinto Wuxia, who was sealed in the divine crystal, into the first floor. Then, he transported Yi Tianlong, Yao Ji, and the others from the War Emperor Palace to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Suddenly, he knelt to Yi Tianlong, the Night Emperor, and the others, his face full of grief and shame. Fireworks, Yao Ji, and the others, as well as the Yi family elders beside Yi Tianlong, also knelt down. Yi Tianlong's tears flowed freely, and Yi Qingwu hugged Yi Qingniu and cried bitterly. Everyone thought of the tens of millions of people in Tsang City who had been killed. For a moment, they were heartbroken, and the atmosphere in the Soul Emperor Pavilion was extremely stifling. Yao Ji did not understand what had happened, and quietly sent a message to Fireworks to ask about it. Little Han, get up. This is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Shintu Xiong. You just have to remember to cultivate hard and avenge them. After a moment, the Night Emperor and Yi Tianlong picked up Yi Qinghan, their eyes shining with hatred. The enmity between the Yi family and Shintu Xiong could not be resolved no matter what, and the only way left was for them to fight to the death. Yi Qiu, Yi Chun, kneel. Abruptly, Yi Tianlong shouted at the two senior members of the Yi clan with a stern face. The two senior members trembled and immediately fell to the ground, kneeling down with a terrified look on their faces. Qingniu, kill them. Yi Tianlong's eyes were full of pain. He turned his head away from the two of them and shouted at Yi Qingniu coldly. Yi Qinghan and the others were confused. They saw Yi Chang's killing intent burst forth and was about to attack, while the two of them paled, not daring to say anything. They only looked pitifully at Yi Chang, as if hoping that Yi Chang would plead for them. The two of them were Yi Chang's grandchildren, and they had refined divine crystals to become gods. Wait! Yi Qinghan spoke, looking at Yi Tianlong in confusion. Unexpectedly, Yi Chang did not wait for Yi Tianlong to explain. Divine power burst forth from his hands and directly hit the two of them on the head. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief and fell to the ground. Little Han, third uncle has let you down. These two bastards revealed information about the mystery realm of reincarnation. Yi Chang looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of shame. His fair and unshaven face was flush red, and he looked like he was too ashamed to show his face. Not good. Shintu Xiong went to the endless void. Does he know the location of the mystery realm of reincarnation? Yi Qinghan's face paled. She did not know much. She only knew that Shintu Xiong, Monarch Wind and Moon, and Inkubei had brought 100 venerables to the endless void. She did not know where they went. Combining this information, she realized that Shintu Xiong might know the exact location of the reincarnation plane. She immediately asked Yao Ji to transport herself to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She hurriedly went to find Shintu Wuxia, who was looking around. As a result, the news was immediately confirmed after he asked. Shintu Xiong had gone to Mount Pan. He was a lord of the divine world and had the qualifications to obtain the map of the divine world. Monarch Wind and Moon had created a divine tool similar to the Soul Emperor Pavilion and was currently rushing to the mystery realm of reincarnation. Once the information was confirmed, everyone's expression changed. The mystery realm of reincarnation was a medium-level plane. Shintu Xiong could easily enter. Once he entered, Lord Devour's clone would not be able to defeat him. There was only one outcome: everyone in the mystery realm of reincarnation would die. Yi Qinghan's women, children, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Jin, Flying Rain, soul-devouring city's senior elders, countless people were in the mystery realm of reincarnation. If these people died or were captured, it would be an unprecedented blow to Yi Qinghan. Li Shubai, Air, Fireworks, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and the others were all trembling uncontrollably. Their faces were filled with fear. Li Shubai, Air subconsciously let out a mournful cry. She went to hug Xiao He, but ended up falling to the ground. In her panic, she had forgotten that Xiao He was a spirit body. Yi Qinghan saw this scene and his face darkened. He forced himself to calm down. However, when he thought of Yu Qingqing, Yi Sihan, and the others facing an incomparably dangerous situation, he could not calm down. Don't be hasty. Mo Xiao Xiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. After attracting people's attention, she said faintly, "Our Lady has guessed that Shinto Xiong will find the mystery realm. She has set up some barriers by the space vortex. Let's go back to the Fire Dragon continent to see her first." Yi Qinghan and the others were a little relieved. Lord Devour was the symbol of an expert in their hearts. Moreover, she was more intelligent than others. If she had prepared, there should be hope. "Lady, do you know that Shinto Xiong's current strength has reached the peak of Grade 9 Supreme Elder?" However, Monarch Yanran, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly said something that made people's hearts beat faster. Of course, Lord Devour didn't know that Shinto Xiong's strength had increased again. Yi Qinghan's face became cold. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He shouted, "Yao Ji, go to the Fire Dragon continent as fast as possible." Chapter 12:26. The Flame Dragon continent was still shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. The Holy Land, Tsang City, was massacred. This was a big blow to the Flame Dragon continent. At the same time, it made countless people grieve. Everyone was thinking, if their Frost the Arch came back and saw the new graves outside Tsang City, how sad would he be? Without Frost the Arch, the Flame Dragon continent would have been destroyed. Of course, this was news that Lord Devour deliberately spread. Therefore, the people of the Flame Dragon continent worshipped Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan's deeds in the God world came back, the people of the Flame Dragon continent were even more proud. Therefore, everyone hoped that their Frost the Arch would come back. With Yi Qinghan here, they had a backbone. But they also hoped that he would not come back. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would be sad, afraid that he would bleed. The Soul Emperor Pavilion finally arrived, slowly descending in the sky above Tsang City. Countless warriors waiting outside Tsang City all flew up, looking at the Soul Emperor Pavilion with complicated emotions. Buzz! When a familiar blue figure appeared in the sky, everyone shivered. Their noses felt sour, and they wanted to cry. They all gazed at that expressionless face, wanting to say something, but they couldn't. Yi Qinghan's eyes did not linger on them. He looked at the ruins of Tsang City and the countless graves in front of it. He did not speak, and there was no murderous aura around him. His face was expressionless, but deep in his eyes was sorrow. He slowly flew downwards, and everyone hurriedly followed him. Fireworks and the others looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. They wanted to send a voice transmission to comfort him, but in the end, they didn't. They slowly followed Yi Qinghan and flew towards the graveyard. Plop! Yi Qinghan knelt in front of the graves, scaring the people behind him. They all knelt. Yi Tianlong, Night Emperor, and the others also knelt. Although they were senior, the dead were more important. Many of them were not members of the Yi family. They died because of Yi Qinghan and the others. Ah! Yi Qinghan respectfully bowed 3 times, then raised his head and let out a sorrowful howl. His voice was incomparably lonely and desolate, incomparably sorrowful, incomparably furious, and filled with killing intent. This voice was not amplified by divine power, but it seemed to resound through half of the House of Ares. Countless Fire Dragon citizens in the city all trembled, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan's temperament was more emotional. He valued affection the most and was extremely impulsive. Back when the Flame Dragon city was massacred, even though Yi Qinghan's strength was still very low, he dared to lead the Wind Emperor and the others to conquer the entire Star Sea, declaring war against the #1 force in the immortal realm. His temperament could be seen from this. The descendants of the Yi family, who had been reproducing for thousands of years, numbered in the millions. Now, there were less than 100 of them left. It wasn't hard to imagine the sorrow and guilt in Yi Qinghan's heart. The murderous intent and hatred in his heart were so strong. Everybody looked at Yi Qinghan's back, which wasn't considered broad. His shivering shoulders felt an inexplicable pain. Yi Qinghan had shouldered the death of millions of people on his shoulders. When they were about to send some people to comfort Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up. Then, he teleported, disappearing from his spot. There was a beautiful dark castle in the dark forest. On the rooftop of the castle, fresh flowers were still blooming. Clusters of green grapes hung on the grape trellis, which looked so alluring. This time, Lord Devour didn't sit on her chair. Instead, he stood on the edge of the rooftop with his back facing the grape trellis, looking into the distance quietly. Swoosh! As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared on the rooftop, Lord Devour shivered. He struggled to turn around, his emotionless face showing a gleam of shame. Looking at Yi Qinghan, his mouth twitched. Eventually, he sighed, "Little Han. I'm sorry." Yi Qinghan forced a smile, shaking his head. "It's not your fault, my lord." Lord Devour sighed, his face a little gloomy. "I have to take some responsibility. If I had been more cautious that year, I would have asked little you to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick you up. This tragedy wouldn't have happened." Sigh. "It's my fault. Let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. The dead are gone. We should consider the living more." Yi Qinghan shook his head and said hurriedly, "My lord, Shintu Xiong knows the location of the secret reincarnation domain. Wind Moon Sovereign has helped him refine a flying divine weapon. Moreover, he has become the lord of the divine world. At this moment, his competence has reached the peak of 9th grade." "What?" Lord Devour's face changed, asking, "When did he leave?" Yi Qinghan was also anxious. "At least 3 months ago." "Oh no. It's too late for the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick him up. Shintu Xiong has reached the peak of 9th grade. I'm afraid the previous barrier is useless." "No. I'm going to arrange it first." Lord Devour's face changed completely. His body transformed into a snow-white rabbit, closing his eyes. Apparently, the clone of the secret reincarnation domain had taken action. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. Pondering for a while, he gritted his teeth and disappeared from the rooftop. "Yao Ji, bring Shintu Wuxia out." Back in Sang City, Yi Qinghan said in a low voice to Yao Ji. Yao Ji's eyes turned cold, and she immediately teleported away. She then carried Shintu Wuxia, who was looking around in confusion, and flew over. "Shintu Xiong, you killed my people. Now, I will use your son's blood to pay tribute to them. One day, I will bring your head back to pay tribute to them." "God Emperor, if I can't do it, Yi Qinghan would rather die." Yi Qinghan grabbed Shintu Wuxia with one hand, and the slaughter god saber appeared in his hand. He raised his hand, and the saber fell. A head rolled down. The eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. "Yao Ji. Go. Fireworks, stay in the Fire Dragon continent. Tell Lord Devour that I'm going to the secret reincarnation domain first." Throwing the headless corpse in his hand, Yi Qinghan teleported to the Soul Emperor Pavilion with the Yao Ji. Before anyone could react. Seeing the Soul Emperor Pavilion light up, the three of them and Xiao Hei's faces changed. "Qinghan, take us with you." "Boss, I'll go with you." Fireworks and the two of them flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiao Hei turned into a gust of wind and enveloped the Soul Emperor Pavilion. "I'm not going to die. I'm just going to save someone. I'm confident that even if I can't kill Shintu Xiong, I can still protect myself." "What are you all going for?" Yi Qinghan's voice sounded out helplessly. However, the women's expressions were unusually resolute. Xiao Hei condensed into a human form and stuck tightly to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan sighed and said, "Forget it. Yao Ji, bring them in. Let's go together." The women were instantly overjoyed. The Yao Ji pulled Li He in as well. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a shooting star and flew towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Knight Emperor, Yi Tianlong, Mo Xiao, and the others did not make a fuss about following. They just looked at the sky sadly. Every time something happened, it was Yi Qinghan's shoulders that were not broad enough to shoulder it. This made them feel extremely ashamed. Especially Knight Emperor, he felt even more ashamed. Everyone looked at the sky with heavy expressions. They were all worried. Although Yi Qinghan's strength had improved a lot, and he could even kill Qing Shan, who was at the peak of 9th grade in the Immortal realm, Shintu Xiong's strength had reached 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist. However, Shintu Xiong's strength had reached 9th grade Sovereign and had even obtained the Overlord's position. His strength had even reached the pinnacle of 9th grade Sovereign. Could Yi Qinghan be his opponent? The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and broke through the void of the Fire Dragon Plane. Then, it pulled Monarch Yanran, who was waiting outside, into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Monarch Yanran was a 9th grade martial artist. She could not enter the material plane. Shinto Wuxia, on the other hand, was a false 9th grade martial artist. He did not have any godly aura, but he could enter. The Soul Emperor Pavilion paused for a moment and flew again. It turned into a shooting star and flew into the endless void. Chapter 12:27. The map of the divine world clearly shows that the reincarnation plane is nearby. Why can't we find it? Strange. Could it be that the map is wrong? Impossible. In the endless void, a large black bird with white light on its surface was slowly flying in the void. In the middle of the large bird's hall, Shintu Xiong was holding a jade slip in his hand. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly furrowed. From time to time, he would scan the jade slip with his divine sense, and from time to time, he would look at the nearby planes in the void, comparing them. My lord, is there something wrong with the map? The South Mountain Sovereign, Ing Kuei, stood at the side with a fawning smile and asked carefully. Impossible. The God Emperor wouldn't make a mistake. As the manager of Pan Realm, who knows it better than him? Shintu Xiong shook his head and said firmly. Thinking back to the last time he went to the planar battlefield to ask for a map of the divine world, the divine emperor revealed a trace of his aura. Shintu Xiong still had a lingering fear in his heart. The God Emperor. Lord, is the God Emperor really as omnipotent and invincible as the legends say? Ing Kuei's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Wind Moon Monarch's eyes also lit up as he listened. I don't know if he's omnipotent, but he's definitely invincible. Shintu Xiong said with certainty and then waved his hand. Let's not talk about the God Emperor too much. Where is this reincarnation plane? Ing Kuei's eyes flashed as he pointed at the super-large whirlpools outside. Lord. Do you think it's inside these spatial whirlpools? Wind Moon Monarch was dazed, then shook his head resolutely. How is that possible? Even if Lord is sucked in by the spatial whirlpools, it'll be hard to get out. How could Devour Diao Wu and Yi Qinghan go in? No. It's possible. Shintu Xiong's eyes lit up. Did you forget about the Soul Emperor Pavilion? The Soul Emperor Pavilion is many times stronger than the Flying Phoenix. It must be. Wind Moon Monarch, control the Flying Phoenix to fly around. Let me check. Shintu Xiong was shocked. He hadn't thought about this before. The Flying Phoenix flew around the spatial whirlpools for a few days. Shintu Xiong checked and compared. He easily found the passage that the Soul Emperor Pavilion used to enter the reincarnation plane. It's here. The distance between the two spatial vortexes is quite far, so the suction force isn't that strong. If I'm careful, I can easily pass through the two vortexes and enter the back of these vortexes. Ha! Devour Diao Wu, Yi Qinghan, let's see how you survive this time. Shintu Xiong laughed heartily, the suffocation of the past few months completely swept away. He waved his hand and pointed to the front as he ordered, Wind Moon Monarch, fly in that direction. I will kill everyone in the plane of reincarnation and leave no one alive. However, after Shintu Xiong finished speaking, the Wind Moon sovereigns did not move, and even Inkue became somewhat hesitant. The two of them looked at Shintu Xiong with awkward expressions, wanting to say something but hesitating. Although the distance between these two spatial vortexes wasn't as close as the other spatial vortexes, their suction was still extremely powerful. These spatial vortexes were no joke. Once they were sucked in, they didn't know if Shintu Xiong could come out, but they would definitely die. It was true that they had sided with Shintu Xiong. If Shintu Xiong wanted them to kill or fight with others, they wouldn't hesitate, but to send them to their deaths. What are you afraid of? These spatial vortexes aren't as powerful as you think. It should be fine if we fly slowly. Shintu Xiong's face darkened, clearly noticing the hesitation of the two. The Wind Moon Monarch's mind turned and his face lit up with joy. He had an idea and sincerely said, Sir, the Flying Phoenix is large and its suction force is even greater. If the Flying Phoenix is sucked into the spatial vortexes, how will we return? How about I wait outside? And, that's right. Inkue, come with me to take a look. Shintu Xiong thought about it and felt that it made sense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Inkue. Inkue couldn't find a reason and could only nod with a crying face. The two of them jumped off the Flying Phoenix and carefully flew inside. Inkue's speed was extremely slow, like a snail. Only after Shintu Xiong coldly snorted did he slowly increase his speed. Chi, chi. As they got closer and closer to the spatial vortexes, a strange suction force started to affect the two of them. Inkue and Shintu Xiong sensed it and felt slightly relieved. They continued to fly slowly, and after an hour, they reached the center of the two vortexes. Shintu Xiong sensed it and let out a sigh of relief as he laughed. Ha, Inkue, I was right, the suction force here is a bit weak. The two vortexes' suction force is restricting each other. That's right, Yi Qinghan and the others definitely entered from here. Inkue wiped the cold sweat off his face and nodded, not daring to refute, but he became even more nervous. It felt like he was walking on a steel wire with knives all around him. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Shintu Xiong looked relaxed on the surface, but his divine sense was constantly scouting. If it wasn't for the fact that his hatred for Yi Qinghan and Shi Diawu surpassed his fear of this place, Shintu Xiong would have retreated long ago. Especially Yi Qinghan's strange supernatural power. If he didn't get rid of it, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease in the divine world. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and fly forward. They're here. Shintu Xiong, there's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There's no gate to hell, but you barged in. Soul Emperor, Diawu will take revenge for you today. Inside the reincarnation secret realm, Lord Shi, who was sitting cross-legged in an elegant pavilion on the reincarnation island, suddenly opened her eyes. There was no fear in her eyes, but excitement. As soon as Yi Qinghan sent her the news, she immediately made many arrangements. There was only one path to enter the reincarnation secret realm. At this moment, Shintu Xiong and Inkue had bumped into the small restriction she had set up, which alerted her. Yi Qinghan and the Yao Ji were controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, flying from the Fire Dragon continent to this place. However, it would take them a few months to arrive. Without the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the people inside the reincarnation secret realm couldn't escape even if they wanted to. However, because of the special terrain outside the reincarnation secret realm, as well as her foresight, not only was Lord Shi not afraid, she was also full of fighting spirit. She quietly flew up to the sky, her divine sense sweeping through the demon devourer, Yu Qingqing, and the others. She revealed a sweet smile, turned into an afterimage, and flew into the endless void. Left. Shintu Xiong's origin power revolved around him, and the power of space also condensed quietly. His divine might was released, and his spirit was highly tense, sensing the suction force between the two whirlpools. Behind him, Inkue was drenched in cold sweat. The deeper they flew, the stronger the suction force. He even had the urge to turn back. However, it was hard to get off the tiger, so he could only grit his teeth and follow Shintu Xiong. "Ha, Inkue, look ahead." Suddenly, Shintu Xiong stopped, and said with a loud laugh, but his eyes were shining brightly in front of him. Inkue was startled, and immediately looked ahead. He saw a blurry white light in front of him, and was instantly overjoyed. He shouted, "There really is a plane, it's the reincarnation plane, that's right, it's definitely the reincarnation plane." "Humph, this is indeed the reincarnation plane, but the two of you have no hope of entering. Shintu Xiong, Inkue, prepare to die." At this moment, the blurry light in front of them was blocked by a fiery red figure. A bone-chilling voice rang in Shintu Xiong and Inkue's ears, and their expressions changed. Inkue used his divine sense to check, and immediately shouted, "Devour a butterfly dance." Chapter 12:28. "Ah! What's Sir doing there?" Inside the reincarnation secret domain, Kid was sitting with Li Shishir in a private room. His hands had reached into Li Shishir's robe, enjoying the soft fragrance brought by his sexual desire. At this moment, he paused, mumbling suspiciously. "Sir." "Kid, what's wrong?" Li Shishir, the king of the reincarnation secret domain, blushed. She was kissing Kid's body, her clothes disheveled. She was bewildered, asking suspiciously. "I don't know. Sir's out of this place." "Yeah. I'm going to check." "Take off your clothes. If you come back with half of them, I'll use the venomous dragon spear to kill you." Kid pondered for a while and then laughed evilly. His body flashed, chasing after Lord Devour, heading into the endless void. *TCH, let's see where you can run to today. As soon as Kid got out, he heard a shout. Shintu Xiong released a tremendous murderous aura. His bright eyes gazed at Lord Devour in front of him. Although he had shouted, he didn't move. Quite the contrary, he was more anxious, scanning the surroundings. All of a sudden, Shintu Xiong felt something different in the space around him. His face changed dramatically, and a shiver came from deep in his soul. It was the signal of fatal danger. Thinking that he was in the middle of two vortexes, he suddenly understood why Lord Devour dared to say such arrogant words. "Run? Why do I need to run? Shintu Xiong, the Soul Emperor died because of you. Today, I'll take revenge for him. Inkue, you don't want to be a good monarch but a dog. Today, you'll die with him." Lord Devour sneered, sending a message to Kid to stay put. Then, a pair of beautiful hands danced. A massive palm appeared in front of her, whistling as it flew toward her. "With your low competence, you want to deal with His Excellency. His Excellency can crush you with just one finger." Inkue sneered continually. He had finally found the reincarnation secret domain. Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Kid, how could they not die? However, he felt something wrong in the next second. A huge force rushed at him from behind, and his body actually flew forward violently. Inkue was so scared that smoke rose from his soul. He hurried to release space power to stabilize his body while turning into a strange beast to resist Lord Devour's palm. There was only one person by his side. Needless to say, the palm strike on his back was from Shintu Xiong. Furthermore, at this moment, his divine sense detected that Shintu Xiong was actually retreating explosively. Inkue was anxious and angry, but he was even more perplexed. Why did Shintu Xiong attack him? Why should he retreat? With the strength of a grade 9 sovereign, how could he be afraid of Devour Jia Wu? The next second, his doubts were solved. As Lord Devour's giant palm moved, the space around them glowed with 7-colored divine light. Then, a terrifying aura covered Inkue. All the barriers that Lord Devour had set up had been activated. God damn it, Shintu Xiong, I will *CK your entire family for 100 generations. If Inkue still didn't understand at this moment, he would really be a fool. It was obvious that Shintu Xiong had discovered Lord Devour's restriction in advance. At this moment, he wanted Shi Yan to attract and trigger these restrictions so that he could escape. Bang! A burst of electric arcs flashed, and a violent explosion rang out, causing the entire space nearby to shake. Inkue's eyes were as big as a cow's, and the muscles on his face were completely twisted. Lord Devour's attack wasn't powerful, and the restriction's explosion wasn't powerful either. It wasn't enough to kill him. However, under Lord Devour's attack and the restriction's explosion, his body flew 1,000 meters toward the space whirlpool on the left. A huge suction force acted on Inkue's body, pulling him toward the center of the whirlpool. Inkue was like a beast that had fallen into a trap, struggling to survive. He kept shouting and struggling. However, his body was still slowly drifting toward the center of the whirlpool. His speed was getting faster and faster, and eventually, he disappeared into the whirlpool. Hiss! Jita's heart was pounding as he watched from behind. At first, when he saw someone flying toward the reincarnation secret realm, his face changed in fright. After realizing that it was Shintu Xiong, his soul almost left his body. Then, when he saw that Lord Devour had already set up the trap, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, when he saw that Shintu Xiong had sent Inkue to his death, easily breaking the restriction, and dodging the attack, his face changed again. However, when he saw that Lord Devour's face didn't change, his heart was in his throat again. His soul consciousness locked on Shintu Xiong, his eyes flickering. Shintu Xiong saw that Inkue was mercilessly sucked into the space whirlpool, without any sound or movement. Shintu Xiong's face turned pale, his heart still fluttering with fear. If he hadn't sensed that something wasn't right and immediately pushed Inkue away, he would have been the one falling into the space whirlpool. Lord Devour had a good trick, using the space power and the restriction at the same time. He didn't want to kill the enemy, but just moved the two of them, using the space whirlpool to trap them. What's wrong? Shintu Xiong. You don't dare to come anymore. I can tell you clearly that Yi Qinghan has gone to the God world and killed your 2 sons. Also, Qing Shan, Yi Tianlong, and the others have been rescued. Ha, you're all alone now, without any descendants. When Yi Qinghan comes back, you will die for sure. Lord Devour stood at his spot, looking at Shintu Xiong coldly as he spoke leisurely. Kid was shaken. He didn't know if what Lord Devour had said was true or not. He didn't understand why Lord Devour would provoke Shintu Xiong in such a situation. Shintu Xiong was also shaken. Then, he sneered mockingly, "Humph, bitch, if you want to make up a lie, you should make it a better one. How could that bastard Yi Qinghan kill Qing Shan with his meager strength? You don't believe me." Lord Devour wasn't moved. He said leisurely, Yi Qinghan didn't have the ability to kill Qing Shan before, but it's different now. No matter how different he is, how many years has he cultivated? Less than 10,000 years. Reaching the 9th grade supreme martial artist in less than 10,000 years. Are you trying to fool a kid? Shintu Xiong couldn't deny it. Lord Devour said coldly, Shintu Xiong, have you ever heard of a supreme spirit treasure? If Yi Qinghan has a supreme spirit treasure, do you think he can kill Qing Shan? Supreme spirit treasure. Shintu Xiong's pupils shrank. Of course, he knew about supreme spirit treasures, but he still didn't believe it. He said, even if he has a supreme spirit treasure, he can't kill Qing Shan. A supreme spirit treasure is powerful, But can it make a lower 9th grade cultivator reach the 9th grade supreme martial artist level? What a joke. That's the biggest joke in the world. What if this supreme spirit treasure is the fire god's armor? What if Yi Ching Han has already refined the chaotic divine crystal and reached the upper 9th grade? Do you think it's possible? The Eternal Palace is powerful, but you seem to have forgotten who made it. Yi Ching Han is the disciple of the Battle Emperor. Ha! Shintu Xiong, you massacred Tsang City. Do you think Yi Ching Han will be satisfied if he doesn't kill your 2 sons and the Supreme Island? Ha! Lord Devour laughed wantonly. He laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He completely ignored Shintu Xiong, who was only 10,000 miles away from him. He seemed to have forgotten that Shintu Xiong was a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist. Behind him, Jido was confused. His palms and back were covered in sweat. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Devour and Shintu Xiong's actions were too strange. They were so close, but Shintu Xiong didn't come to kill them. Lord Devour seemed to be provoking Shintu Xiong on purpose. The two of them talked nonsense, which made Jida very confused. Swish! Suddenly, Shintu Xiong moved. He dashed forward. Jida's body tensed. He gathered the power of space. A few invisible giant dragons hovered around him, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Lord Devour moved too. His eyes were filled with the light of success. He laughed and waved his beautiful hand, sending out a huge palm. Chapter 1229. B*TCH, do you think I'll be fooled? Shintu Xiong roared, then retreated rapidly. In just a few blinks, he had disappeared from their sight, dashing into the endless void outside. What? Jida was even more bewildered. Why did Shintu Xiong suddenly retreat? He exhaled in relief, but then he saw Lord Devour's body soften, almost falling. In just a blink, he had figured out the key. Lord Devour had scared Shintu Xiong away. Shintu Xiong didn't know if Lord Devour had set up any restrictions or not, so he had tried to probe. Lord Devour had also tricked him to provoke him. It had created a false impression that Lord Devour had tricked him to attack, so that he could trigger the restrictions and fall into the space vortex. And the truth was, it was possible that this passage didn't have any restrictions anymore. Now, seeing Lord Devour's appearance, it wasn't just a possibility, but a confirmation. Jida, help me keep an eye on it. I need to set up a restriction now. Lord Devour's body shook a little, then he forced himself to calm down. He didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as he turned into a dragon, flying forward. Swoosh! Countless array heartstones shot out from his hand. At the same time, Lord Devour released his god power, dancing in the air. Light flashed around him. Countless array heartstones and formation tools were shot to the designated spots, and then she used her god power to guide them, preventing the space vortex from sucking them in. Half an hour later, Lord Devour had created a barrier that looked like a spider web. Light flashed, and the colorful spider web was pulled away. The surroundings resumed their tranquility. At first glance, there was nothing. Even the soul consciousness couldn't sense anything. At this moment, Lord Devour flew back, his face tired and frightened. Her understanding of restrictions wasn't high. If the enchantress were here, it would be much easier. Setting up such a restriction had already consumed a lot of her brain power. Thinking about the situation, Lord Devour sighed. If Shintu Xiong had come, she and Jida would have been finished, and so would everyone in the reincarnation secret domain. Jida looked at Lord Devour with admiration. This woman was so smart. If it were him, he would have been exposed. Sir, are you all right now? Kid swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then asked, is what you said about little Han true? Half real, half fake. One of Qing Shan and Shintu Xiong's sons was indeed killed by Little Han, and at this moment, he and Yao Ji are rushing over. After resting for a while, Lord Devour's eyes were still solemn as he sighed. Originally, I thought that I could smash Shintu Xiong into the space vortex this time. I didn't expect to fail on the verge of success. Shintu Xiong's strength has indeed reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. His vigilance is incomparably strong. Sigh, this is troublesome. What's the trouble? How dare he barge in? You can still trap him with a restriction. If we attack together, won't he fall into the spatial whirlpool? Ji De said disapprovingly. Humph. You're too naive. Lord Devour shook his head. My formation skills are limited. If Shintu Xiong wakes up and sends people to die in the front, he will follow us from the back. Do you think we are his opponents? Ah, Ji De's face changed drastically. Lord Devour was right. If Shintu Xiong sent people to open the way while he was at the back, once the restriction was broken and he came in, it would be the death of all of them. Ji De was slightly panicked and said, "What should we do?" There's no other way. Lord Devour sighed and said, "Now, I hope that Shintu Xiong will find out later. When Yi Qing Han and Yao Ji arrive, with Yao Ji's restriction and Little Han's strength, we will have the capital to contend with Shintu Xiong. If Shintu Xiong comes in earlier, we will be dead." Ji De blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of a problem. He quickly asked, "Then, sir, can't you set up a few more restrictions? The place where I set up the restriction is the best and has the strongest suction force. The other places don't have much effect." I will set up a few more small restrictions. Hopefully, we can wait for Little Han's arrival. Lord Devour quickly set up some small restrictions in the air. Then, he and Ji De sat cross-legged in the void, waiting for Shintu Xiong's next attack. Of course, they were also waiting for Yi Qing Han and the others' arrival. What? There's a restriction on the passage, and Inkue was accidentally sucked in. Shintu Xiong's face was dark as he came in from the Flying Phoenix and explained. The Wind Moon Monarch's face changed. He thought that he was lucky that he didn't follow them in. Otherwise, he would have been dead. It seemed that the reincarnation's secret domain was in there. Lord Devour and Yi Qing Han had chosen a good place. They could advance and retreat at the same time. If this continued, when Yi Qing Han's strength continued to increase, he wouldn't even know what the divine world was. It seemed that after returning to the divine world, he shouldn't be too close to Shintu Xiong. If Yi Qing Han came back, he would end up like Inkue. Shintu Xiong's face darkened. He didn't care about what the Wind Moon Monarch was thinking. He was thinking about Lord Devour's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew about the Fire God battle armor. It was the #1 supreme spirit treasure in the divine world. As the favored disciple of the Battle Emperor, how could he not know about it? If Yi Qing Han got the Fire God battle armor and refined the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal, it was possible that he could kill Qing Shan, and kill his 2 sons. Ah! Yi Qing Han, devour Diao Wu, you too be ****. Don't fall into your father's hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Abruptly, Shintu Xiong roared, his murderous aura surging. The Wind Moon Monarch and the 100 venerables in the back hall were shivering in fear. They were afraid that Shintu Xiong would vent his anger on them. The more Shintu Xiong thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking about the restriction in the passage and Lord Devour's mocking expression, he was angry, helpless, and bewildered. He didn't dare to gamble. Although his strength had reached the peak of the God realm, it was like the sealed God Valley in the past. Even though venerables could come out, grade 9 experts didn't dare to take the risk. Although he didn't believe that the spatial whirlpool could trap him, he didn't dare to try. Wind Moon Monarch, do you understand restrictions? Do you have the confidence to break Devour Diao Wu's restriction? After a moment, Shintu Xiong seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up as he locked onto the Wind Moon Monarch and shouted. I don't really understand. Lord, it's not that I'm afraid of death, it's just that Devour Diao Wu's restriction skill is comparable to the Soul Emperor's, and the Soul Emperor's restriction was learned from the Battle Emperor's restriction manual. The Battle Emperor's restriction skill is number 1 in the divine world. The Wind Moon Monarch's pupils shrank. Not to mention that he didn't have the confidence, even if he did, he wouldn't help Shintu Xiong. Moreover, even if he broke the restriction and killed Devour Diao Wu, what benefits would he get? Would Shintu Xiong give him the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal? Trash, AI, let's return to the divine world first and think about it later. Shintu Xiong felt a headache. Adding on the fact that he was anxious to confirm Lord Devour's words, he was filled with worry. If he couldn't go in now, then he could only retreat and think of a way. The Wind Moon Monarch let out a sigh of relief and quickly sent a message to the 100 Venerables in the back hall. They controlled the Flying Phoenix and flew towards the divine world. Chapter 1230. In the Boundless Void. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew rapidly. Yao Ji had the best understanding of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and was also the most proficient in controlling it. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly faster than Lord Devour and Yi Qingyu. The atmosphere in the Great Hall of the 9th floor was still gloomy. Ever since Yi Qinghan entered, he went into a small hall alone and opened the barrier. Yan Ran Fireworks, Li Shuier, and the others were left to sit in the hall. Over the past few months, Monarch Yanran and Fireworks had gotten used to it. Although Yi Qinghan and Yanran didn't say anything about their relationship, Monarch Yanran and Fireworks had gotten used to it. However, Fireworks and the others knew how romantic Yi Qinghan was. When Queen Yanran looked at Yi Qinghan, even a blind man could see the love in her eyes. How could they not understand? Although he felt a little sour in his heart, he had already brought the person back. What else could he do? Fortunately, Monarch Yanran had a good temperament, and she had joined the sect later. Yi Qinghan had even helped her kill Qing Shan, so she was extremely grateful. Under her intentional flattery, the other women accepted her. Besides, Yanran was a level 9 expert and a soul cultivator. She was powerful and could be a great help to Yi Qinghan. Xiao Yu, go and persuade Qinghan. He will definitely listen to you. Fireworks frowned, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her face was full of worry. Yi Qingwu was also very anxious. Yi Qingyu also became worried when she heard this. She shook her head and said, "Brother, when he is upset, he doesn't like to be disturbed. He likes to be alone." Fireworks froze. He thought back to when they were at the Stream of Yin Spirits. Yi Qinghan had left alone with a low roar. Her heart ached. Yi Qinghan was always looking for a secluded corner to lick his wounds when he was hurt, annoyed, and in pain. This was also one of the shining points that attracted all the girls. I'll go take a look. Yan Ran suddenly stood up, smiled, and walked towards the side hall. Fireworks and the others didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, but when they saw Yan Ran volunteering, although he felt a little sour in his heart, he still felt slightly relieved. Yan Ran had just married into his family. Yi Qinghan would be too embarrassed to reject her, right? In fact, Yi Qinghan wasn't injured. He was healing himself. He was refining the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal. In the new soul space, the soul sea could explode at any time. Yi Qinghan originally did not intend to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. It was just that there was a high chance that he would face Shintu Xiong in the reincarnation mystic realm this time. He really had no confidence, so he could only grit his teeth and refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already been flying for a month, and Yi Qinghan had already refined it for a month. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with incomparable rage. I'm such an idiot, stupid pig. Yi Qinghan scolded himself and raised his hand, wishing he could give himself a slap. Because he was worried about the safety of his loved ones in the secret realm of reincarnation, he hurriedly refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. But now, he discovered a very serious problem. It wasn't that he couldn't refine the Chaos Divine Crystal, but in fact, the Chaos Divine Crystal had already completely fused with his divine world, and could no longer be separated. He had forgotten one thing. Refining the Chaos Divine Crystal required time. The Chaos Divine Crystal easily fused with Yi Qinghan's Chaos Divine Crystal. He felt a very pure power begin to cover his Chaos Divine Crystal. The divine power within the Chaos Divine Crystal immediately turned from the original purple color to a dark gold color. After a month, it had already turned golden. This meant that the divine power had begun to grow crazily, and after the quantitative change, it had reached a qualitative change. His divine power had already reached the level of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, and it was still growing. It was just that, divine power was easy to grow, but the power of space did not. He felt that there was a golden energy within the Chaos Divine Crystal that was slowly seeping into his Chaos Divine Crystal. The speed was comparable to a snail's crawl. Although he didn't know what the golden energy was, he could guess that it was probably the essence of the Chaos Divine Crystal. When the golden energy completely seeped into his Chaos Divine Crystal, he would be able to control more space power. He thought of Lord Devour, who had spent 1 to 200 years to advance from the peak of 7th grade war god to 9th grade. Considering the current situation, he understood that to completely refine the Chaos Divine Crystal, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. But after 1 to 200 years, he wouldn't even know if he was dead or alive. If he refined the Chaos Divine Crystal, it would be a waste. Moreover, it would only take a few months to go to the secret realm of reincarnation. After refining the Chaos Divine Crystal, his strength would be no different from not refining it. That was why he was so angry. God damn it, I should have asked Lord Devour earlier. This Chaos Divine Crystal is refined like this. Yi Qinghan touched his nose embarrassedly. He had completely wasted the Chaos Divine Crystal. If he gave it to Jida or Yanran, they could have created a peak of 9th grade martial artist. Walking around the room, Yi Qinghan cursed himself. Finally, he sat down helplessly. Since he had refined it, there was no use regretting it. He checked the Chaos Divine Crystal again and realized that refining it had nothing to do with him. The energy in the Chaos Divine Crystal seeped into the Chaos Divine Crystal automatically. He didn't need to go into seclusion to control it. It would take about 3 to 4 months to go from the Fire Dragon dimension to the Reincarnation dimension. There were still more than 2 months left. What should he cultivate? How could he improve his strength in these 2 months? Yi Qinghan's mind was spinning, but he laughed at himself. It was wishful thinking to want to break through in 2 months. He stood up and wanted to walk around to see fireworks and the others. However, seeing them reminded him of the dead martial artists on the Fire Dragon continent. He didn't dare to see them. Buzz. At this time, the restriction in the room was touched by someone, and it lit up slightly. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. Usually, when he was in seclusion, fireworks and the others would not dare to disturb him. He used his divine sense to check and found that it was Yanran. He remembered that after saving her, he hadn't talked to her properly. He quickly opened the restriction and let her in. Today, Yanran was wearing a light yellow robe. She had an oval-shaped face and a graceful bearing. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and a sweet smile. Her peerless charm caused Yi Qinghan to tremble. After Yanran walked in, she sat on the jade bed next to Yi Qinghan and said with concern, Qinghan, are you okay? Everyone is worried about you. You are their pillar of support. You can't fall. I'm fine. I've been through more dangerous situations. I won't fall. Yi Qinghan's heart ached, and he forced a smile. He asked with concern, Yanran, are you used to leaving the divine realm? Yanran nodded heavily. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes blinked. She smiled and said, I am used to it. You killed Qingshan for me, and I feel relieved. As long as I can go back to the Qingshan tribe to pay my respects to my parents and tribesmen, I will have no regrets. Thank you, Qinghan. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Yanran is willing to do anything for you. Oh, when Yi Qinghan heard the last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. He recalled that in Yanran's little house, Yanran had taken off her clothes, revealing her snow-white back and the black phoenix that was about to take flight. He couldn't help but feel his throat dry up. But now was not the time to think about such things. He remembered the tragedy in Tsang City and the danger in the secret realm of reincarnation. His face darkened. Yanran was a soul cultivator and a woman. She could easily see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. She wanted to use her body to help Yi Qinghan resolve his sadness. At the same time, they confirmed their relationship. But they didn't know what to say, and the two became awkward. Amidst the awkwardness, there was a hint of ambiguity. It was very strange. After a moment of silence, Yanran glanced at Yi Qinghan and said shyly, Qinghan, what are you thinking about? Yi Qinghan was also embarrassed. He said casually, I am thinking about how to improve my strength. To be honest, I am not confident that I can defeat Shintu Xiong. But there are only 2 months left before we reach the secret realm of reincarnation. How can I improve my strength in 2 months? I have an idea. Yanran's eyes brightened as she opened her mouth and blurted out. After that, she became shy as a blush appeared on her face. The blush slowly spread to her ears, making her look extremely alluring. What is it? Yi Qinghan was very surprised and asked curiously. However, he found that Yanran's appearance was not right. Her face was as red as an apple and her whole body was hot. When she occasionally glanced at him, her eyes seemed to be dripping water. Yanran lowered her head and clenched her white fingers. After a long time, she said shyly, have you forgotten my identity? I am from the Black Wind clan. My virginity might help you improve your strength. Do you want to try? Chapter 1231. The Black Phoenix Race. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He thought of the Black Phoenix on Yanran's back, and then looked at Yanran's expression. He couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. He subconsciously wanted to move, but he felt that the timing wasn't right, so he hesitated. Should I do it or not? I can't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and I'm already indulging in romance. Isn't that too much of a beast? No, I'm doing this to increase my strength. If I can really increase it a little, won't I have more confidence in dealing with Shintu Xiong? I have no choice but to kill Shintu Xiong and save people, isn't that so? If I think this way, it seems a little shameless. Should I do it or not? That's a problem. Yi Qinghan became bashful, and his mind started to struggle. He couldn't help but glance at Yanran, but he also forced himself to turn his head away. He was in a difficult position. Ha! Yanran covered her mouth and giggled. She saw Yi Qinghan's embarrassment and felt that it was funny and a little bashful. However, if Yi Qinghan didn't take the initiative, how could she be embarrassed? Saying such bold words today had already made her feel extremely ashamed. However, with this smile, the teasing in her eyes became even more intense. Her eyes were full of love, and it was extremely moving. Logically speaking, I should do it. This is beneficial to everyone, but I shouldn't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and Qingcheng and the others are in danger. No, I should do it too. Yanran has been with me for so long, it's time to give her a proper status. That's not right either. I can only live for a few hundred years. If I take Yanran, there will be one more sad person after I die. I can't harm her anymore. Yi Qinghan scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. Finally, he thought of the ticking time bomb in his mind. He might not live for more than 500 years, so he resolutely decided not to harm Yanran. However, when he finally made up his mind and turned around to reject her, a fiery body pounced over and hugged his neck. A fiery and delicate body pounced over and hugged his neck. Then, two soft and tender lips pressed against his and clumsily began to suck on his lips. A pink tongue stuck out from her mouth, like a snake's tongue, and clumsily tried to enter Yi Qinghan's mouth. At first, Yanran was amused by Yi Qinghan's hesitation, but she found that he had already been hesitating for an hour. His expression was uncertain. He didn't look like he was acting, and he looked like he was really considering, so she couldn't help. In the beginning, he only had a favorable impression of Yi Qinghan, or it could be said that it was a kind of transaction. However, just as she was about to be killed by Qing Shan, Yi Qinghan suddenly appeared. His back was not considered broad, but at that moment, it was so imposing that it moved her heart. In addition, Yi Qinghan had helped her take revenge, so her heart was completely tied to Yi Qinghan. For hundreds of thousands of years, she hadn't fallen in love. Now that she was aroused, she was like a young girl falling in love for the first time. She wholeheartedly wanted to follow Yi Qinghan. Seeing him hesitate, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She steeled her heart and took the initiative, preparing to use the stupidest method, cooking rice. Yi Qinghan's mind was very strong. Towards his enemies, he could be as cold as winter snow. In the past, outside Seoul Emperor Island, he had killed 1.3 billion people. In the face of power, he had never yielded. Outside Flame Dragon City, under the pressure of supremacy Evil Moon, he had said no even in the face of certain death. However, his resistance towards beauties was completely negligible. He was a sentimental person, and especially in this kind of situation, his heart had completely softened. Of course, there were some things that immediately hardened and became as hard as godly metal. Monarch Yanran was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. She had the special spiritual body of the Black Phoenix tribe, the unique temperament of a soul cultivator, and the status of a high and lofty monarch. This made her fatally attractive to men. At this moment, she was like a young girl clumsily asking for a kiss. This made Yi Qinghan feel even more stimulated, and his mind surged. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decisively responded. His two hands skillfully embraced her fiery body. One hand began to gently caress her perfectly round buttocks, and the other hand subconsciously reached forward and grasped a plump place. His hand was warm and smooth, and full of elasticity. His mouth didn't stop. He stuck out his tongue and began to guide Yanran's little pink tongue. The two tongues were like two dragons playing with a pearl, entangling, drilling in and out, incomparably ecstatic. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan had forgotten about his conflict and rejection just now. Unknowingly, the two's robes began to fall to the ground. Unknowingly, the atmosphere in the room began to become enchanting. Unknowingly, the sound of paw 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 could be heard in the room. Of course, there were also the sounds of a woman moaning and a man panting. The scene made people's blood boil, and they couldn't control themselves. Both of them were incomparably immersed in their feelings, and they desperately catered to each other. What they didn't know was that the Black Phoenix tattoo on Yanran's back had quietly disappeared. Then, it slowly appeared on Yi Qinghan's back, and finally disappeared. It was extremely strange. After a long time, the clouds rolled, and the flowers bloomed and wilted. The storm finally stopped, and the scene was a mess. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Yi Qinghan fell on the jade bed beside him with incomparable satisfaction. Monarch Yanran's body was like a pile of mud. Her eyes were half closed, and there was a blurry look in them. Her beautiful body moved up and down slightly, and the scene was extremely beautiful. Yi Qinghan rested for a while, and in his heart, he felt ashamed. He wasn't going to die again. But since he had already done it, he could only accept it. At this time, he suddenly thought of the Black Phoenix race's spiritual body. With a trace of extravagant hope, he began to quickly stabilize his body. There was nothing wrong with his body, and the divine crystal was also normal. The energy in the chaotic divine crystal continued to slowly seep into his divine crystal. Soul. His soul space didn't change either. No, it seemed to be a little different. The soul space was still growing, and it was even bigger than the space in the fire dragon plane. His soul sea was still shrinking, and it was now only the size of half a fist. It emitted a 7-colored light, and the aura it released was extremely terrifying. This was all normal. The only thing that was different was that there seemed to be some kind of strange energy in the soul space. It floated around in the soul space like a gust of wind. Yi Qinghan immediately locked on to this energy and carefully examined it. However, after examining for a long time, he didn't find anything. He couldn't control this energy, and he couldn't find any use for it. After a while, he couldn't help but withdraw his divine sense from the soul space. Yanran, what's so special about the Black Phoenix race's primordial yin? Yi Qinghan found that Yanran had already put on her clothes, and she even helped him clean up. At this moment, she was hugging him, and her face was filled with a sweet smile as she pretended to sleep. Chapter 1232. Yanran raised her head. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was asking about serious matters, she hastily said, according to the ancient records of our ancestors, the primordial yin of the women of the Black Phoenix clan should be very beneficial to the souls of men. In history, the husbands of the women of the Black Phoenix clan were basically all soul cultivators. Yanran cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and because she didn't break her primordial yin, she easily became a soul cultivator. As for the specific benefits to the soul, this is not certain. You are already a soul cultivator, so I don't know if it will be very beneficial to your soul. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose, feeling a little relieved. No wonder Yanran was the only person in the divine world who could enter the 5th level of soul quietude by herself. So it was because of the Black Phoenix race. He closed his eyes to check again, but he still couldn't control the inexplicable energy in his soul sea. He also found that this energy wasn't harmful to his soul. Plus, his soul space was already very strange, so Yi Qinghan simply ignored it. He didn't have much hope that the primordial yin of a Black Phoenix woman could increase his strength. After all, he was already very strong, so how could he improve just because of a heaven and earth spiritual body? So he wasn't too disappointed. Instead, because of Yanran's beautiful body, the sorrow in his heart lessened a little. Because Yi Qinghan's mood had eased, the atmosphere in the Soul Emperor Pavilion also became relaxed. But because they were worried about the reincarnation plane, they didn't show it on their faces, but there was still some worry. No. I was tricked by this bitch. In the endless void, inside a large bird that was covered in source energy, Shintu Xiong angrily shouted, startling Monarch Wind Moon. The 100 venerables were also startled. The flying phoenix stopped flying and stopped in midair. Lord, what's wrong? Monarch Wind Moon carefully asked. The flying phoenix had been flying towards the divine world for a month. In this month, Shintu Xiong's temper was very bad, scaring him to the point that he couldn't relax. He was afraid that Shintu Xiong would tear him apart to vent his anger. Yi Qinghan couldn't have killed Qingshan, let alone my son. Devouring butterfly dance tricked me. Shintu Xiong's body was emitting a biting cold killing intent. His eyes were burning with anger as he paced back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself. He cared a lot about the Eternal Palace, and he cared more about Shinto Wuxia and Shi Yan. When he heard that they were killed and the Eternal Palace was broken, his mind was thrown into chaos. However, at this moment, he seemed to remember something, and he was sure that Lord Devour had tricked him. The Battle Emperor is definitely dead. Even the divine crystals were gone. Even if a shred of his soul escaped, could he preserve it for millions of years? There was also the Fire God battle armor. The corpse of the Fire God clan patriarch had been taken away by his clansmen. The heart of the Fire God should be in the Fire God's secret realm right now. Even if devoured Yao Wu and Yi Qinghan gathered all the other parts, they would never be able to get the Fire God's heart. There were definitely some old things inside the Fire God's secret realm. How could they get it? She's trying to trick me. I was fooled by her. Screw her period. Shen Tu Xiong muttered to himself, causing the Wind Moon Monarch to be unable to understand. He did not dare to interrupt, and could only stare at Shen Tu Xiong anxiously. In his heart, he felt that Shen Tu Xiong was even more unreliable. After returning to the immortal realm, he must stay away from him. Suddenly, Shen Tu Xiong roared, his expression incomparably firm. He waved his hand and said, "Go back, go back. I'm going to tear her apart. Immediately turn around and go to the reincarnation plane. I want the reincarnation plane to be barren." This, the Wind Moon Monarch gawked. This Motherf asterisk Kerr was crazy. Wasn't he afraid that Lord Devour's restriction would smash him into the space vortex? What are you waiting for? Turn around. Shen Tu Xiong saw that the Wind Moon Monarch was not moving and roared. "Sir, do you have a way to deal with Shi Dia Wu's restrictions and attacks?" The Wind Moon Monarch bitterly laughed as he asked. Shen Tu Xiong's eyes turned a few times, and immediately lit up. Obviously, he had a plan. He coldly snorted and said, "Restriction. Humph. I have my ways. As for attacking, I'm not interested in her at all." Wind Moon Monarch sighed helplessly. He controlled the Flying Phoenix to turn around. The Flying Phoenix circled once before flying back to the reincarnation plane. "Sir, it's been almost 2 months. Shen Tu Xiong should have left by now, right?" In the void outside the reincarnation plane, Ji De and Lord Devour were sitting cross-legged. The two had waited for almost 2 months, but Shen Tu Xiong did not attack again. Ji De heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking that Li Shishir might be waiting for him naked under his command, he really wanted to return to the reincarnation secret realm to report. "I don't know." Lord Devour opened his eyes and said indifferently before closing his eyes again. "Oh. Then Lilith Han should be here soon, right?" Ji De smiled embarrassedly. Then, he thought of a problem and said in shock, "Oh no, do you think Shen Tu Xiong is waiting outside and encountered Lilith Han?" Lord Devour's face slightly changed as he thought of this possibility. However, after a while, he shook his head and said, "The things that the Wind Moon Monarch made cannot be compared to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. They are definitely much slower. Even if they encountered them, with the Yao Ji controlling them and Lilith Han, they can easily get rid of them. If there are no accidents, Lilith Han and the others will arrive in 10 days. Ji De was a little relieved. He pondered for a while and said, "We can't stay in the reincarnation secret realm anymore. Lord, if we can avoid this, where should we go?" Lord Devour knitted his brows and sighed after a long time. There aren't many medium-sized planes in the divine world. Besides the Fire God, Beast God, and Water God's secret realms, the other medium-sized secret realms are connected to the divine world. There must be Shen Tu Xiong spies. The reincarnation secret realm is the most hidden place. Unfortunately, it was discovered. Sigh. You and Yan Ran can't enter the Fire Dragon continent. Otherwise, you can hide there for a while. It's useless to talk about this now. Wait for Lil Han to come, then we can discuss it in detail. Ji De agreed. Anyway, there were still around 10 days before Yi Qing Han would arrive. At that time, they could have a good discussion. At the same time, Ji De secretly prayed that Lord Devour would scare Shintu Xiong away, allowing them to leave smoothly. Facing Shintu Xiong, who was at the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist, Ji De didn't even have the courage to fight. The gap between them was too big. Swish! At this moment, there was a gust of wind behind him. Ji De was startled. He used his divine consciousness to check and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that it was Li Shishir. Li Shishir was still wearing a yellow dress. When she saw Ji De, she was happy at first. Then, she revealed a resentful expression. Finally, she saw Lord Devour beside her and asked curiously, "Lord, Ji De, what happened?" Ji De didn't know how to explain, so he looked at Lord Devour. However, Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he looked at the passage to the reincarnation plane. Someone came in. I don't know if it's Lil Han and the others or Shintu Xiong. Lord Devour was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His body tensed up as the origin energy and space power revolved around him. His divine consciousness probed ahead without any limit. What happened? Li Shishir poked Ji De's waist and asked nervously. Ji De glared at her and said in a low voice, "Don't talk." Li Shishir immediately kept quiet out of fear. Seeing their solemn faces, she knew that something big must have happened. Then, she recalled that they had been here for a few months. Something must have happened. Immediately, she followed them to investigate the passage with a solemn face. Not good. It's Shintu Xiong. After a while, Lord Devour's face changed as he screamed, "Shintu Xiong brought a group of people here. He must have sent them to their deaths. This time, we're in trouble." Oh. Ji De's face was also ashen. However, he asked suspiciously, "My lord, why are you so sure that it's Shintu Xiong?" Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "The people who came in have triggered several small restrictions that I have set up. Either there are a lot of people, or it's the flying phoenix that the Wind Moon Monarch created, or it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji would have already come in with such a fast speed. The people who came in are so slow. It can only be Shintu Xiong's group." Chapter 1233. What should we do? My lord. Kid's entire body tensed up, and his face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Li Shishir was also affected by the two of them. She bit her lip and looked at them with a serious expression. She didn't dare to say anything. Return to the secret realm of reincarnation immediately. Put all our people into the spatial divine artifact. Exit the reincarnation secret realm from the other side and find a place to hide. If Shintu Xiong doesn't discover you and directly enters the reincarnation plane, immediately exit the endless void from the passage and try your luck." Lord Shir pondered for a while and then ordered. Ji De and Li Shishir exchanged looks as they understood what Lord Devour meant. Lord Devour decided to stall them one more time. If he couldn't, he would have to sacrifice his clone. Kid brought everyone out of the reincarnation plane from the other side and hid quietly. If Shintu Xiong had immediately entered the reincarnation secret realm, he might not have discovered Kid. At this time, Ji De could take the opportunity to rush out and wander the void, trying his luck to find Yi Qing Han and the others. If he could find the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he would be saved. Outside the secret land of reincarnation was a material plane. Ji De could not enter it. Yi Qing Han and the Enchantress were about to arrive. They should be nearby now. This was his only chance of survival. "My lord, Jide and Li Shishir screamed at the same time. They were worried about Lord Devour. Lord Devour snorted and said indignantly, "Why are you so hesitant? My real body is in the Fire Dragon continent. Even if this doppelganger is destroyed, I will only lose some strength, but my real body will still be alive. What are you waiting for? Do you want everyone to die with you?" Lord Devour scolded Jide, waking him up. He brought Li Shishir to the reincarnation secret domain. Once they entered the mystic realm of reincarnation, Kid immediately activated his god power and yelled, "All venerable realm martial artists and special class elite seeds, gather at Reincarnation Island immediately." Although Jide's strength was only at the lower rank, 9, with the help of his divine power amplification, his shout was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire Samsara island. Xiao! Countless figures from the 3 continents in the secret realm of reincarnation shot out and flew toward the Reincarnation Island. Countless figures flew out of Reincarnation Island. They all looked terrified, not knowing what had happened. "Brother Kid? What happened?" "Sir, what's wrong?" Yu Qingqing, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Jin and the others were the first to be alarmed. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had already refined the pseudo-chaos divine crystal, and their strength had reached pseudo-9th grade. Their speed was extremely fast. "Shintu Xiong has killed his way to our doorstep. All of you, enter my spatial god artifact, I'll bring you guys away. Milord is stalling outside." Jide quickly explained, but his body did not stop for a moment. He shot downward and shouted at Yi Sihan, the demon devourer demon, and the others, "Don't resist. I'll pull you into the spatial divine tool." Emperor Lei Jinyu and Venerable Li Quan's expressions changed. Even Yu Qingqing, who had always been calm, changed her expression. Although Emperor Yu and Li Quan were fake grade 9, they were no different from ants in front of Shintu Xiong. If Shintu Xiong wanted to exterminate everyone, he only needed to move his fingers. Jide waved his hand and stored Yi Qinghan's children inside. Then, he quickly stored the Soul Devourer City's senior elders, countless Soul Devourer City's senior elders, and the elite disciples of the Flame Dragon continent. Finally, he turned to look at Yu Qingqing and the others. He quickly shouted, "Don't think too much. This time, everyone might not die. Don't resist. I'll bring you guys to find Little Han." Everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces as they were sucked into the spatial divine tool. In the end, Jide used his divine sense to make sure that all the important people had been sucked into the spatial divine tool. Then, he turned into a dragon and flew in another direction. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared into the sky and entered the endless void. Jide's spatial divine tool was given by Lord Devour. It was relatively big, but it could not take away everyone from the divine world. There were also countless elite seeds of the Soul Devourer City left in the secret realm of reincarnation. These people's strength varied, but the strongest was a 7th grade war god. They all heard Jide's angry roar and saw all the venerables and important figures being taken away. They vaguely guessed that something big was going to happen, and their faces changed. As for the low-level warriors, they were even more terrified. They looked at the sky in fear, as if doomsday was coming. "It's Shintu Xiong." Lord Devour stared at the only entrance and sighed helplessly. His eyes were burning as he looked ahead, and a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. "Bitch. I was almost fooled by you. Luckily, I'm smart. This time, I'm going to leave no one alive in the secret realm of reincarnation." Shintu Xiong's arrogant voice resounded. Shintu Xiong's divine sense had already locked onto Lord Devour. Lord Devour also sensed that there were 30 venerables in front of Shintu Xiong. He knew that his plan had been completely seen through by Shintu Xiong. You can try to barge in. If I let you go back with these 30 idiots, I, Devour Diao Wu, will write my name backwards." Lord Devour's face had already recovered its calmness. He wore a relaxed expression as he stood proudly at the entrance of the passage. It was as if he could hold back 10,000 people. Humph. This again. Do you think I'm scared of you? Shintu Xiong mocked. Then, his eyes turned cold as he shouted, "The top 10 venerables, charge. As long as you can get in, I'll grant you the position of overlord. Pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Those who retreat will be killed without mercy." This time, Shintu Xiong had mobilized 30 venerables. They were divided into 3 batches. They were here to commit suicide and destroy the restriction. These venerables didn't understand the situation. Under Shintu Xiong's double attack, the top 10 venerables could only grit their teeth and charge forward with the origin energy surrounding their bodies. "You idiots, Shintu Xiong is sending you to your deaths. The South Mountain Sovereign has become his scapegoat. Why are you still so stubborn?" Lord Devour's emotionless voice resounded. His body didn't move as he stared coldly at the 10 venerables charging at him. Sizzle. The 10 venerables triggered the restriction that Lord Devour had set up. Instantly, blinding lights flashed and electric arcs danced. Terrifying energy burst out from the restriction and shrouded the 10 venerables. Ah! Lord, save us! The 10 venerables were so scared that their souls left their bodies. They screamed in fear and turned to look at Shintu Xiong, only to see that he didn't move at all and had a cold expression on his face. Instead, it was a violent explosion. Although the 10 venerables were protected by the origin energy, they were pushed into the vortexes on both sides by the shockwave. A powerful suction force acted on their bodies. At the same time, an indescribable energy actually messed up their god power. They couldn't move or teleport at all. After a few screams, the 10 venerables were swallowed by the 2 vortexes. The surroundings regained its tranquility. "Hee, you can continue to charge forward and see how many restrictions I have set up. I want to see how many lives you have to pay for it." Lord Devour's voice resounded again. It was emotionless, but it made the remaining 20 venerables shudder. It also made Shintu Xiong's expression change. Shintu Xiong looked at the 20 venerables. His eyes flickered and his body shivered. It seemed like he was about to escape. Immediately, he condensed his spatial power and a 100-meter-long and several-meter-wide golden sword appeared above his head. His face was filled with killing intent as he roared, "The 20 of you, split up and charge forward. I will be with you. I will kill anyone who dares to escape. Charge forward. As long as we get inside, I will crush this woman like an ant." Chapter 1234. Feeling Shintu Xiong's sharp murderous aura behind them, the 20 venerables looked desperate as they thought about Shintu Xiong's tricks. Most importantly, they had nowhere to run in the endless void. The 20 venerables could only grit their teeth and follow Shintu Xiong's instructions, rushing forward. They could only hope that they wouldn't encounter any restrictions and that Lord Devour wouldn't kill them. When Shintu Xiong arrived, they would be able to survive. Would Lord Devour kill them? The answer was definite. That year, the dancing butterfly martial god was famous in the divine world for her decisiveness in slaughtering. There were countless god bandits on the sea, including more than 10 7th-grade war god bandit chiefs and millions of ordinary god bandits. However, Lord Devour and his Spirit Devourer army had slaughtered them all. No one was left alive. Lord Devour's cruelty was obvious. The 10 venerables saw Lord Devour's eyes flash. Countless golden flying swords appeared in the void in front of her, covering the entire place and shooting towards them. Everybody felt desperate, as if they were drowning in despair. Ha! B*TCH, you've revealed your true intentions. Shintu Xiong's face glowed. He had made the right bet. Lord Devour didn't set too many restrictions. It was the right decision to let them open the way. However, he didn't move forward, and the golden sword above his head didn't shoot out either. This place was near the space vortex, so he didn't dare to use space power to attack. If the space vortex shook and changed, he would be sucked in. Damn it! Bang! Bang! Countless small golden swords shot at the 20 venerables. The spatial energy of the upper 9th grade venerables was like a huge mountain crashing into the venerables. The 20 venerables were shot into a mess and were all sent flying. More than 10 venerables were instantly sucked into the spatial vortex, leaving behind countless screams and howls. Sizzle. Sizzle. Many small restrictions that Lord Devour had hidden were triggered by the attacks of the venerables or Lord Devour. Dazzling lights flashed, and electric snakes danced around. The situation was chaotic. Of course, there were two people who didn't panic. Lord Devour stood at the entrance of the passage with an indifferent face, while Shintu Xiong accelerated with a ferocious face. Shintu Xiong acted as if he did not see the small golden swords shooting at him from all directions. With a wave of his hand, the small swords bounced off, and even the huge golden sword above his head did not move. His golden hair danced in the wind. Under the reflection of the golden sword above his head, he looked like a demon god, majestic and imposing. The 20 supremacies were all sent into the spatial vortex. The countless golden swords also disappeared or exploded. Shintu Xiong's speed suddenly increased, and the golden light around his body exploded. The corners of his mouth were twisted, and he laughed sinisterly. "Slut, what other moves do you have? Do you want to use it?" Lord Devour grinned fiendishly. He didn't retreat, but moved forward. At the same time, white light emitted from his body. Billions of flying swords were condensed in front of him, dashing forward. Lord Devour sneered faintly. "Shintu Xiong, you'll see my move soon." Shintu Xiong slowed down a little, but he continued to dash forward. Without the barrier, with Devour's upper level 9 power, how could he be Shi Yan's match? Shi Yan could subdue him with just a flip of his hand. At this moment, before he could get out of the passage, the giant sword above his head had already slashed down, tearing Lord Devour's body into pieces. The two of them were like a golden meteor and a white meteor, colliding against each other in the void. However, there were two massive space vortexes next to them, where the gray air currents were spinning crazily. Such a scene was thrilling to the core, shaking people's minds. "Sir, you want to give up your clone? Sigh, if you leave your clone, you'll lose half of your life. Not only will your power be damaged, but your mind and soul will also be damaged." On the other side of the reincarnation plane, Jido was lying on the origin energy. The origin energy was also emitting from his body, but he didn't release any aura. From a distance, if one didn't check carefully, they wouldn't notice that someone was hiding here. His soul consciousness had found Lord Devour, dashing toward Shintu Xiong. Ji sighed, retrieving his soul consciousness. His aura vanished as if he had become a dead object. He didn't dare to check anymore, as he was afraid that Shintu Xiong would find him. Then, all of them would be killed. Die. Shintu Xiong saw that Lord Devour had blocked the passage in front of him, so he couldn't avoid it. He could only attack forcefully. However, he didn't dare to attack with all of his power, as he was afraid that the space would shake too much, which would increase the suction force of the space vortex. At the same time, he decided that as soon as he killed Lord Devour, he would increase his speed to the top, dashing into the reincarnation plane. He didn't want to die with Lord Devour. Shintu Xiong, you fool. You've fallen into my trap again. Let's die together. Lord Devour wore a complacent face. Vaguely, he felt relieved and overjoyed. His entire face emitted a dazzling radiance. His body was covered in a blazing flame. Billions of giant gold swords in front of him gathered into a long dragon in the sky, roaring and roaring as it dashed toward Shintu Xiong. At the same time, his body was like a cannonball, shooting toward Shintu Xiong. What? F***ck. Self-destruct. That crazy woman. Shintu Xiong's face changed dramatically. His radiant face turned ashen. His giant gold sword could easily break Lord Devour's attack, and it could also kill him easily. However, at this moment, Lord Devour had come here to die. How could he kill him? Lord Devour's attack couldn't make Shintu Xiong retreat, but what about the self-destruction of an upper-level 9 expert? A venerable self-destruction could flatten the soul-devouring city, so one could imagine how powerful the energy would be. At this moment, after Lord Devour had refined the primal chaos divine crystal, the purest and most domineering energy in the world started to burn crazily. How powerful would it be? It could be seen from Shintu Xiong's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from Jide's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from the faintly trembling void nearby. Mother **Ker. Supreme God Emperor, save me. Shintu Xiong roared as he retreated rapidly. Jide held his head, not daring to hide anymore. He dashed toward the reincarnation secret realm. Once the destructive energy exploded, it would definitely cause the reincarnation mystic realm to tremble. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, he would definitely be blasted into the spatial whirlpool. Only by entering the reincarnation plane would he be able to escape. Boom! A loud explosion that could shatter the void reverberated in the nearby void. In fact, the nearby void was indeed shattered. White cracks appeared in the space. It should be known that this was the endless void, the most stable place in the entire plate boundary. The crazy energy produced shockwaves that shook the 2 space vortexes nearby. Then, the 2 space vortexes spun crazily, and the suction force suddenly increased by 10 times. As expected, the reincarnation secret realm shook. The reincarnation plane, which was dozens of times bigger than the fire dragon seat, was shaken by the shockwave. One could imagine how strong the shockwave was. No, Shintu Xiong roared angrily. However, the position that Lord Devour had chosen to self-destruct was extremely ingenious. It was in front of Shintu Xiong's left. When the surging energy exploded, the space vortex immediately rebounded, producing an incomparably strong suction force. In addition to the shockwave of the explosion, Shintu Xiong was pushed into the center of the space vortex, and he disappeared instantly. Not good. Outside of the spatial vortex, the flying wand was also sent flying countless rounds in the air by the powerful shockwave. Finally, Shintu Xiong's hoarse roar was heard by everyone. The Wind Moon Monarch paled in fright. He immediately controlled the flying phoenix to run away. PFFF, on the Flame Dragon continent, in the Dark Castle, a snow-white rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Its snow-white fur rapidly turned ashen. Its slightly opened eyes were dim, and its aura was faintly discernible. It seemed like it would die in the next second. Lord! Are you okay? How's the situation over there? What do you need us to do? Knight Emperor, Yi Tianlong, and the others had been guarding this place. Seeing the situation, they were panic-stricken, surrounding Lord Devour, but they didn't know what to do. Lord Devour's mouth twitched. After a while, he spat out a feeble voice that was almost inaudible. I've forced Shintu Xiong into the space vortex. However, I'm not sure if he'll die or not. Perhaps, he'll get out. Sigh. This is the best that Devour Diao Wu can do. Tell Little Han that I won't be able to help him anymore. If Shintu Xiong doesn't die this time, I can only rely on him. My power is gone, and my soul is hurt. I need to rest for hundreds of years. You guys just need to send someone to protect me. Chapter 1235. Lord Devour curled up under the grape trellis, not making a sound. His ash-gray fur became even dimmer, which made people feel a pain in their hearts. They didn't know what Lord Devour had gone through, or how badly he was hurt. They couldn't help him. Looking at the little rabbit that was only the size of a palm, everyone felt extremely ashamed, especially Yi Tianlong and the others. They did not know what to feel. Lord Devour was the king of the fiery dragon continent. Without him, the fiery dragon continent would have been destroyed. Without him, Yi Qinghan couldn't have been created, and Yi Qinghan would have died many times in the divine world. Lord Devour's life was miserable and lonely. She always liked to sit quietly under the grape trellis and read books. She always arranged many things by herself. In fact, he was the same kind of person as Yi Qinghan. He liked to bear everything by himself, sheltering people from the wind and rain. He didn't know how much he had suffered and how much blood he had shed. Not good. Lord Devour is hurt. If the divine world sends dozens of venerables, who can stop them? Marshal Shui suddenly thought of a problem, his face solemn. Wind Lord, Moon Queen, and Yi Tianlong also put on a stern face. Since Lord Devour was wounded, not only did they worry about the reincarnation plane situation, but they also worried that the god world would send more people to the fire dragon continent. Without Lord Devour, if another group of venerables came, how could the Night Emperor, a venerable, deal with them? Night Emperor sighed, shaking his head. You guys go back. Moon Queen and I will stay here to protect Lord Devour. Go rebuild Sang City according to the plan. As for the other problems, don't worry. Little Han has arranged everything. They were bewildered, then relieved. Looking at Lord Devour, who was curling up under the grape trellis, they flew back to Sang City, ready to rebuild the city as planned. Moon Queen, protect me. I want to refine the pseudo-chaotic divine crystal immediately. The Night Emperor sat cross-legged on the rooftop, took out a 7-colored divine crystal, and immediately began to refine it. Yi Qinghan killed the first elder and the fire god patriarch with the fire god's secret skill and got 2 pseudo-chaotic divine gems. Before he left, he gave one to the Night Emperor. Originally, the Night Emperor was still considering whether to refine it. Once he refined it, he could only be a fake level 9 martial artist for the rest of his life. But now he had to refine it. The Moon Queen nodded her head and set up a formation to cover the entire dark castle. The huge dark castle quietly disappeared into the dark forest, as if it had completely disappeared. Xiao! Outside the reincarnation secret skill, Jida's body emerged from the weak spot in the space. He took a deep breath with lingering fear in his heart. His divine senses began to investigate quietly. In the end, everything was quiet. Lord Devour was gone, and so was Shintu Xiong. There was nothing strange about the surrounding void, and the 2 spatial vortexes were the same as before. It was as if they hadn't experienced the terrifying explosion. Sir's clone is definitely finished. He just didn't know if Shintu Xiong had been sucked into the spatial vortex. Or had he retreated? What should I do? Should I rush out now and fly in the direction of the fire dragon continent to find Little Han? Jida was in a dilemma. The impact was too strong, and he didn't dare to stay outside. At this moment, he couldn't figure out Shintu Xiong's movements. If Shintu Xiong was severely injured and had retreated, wouldn't he be walking right into the trap if he rushed out now? After considering for a long time, Jida decided to hide here. It was too dangerous to rush out now. Even if he couldn't meet Shintu Xiong, if he flew in the endless void and couldn't find Yi Qinghan's group, he and the people in the spatial divine tool would die for sure. I wonder where Little Han and the others are now. Sigh, if the situation really makes one feel incomparably sullen, if it was just me, I would have rushed out long ago and fought to my death. Jida angrily laid on the origin energy and didn't dare to move. He thought about the reincarnation secret realm underneath him. At this moment, it was a mess, and he was even more anxious. However, he could only force himself to calm down and restrain his aura. He used his divine senses to investigate quietly. In fact, Jide and Lord Devour had guessed wrongly. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was only half a day away from the reincarnation secret realm. Yao Ji had stayed in the poison dragon swamp for thousands of years, so her restriction level was much higher. She could control the Soul Emperor Pavilion more easily. Of course, if the Soul Emperor Pavilion was under the control of the Soul Emperor, it would be much faster. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan stood in the hall with a solemn face. His divine senses stretched out infinitely. At this moment, they were close to the reincarnation plane. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if he were ambushed by Shintu Xiong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fireworks and the others stood behind Yi Qinghan anxiously. Although they looked calm, the worry and anxiety in the depths of their eyes were obvious. The people closest to them were in the reincarnation secret realm. If something happened to them, they didn't know how to survive. Yao Ji, fly to the left quickly. There's a strange creature flying in front of us. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan shouted. Yao Ji's body shook. Her hands immediately flew up and shot out several beams of divine power. The Soul Emperor Pavilion shook, turned, and floated to the left. Everyone nervously searched to the right. Their divine senses weren't as strong as Yi Qinghan's, so they couldn't find anything. Only Yan Ran vaguely felt that a monster was flying towards them at high speed. Flying Phoenix. Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran looked at each other and said at the same time. Yao Ji was the first to react. Her face turned solemn, and she flew to the left even faster. Yao Ji, listen to my orders. Send me out. If Shintu Xiong comes to kill me, you guys go around him. Use the Soul Emperor Pavilion to smash the Flying Phoenix. Without the Flying Phoenix, I want to see how Shintu Xiong can return to the divine world. Yi Qinghan ordered without hesitation. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Yi Qingyu said with a trembling voice, Big brother, can you deal with Shintu Xiong? Yi Qinghan coldly smiled and said with certainty, I can't kill him, but in this endless void, with the fire god battle armor, he can forget about killing me. Get ready. Everyone didn't speak anymore. They all used their divine senses to search the Flying Phoenix. However, besides Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran, no one else could. After a moment, Yi Qinghan frowned and said, Something's wrong. They don't seem to have discovered us. Why are they flying in that direction? Yan Ran also vaguely felt that the Flying Phoenix flew in another direction. Moreover, it didn't stop at all, as if it didn't discover them. Slowly chase after them. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan pointed in a direction and said firmly to the enchantress. Yao Ji glanced at Yi Qinghan and hesitated for a moment. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion circled around and rapidly chased after the Flying Phoenix. Strange, this direction isn't the direction to the divine world. This Flying Phoenix seems to be flying randomly. Yi Qinghan frowned. He was a little confused. He turned to Yao Ji and said, Go a little closer and take a look. However, what caused Yi Qinghan and the others to be even more puzzled was that the Soul Emperor Pavilion moved closer. When Yi Qingyu and the others could vaguely sense the distance, the Flying Phoenix also clearly sensed the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Flying One had clearly discovered the Soul Emperor Pavilion. With a flash of light, it began to accelerate at full speed. Is Shintu Xiong trying to lure me? Yi Qinghan's mind raced, but he immediately rejected this idea. With Shintu Xiong's strength, wouldn't he pounce at him like a wild beast? Moreover, what kind of trap could he lay in the endless void? Chase at full speed. Yi Qinghan waved his hand. At the same time, the fire god battle armor appeared around his body. Soar's strength revolved around him and his killing intent soared. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed was several times faster than the Flying Phoenix. Under Yao Ji's full control, it immediately soared towards the flying phoenix. Chapter 1236. Whoosh! In just an hour, the distance between the flying phoenix and the Soul Emperor Pavilion was reduced to hundreds of thousands of miles. At this time, even Yi Qingyu and the others could see it with their eyes. Prepare to support me at any time. Fly around the vicinity and send me out. Yi Qinghan roared and Yao Ji immediately activated the restrictions. Yi Qinghan's figure appeared in front of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and turned into a meteor that chased after the flying phoenix. Ha! 10 God Slayer spears suddenly appeared from the void and turned into 10 dragons that shot towards the flying phoenix. How fast were the God Slayer spears? They were definitely dozens of times faster than the flying phoenix and caught up in an instant. Bang! A huge sound rang out as the flying one trembled and flipped through the air. It was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, but then it stabilized, and like a frightened rabbit, it began to flee. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. If Shintu Xiong was here, he would definitely come out to fight him. He immediately sent a message to Yao Ji to drag him into the Soul Emperor Pavilion and chase after the flying phoenix. Let's see how you escape this time. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion neared the flying phoenix, Yi Qinghan immediately flashed out. The 10 God Slayer spears suddenly stabbed towards the flying phoenix. This time, Yi Qinghan did not hold back. The God Slayer spears wildly spun, causing the source strength on the surface of the flying phoenix to spin as well. Then, he easily stabbed in. Bang! Without the protection of the source strength, the flying phoenix was no different from a pile of scrap metal. With a series of explosions, the flying phoenix was torn apart, revealing countless terrified faces. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. We were forced to do this, we were forced by Shintu Xiong. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. Wind Moon Sovereign brought a group of supremacies and knelt down in the void. They looked at Yi Qinghan and the Soul Emperor Pavilion behind him in horror. Their eyes flashed with fear. It's you guys. Yi Qinghan was greatly surprised, but his gaze became even colder. The 10 Godslayer's spears revolved around his body. Under the illumination of the fire god's battle armor, the red light, and the white light of the origin energy, he looked awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. He stared at the Wind Moon Monarch and roared, "Where is Shintu Xiong? Shintu Xiong! Ah! Wasn't he sucked into the spatial vortex? Why, Sovereign Han Yi, don't you know?" Wind Moon Sovereign asked in confusion. He thought that Yi Qinghan had chased him out from the reincarnation plane. Originally, he was afraid that Yi Qinghan would hunt him down, so he didn't dare to fly in the direction of the heavenly realm. He didn't expect to meet him by chance. Yi Qinghan shuddered and hurriedly asked, "What's the specific situation? Tell me everything truthfully. If you hide anything, kill without mercy." Yes, yes. Although Wind Moon Sovereign was confused, he didn't dare to ask. The 10 silver spears by Yi Qinghan's side could actually break through the flying phoenix protected by the origin energy. That could easily destroy them. He immediately told everything he knew, starting from the heavenly realm, how Shintu Xiong forced him to build the flying phoenix, how Shintu Xiong went to the planar battlefield to ask for the heavenly realm's map, and finally here. Oh, when Yi Qinghan heard that Shintu Xiong rushed into the reincarnation plane and was actually sent into the spatial vortex by a violent explosion, he was shocked. Shintu Xiong was a peak 9th grade supreme being. What kind of explosion could have such power? To be able to send Shintu Xiong into the spatial vortex? Lord Devour's restrictions definitely weren't this strong. Even Yao Ji couldn't do it, unless it was a battle emperor. Could it be? Yi Qinghan became even more worried about the reincarnation plane situation. He didn't care about the others and immediately flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Wind Moon Monarch and the others behind him had a change of expression as they shouted, "Sovereign Han Yi, wait, I won't kill you, what else do you want?" Yi Qing Han turned his head and coldly swept his gaze over them. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at Yi Qing Han. The Wind Moon Monarch was as worried as a wronged wife and said shyly, "Lord, the flying phoenix was destroyed by you. If you abandon us, how can we return to the heavenly realm? You can't abandon us, we will all die." "I don't care if you die. Humph. Not killing you is already benevolent of me." Yi Qing Han coldly snorted and no longer cared about them as he turned and flew away. The Wind Moon Monarch's eyes saw the space fragments floating over and his face turned ashen. He knelt down and begged loudly, "Lord, save us. You can't abandon us, we can become your soul slaves, save us. Sovereign Han Yi, save us. Yes, yes. Sovereign Han Yi, we can become your soul slaves. In this endless void, without the flying phoenix, we will die without a doubt." For a moment, countless people cried out in sorrow, begging for mercy and howling in grief. Without the flying phoenix, if Yi Qing Han did not bring them along, all of them would be mercilessly torn apart by the space fragments. Yi Qing Han turned his head and looked at the group of old men. The high and mighty venerables of the immortal world and the rulers of the Wind Moon Great Land were like helpless children, tears and snot flowing down their faces. He remembered that when he wanted to kill the Blood Knight Monarch, the Ice Mountain Queen transmitted a message to him, "Leave a spark for the divine world." In the future planar wars, the divine world will have no experts to resist. His heart softened as he sighed and said, "All of you, follow me." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, "Don't move, or else don't blame me for being merciless." Everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that Yi Qing Han did not make them hand over their soul fires, they became even more grateful. They deeply bowed to Yi Qing Han and carefully followed Yi Qing Han to fly forward. "Yao Ji, pull me in. Send these people to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Yi Qing Han transmitted to Yao Ji and then shouted to the Wind Moon Monarch and the others, "Do not resist." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qing Han's heart was burning with anxiety. He said to Yao Ji, "Full speed to the Samsara mystic realm." Yao Ji was obedient to Yi Qing Han and did not ask anything. She pulled the Wind Moon Monarch and the others to the first floor and then flew at full speed to the Samsara mystic realm. Fireworks and the others did not dare to ask anything. They nervously looked in the direction of the Samsara mystic realm. After flying for half a day, four familiar space vortexes appeared in front of everyone. "There are no enemies. Go in, slowly." Yi Qing Han's powerful divine sense had already scanned the area. He gave the order and the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly flew towards the passage. Brother Ji De. Yao Ji, fly over there." Yi Qing Han suddenly shouted. He was wild with joy. Ji De was still alive. This meant that the Samsara mystic realm had not fallen. His wife and family were most likely still alive. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Ji De also scanned the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He flew over with a face full of joy. Yao Ji immediately pulled him in. "Brother Ji De. Little Han." Yi Qing Han and Ji De gave each other a bear hug. Ji De's eyes were filled with tears as he choked and said, "Little Han, my lord sacrificed an avatar to protect us." Is there anyone else in the Samsara mystic realm?" Yi Qing Han had actually guessed a little. Wind Moon Monarch's description and Ji De's words allowed him to understand the situation. However, this wasn't the time to reminisce, so he quickly said. Ji De immediately said, "There are still some elite disciples. My spatial divine item cannot hold that many people. Let's talk later. Yao Ji, let's enter the Samsara mystic realm first." Yi Qing Han did not waste words. He turned to Yao Ji and gave the order. Yao Ji nodded. The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and rushed into the Samsara mystic realm. The Samsara mystic realm was already a mess. After Ji-Da brought everyone away, the plane shook after Lord Devour's avatar self-detonated. The warriors in the Samsara mystic realm felt as if doomsday had arrived. They were in a state of panic. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion broke through the power source and entered the Samsara mystic realm, many people were shocked. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept through the Samsara mystic realm. He was about to let the Soul Emperor Pavilion fly down to collect the remaining elite lands. When his divine sense swept through the Reincarnation Mountain, his face changed and he shouted, "Yao Ji, get out of the Samsara mystic realm. Shintu Xiong is not dead. He is entering the Samsara mystic realm from the Yellow Spring River. Run!"